makes me stronger.
DRX 화이팅! DRX 화이팅!
DRX 파이팅!
DNFrix 화이팅!
DNFrix 화이팅!
Hello and welcome to the LCK. We are back here on Thursday and we're getting ready for our Rise matchup. We got DRX up against DNF for the first one. I'm Valdez with Wolf. Again, the back-to-back Valdez Wolf cast. Kind of feels like the old days.
Yeah, back-to-back. We're in the same clothes.
Yeah.
We got Legend Valdez over here and Rise Wolf over here. With our Pred standings, I think that is appropriate. So, if you can't love LCK at its bottom of the Rise group, then you don't deserve LCK at its top, where we have Genji and T1 later on. So, we got a bit of a dichotomy in our two series today. Very important matchup here for the DNFrix, because any loss for the remainder of the season is elimination for them. So, even with a win today, they need 9 wins. And that's, of course, by the way, that assumes a lot. They need 9 wins to get top 3. Notice that BNK already has 9. Bro is 1 win away from 9. So making play-ins, like a lot of people are going, oh man, this is DNF's last chance. Well, they need to have that win over and over and over and over again. And then also a lot of other things has to go exactly correctly for them to make it in. They may win today and still be eliminated in one of those next matchups for BNK. So, or for Bro, really. And so, it's an uphill battle, to say the least.
Yep, that is one way to put it, and it's been that way for DNF this entire season. I think that the 1 win over Nongshim was definitely a fluke, just the way that everything else has looked. DRX takes every round 3 match to a series, to a game 3, and it's very close between all of the Rise teams, except DK kind of, although Bro did beat them. Then Bro immediately kind of fell off the horse for some reason after that win. What outcome will they face against DNF in Crisis? I think that they should be the big favorites here regardless of DRX's form. And DRX also did get that win over Bro recently and the win over BNK, so not looking half bad.
Yeah, I mean, this is echoing what I was mentioning before, the 9 wins required to potentially make it into play-ins and be in that top 3. It is a far, far distance. Right now, remember, to further contextualize this, DRX is the team that's ahead of them, and they are 20 wins ahead. Quantum is playing today. I think on the Korean side especially, a lot of people have been putting the focus on Life and his decision-making as one of the biggest problems for why DNF's shot calling outside of the laning phase has kind of fallen apart. So we're going to see Quantum back here. It's been about a year since we've seen this guy. He did play for this very team when it was Kwangdong Freaks last year. He has a decent amount of LCK experience. He's played something like 12 to 14 games total here at the LCK. So a player who's also done a lot and had a lot of success in challengers. Could be a step up here. Obviously not the same level of experience as Life, but with Life struggling right now, maybe Quantum is the guy they need.
I'd say that at this point, if they are anywhere near LCK level, just try it. You know, it's not going well, obviously, with what you've got. Maybe Life was just one extra cook in the kitchen too many. And so bringing in kind of like a newer guy who doesn't have as big of a voice as some of these other veterans could potentially help. They tried that with Dove. It didn't really work, and so, yeah.
What's interesting...
It's going to be interesting to see how it goes.
What's also interesting, Valdez, is the support he walks out next to is the support he was sharing time with in Andil, so that's a really cool storyline here as well. As I mean, things are very different. You see that smile from Quantum there at the end. Things are very different for these two right now in terms of where they stand, as they were battling out for that spot on Kwangdong. But now, you know, we're looking at DRX in real play-in contention, and it would take a miracle for the DN Freaks to fight their way there. But they are not mathematically out until they're mathematically out, Valdez. So a win here, especially if it's a 2-0, does keep a little bit of the wick burning on that candle that every DN Freaks fan who's hoping for plans has, like, in a shrine in their house.
Yeah.
With probably a lot of pictures of Berserker around it as well.
I mean, we've seen a lot of streaks in the past for LCK teams that were struggling, right? KT did it a couple of times where they went on big loss streaks and then went into big winning streaks, so it's not impossible. I would say the 8 games that they need to win in order to hit that magic number 9 is more than KT have ever done. But it's, you know, Gen.G did it, so...
Sure, anything's possible.
Yeah, sure. I mean, when we first saw the roster, like, we thought this should be a decent team, so they do have the class.
Yeah.
They don't have the form at all.
One of the small things you can pick out of this set of stats here is, you know, Yehu's had pretty good stats here in rounds 3 and 4. Definitely picking up the slack of UCal. You know, had some rough performances towards the end of round 2. Yehu ended up being the starter. But Bulldog has a lot of damage, actually. His damage share is quite high, which might surprise you, I think, given the reputation of Berserker and how much he's been the one carry for this team. But in rounds 3 and 4, he hasn't made the same impact he did in the first half of the year, and it has been more of the mid laner getting that done. So we'll see if Bulldog can continue to do so. If he gets a pick like Azir, Talia, he's been great at in the past, certainly could be a boon for the Freaks.
Yeah, it could be one way that they do get it going. I think Bulldog's last time out was a bit weak, so hoping that he can kind of mentally get back on the horse and just have a better performance, because they're definitely going to need it. For me, it's, you know, individuals, they are playing well at times and then not playing well at other times, but the biggest thing is that they just don't play well as a 5-man unit. They don't have confidence as a team. They're not going in as a team. It's just like, you know, one guy goes in alone and the coordination isn't there, the confidence isn't there in their teammates. So that's really the biggest issue for me besides anything else. And that's why this guy coming in might be the most important change. It's a very important day, you know, keeping the hopes alive. They bring in kind of this guy that doesn't have a lot of experience. Here's a Quantum fan.
Yeah.
And, I mean, who knows? Maybe he's the magic piece of the puzzle. We've seen that before where players come in and, you know, really ignite something in the team. Like Bold did that at once. You know, it didn't last very long, but it's happened before. I'm just trying to give a little bit of hope to the DNF fans when they're currently not having a lot of hope at the moment.
Yeah, certainly dire straits. The worst situation, I think, we've seen an LCK team in a while. I mean, when you contextualize teams getting eliminated, normally in our old 2 spring, summer formats, you're looking at, like, the fastest someone to get eliminated is like week 7 out of 9. But I mean, that was kind of insanely rare. We have an additional round after this. We're just at, like, nearly the halfway point of round 4, so...
The rounds are shorter, too.
Sure,
so.
Yeah, I mean, that's true. But, I mean, when you look at weeks, there's a lot of weeks left. Comparatively.
That's also true.
As we jump into this draft, let's try to zoom in a little bit. Maybe not zoom out as much as the standings and zoom in on the games at hand here. We'll see Orianna taken away. Talia, I mentioned, for Bulldog being one of his better picks, also gone. Pantheon, maybe Wukong. You know, you and I were kind of going, maybe Wukong on the red side a lot, and it just didn't happen. Wukong won both games yesterday to increase his win rate.
Yeah, I mean, Wukong's right now 14-5. He feels like the best B1 pick because it goes with anything. It's great at peeling, it's great at diving. It can get picks, right? It's just really strong. It's good into other meta junglers, right?
And I think Sponge will play it. You know, I have to guess. Gwen and Rumble are still up.
Vi is also up, so if they wanted to, but I just...
See?
We're all on the same page.
Everybody's knowers, you know? Like, take the Vi out of the ban list. Maybe don't put Varus in there and put the Wukong instead, but either way. That's going to be the Annie pick here for Bulldog, so a pick that's relatively safe, blindable, and hard to punish. Or just pick Yunara into Wukong. A very confident choice.
With Rumble available.
Yeah, very confident choice to say the least, Valdez. It did not work yesterday. We were a little bit worried about what could happen. And I'm going to say I will continue to feel that way right now. Now they could even just go into a more dive-oriented composition. They could play Ahri even in this comp, I feel like, even though that's fallen out of the meta completely.
That's why Wukong is so good as a B1. You can just be like,
strong.
okay, they have Yunara, now we can just go dive. They're going to pick Gwen. So no Rumble here. We've definitely liked the Wukong Rumble combination alongside of mid laners that can also dive. Also thinking about an Aurora.
I think Aurora is incredibly powerful into Yunara as well. The zone control she provides makes it really difficult for Yunara to enter the fight safely, or she might just be out of the fight for too long and then unfortunately unable to make an impact before the front line is down. I actually prefer Vi to the Lee Sin here because it works really well with the Annie. And if you can get a pick initially or try to keep that Wukong locked down and then the Yunara gets that first kill, then things get a lot easier. And it looks like Pioshik will ultimately agree and lock that in. It's not an easy matchup into the Wukong, but they have a lot of tools to help set this up.
Yeah, I mean, Vi, I feel like, is good, as is Annie for this team, because it's very obvious. If somebody presses R, you got to go in. Now, what I'm worried about is that Pioshik presses R, and then everybody's like, that's not a good idea, and then they just leave him to die, which is not good, but relatively simple and relatively easy to play right now on this side outside of the Yunara. But
yeah, if Pioshik pressed Q on Lee Sin and went in, he could press W at least and back out if his team wasn't trusting. Let's see a ban on the Rakan, which does make sense. We did not see that yesterday, which left us scratching our heads.
DNF get it.
They get it.
You know?
The drafting outside of that Yunara pick into Wukong, looking like a step up from some of the drafts you saw yesterday. We'll see what that final ban is going to be, as a safe AD carry like Ezreal might actually fit the bill, even though Ezreal doesn't necessarily follow up to dive as well as Kai'Sa, or even Xayah, which is also available. And maybe that's just going to be where Teddy goes. He's obviously an iconic Xayah player. It's the same pick that Viper played into the Yunara yesterday as well. And here, you took away the Alistar. You could just ban any strong laning champ. Like, you could even ban Lulu here. I think Lulu works with the Vi really well, works well for laning. They're going to take away another engaged champ, though, in the Mbessa. And Mbessa is relatively playable into Gwen as well, as we've seen.
Yeah, kind of curious that they don't pick the Rumble for the ban. I feel like Rumble is a lot more common into Gwen than the Mbessa. So, yeah, seems to make sense that they just snatch it up there. By the way, also a great choice to pick up the Aurora for the team just to make sure that the Gwen doesn't get countered.
Yeah, that's a really smart point as well. Actually, I'm glad you mentioned that. One of the great counter picks in top for that. I think we always knew this was going to be Xayah. The Rakan was taken away. Jhin works as well, but I prefer the Xayah here just for consistent damage output, especially when you're dealing with the Yunara. Like, if you end up losing your front line and you're trying to go toe-to-toe Jhin versus Yunara, you will never, ever, ever be able to outplay that as the Jhin. And the Nautilus comes through for some extra engage. Are they bold enough to go Lulu here? Quantum does love an Enchanter support. You know, he is a bit of an Enchanter support guy.
Rel, thinking to be the choice, definitely offers a lot of AoE engage. It's fantastic alongside of the Rumble. Provides more frontline for the Yunara.
I look at these two drafts, and it feels very plain to see that Dudu has to carry this game. Like, his equalizers have to deny entry to team fights. They have to slow down the approach of this Gwen Wukong, because if you can use the equalizer to keep those melee champions away from your Yunara and then weaken those health bars to where Berserker can press R and start to clean up the fight, then the Rel re-engage comes through. I think it works out. I think the Vi Rumble is not going to be a combo you're looking to use onto the Xayah in most cases in this game. I think it's going to be more for mid-game pressure. In team fights, you can kind of re-engage with it. It's going to be flexible, but you don't want to be going into that meat grinder that is on the other side with the Xayah that can just press R and get away from you. So the Vi lost a little bit of value, I think, as the draft was completed, but the Rumble is still really strong here. Dudu's performance on it needs to be huge. We did see that yesterday, where the Rumble was able to zone and deny that one big Yunara fight.
So DNF stands for Do Not Fear. We just figured it out.
I guess so. I thought it was for DN Automotive Freaks, but...
No, it's Do Not Fear, and guess what?
They be fearless!
Freaks be fearless as well! They just... You got...
And it said, let's have a fun game.
Freaks be fearless. We got Fearless Draft.
I guess we'll see Nocturne in game 2. Maybe Fiddlesticks.
I don't know what to say, Wolf. All right, we got DRX up against the DN Freaks. Let's see what happens in game 1.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다. 미니언 생성까지 30초 남았습니다.
Here we go, game number 1.
We are on
DN fans.
Yeah, we are on the DN Freak side, and I can tell you that that cheer sounded louder than your average T1 cheer. That was a very hopeful crowd, to say the least.
Desperate, perhaps.
Perhaps both.
Yeah. And the cheer is, of course, DN fighting. Just
that also
shouting
works
out the
out
sponsor.
for DNF as well.
Yeah. Whoa.
Do not freak out. Also could work.
That's a good one.
Do not fumble. Yeah. Do not frazzled.
Do not frazzled.
There you go.
That's the best one, I think. Yeah. I think you did it. I think you got the best one.
Do not feed.
Well,
look, they usually don't do that.
A little bit late.
They
for that,
usually
Wolf.
don't do the feeding in the lane. The laning phase is fine.
That's true. That's true.
You know, it's just some of the later team fights where it's not really a feed. It's just an error of judgment.
Yeah, that's for sure. It's more of a team issue, more than anything else. But they've still attempted to make some roster swaps. What did you think of Doive when he came?
I thought Doive had a pretty decent performance, but obviously he'll never have the same sort of knowledge that Pyosik has. And I think given Doive's early, he's early in his career, like he just doesn't have accolades yet. He's not a world champion. It's hard to think that his voice is going to actually be the one that wins out and actually helps this team come together. Level 2 is hit here first for Berserker and Quantum. It's a matchup like this where you're not outranged. Yunara does quite well. You can just threaten Qs. She stacks those up. If you hit those Ws, the arc, as it's called, you get the slow, you can actually harass, but he didn't hit that one.
Yeah. Kind of unfortunate. I mean, it's still the Yunara just kind of wins every lane situation, especially when Varus is banned. It's like, well, just kind of sit here and get level 2 every single time. We've seen that, every duo that goes into Yunara, like everybody knows already, they just play super passively. Like they take trades on the first wave, and then after that, they're like, okay, this is over. Let's just get pushed in.
You can think of her Q almost like Jinx getting excited. She could just kind of press it once she has it stacked up. So you'll never win an auto attack trade against almost any champion, unless you're playing, something that has like a Lulu, with you, and you can just kind of shield, and like there's some fancy stuff you can do there. You polymorph. But if you play a Varus or an Ezreal, you just don't interact with auto attacks and you try to weave your poke in. That's like the ways you could beat her in lane. But otherwise, in a matchup like this with a Nautilus, it's a little bit tougher. Another arc will miss. What a hook will miss in return.
Yeah. Actually a nice look. I mean, if he hits that, there's feathers on the ground. Teddy can easily auto a couple more times. Nice burst. Although the engage here from Quanto, even nicer. As I called him Quanto, maybe a cooler name. It's going to be a very cool play here to the new supports joining us at DNF.
Here, I think Teddy is just going to have to get out of here. Committing to diving a Nautilus, though, I think is not a good idea.
Yeah, there's no wave really left over, so Quantum is going to just back away.
Yeah, even going to see a TP to
that
come
is
down
Gwen.
here. It's just going to be a swap, and they're going to leave. as Teddy is already heading to the top lane without his support for just a moment here. Dudu will actually match the swap. Could have decided to stay a little bit longer there, but decides just doesn't want to fall behind in tempo. It's a pretty huge lead in terms of farm, as Teddy, who does not have teleport, is not going to be able to catch that wave that Dudu pushes in. The timing of this for Rich, a little bit inconvenient, you could say. Ando's actually going to set a trap here. This could work out incredibly well if they don't read it, and I mean, Dudu just has no idea.
Hide on bush
here.
Sponge is here as well. Dudu has to flash. That's not the flash you were looking for, and now he is absolutely dead as the exhaust comes through. Got a little bit close there, but still, first blood is given over to Rich as he takes him down. Nice play there from the side of DRX.
That's a great way to turn around the fact that you're stuck in the bottom lane as a Nautilus. You're desynced with your AD carry. Look for a play like that. He flashes to get the root, expecting there's just no way Dudu can react in time. He's not going to be able to get the flash away to deny the auto from going off. He gets rooted. Then you have the guaranteed dredge line. And with Sponge there, it's an easy cleanup. Nicely done by Rich. Having the exhaust as well just gives him just enough slow to get that kill. And this puts DRX on the board early.
Yeah, it's going to feel very good for them to get first blood to Rich's Gwen, something he's been very confident in. Issue right now is that Teddy is having his lane pushed away from him, and he didn't get his support until now. So still about 10 CS behind, and the Unara is going to get even further ahead because the wave was larger against her. So definitely doesn't feel good for Teddy at the moment, especially after that early trade. Speaking of trading, Ando goes in. Ando goes out.
It's very tricky, but if you play it like Berserker did there, you can use your arc slow as a peel as well to get away, as an escape, so to speak, I should really say. But tough to hit is Bulldog's just going to look for a tempo ult.
Yeah. Speaking of tempo ults, we got another one here as a bunch of burst damage comes out from Yehu just to trade it back.
This kind of backfires a little bit.
This was on Vision. Piozic cleared a ward. We saw him doing that, and then he just started it up. Meanwhile, level 6 hit for Rich. Bunch of needles coming out towards Dudu, and he nearly just dies. Has to back away only because Piozic is here, but that's just a leash on the dragon. So DRX say, we're winning the bottom lane. We're getting the dragon. Mid lane, you know, it was basically a trade. It's not a big deal that Yehu is low because he's getting everything else.
Yeah, it's just, I mean, without Prio, it's hard for Bulldog to just hold his ultimate and try to come over and help out the Drake and then try to deny Yehu from getting over there. So he kind of ends up trading awkwardly, and then Yehu gets the advantage. He can't join the fight. He has Tibbers, but without being able to actually get to the dragon itself. With the control, they did not have bottom side, with Rich having the lead in the lane with a really nice ult. Dragon is going to go over. Not a bad, like, I don't think the decision-making there for DNF was wrong per se, but just did not work out the way they wanted.
See that Andal keeps going in onto the Rel, and there is a big wave right here. Also, the Unara is feeling very strong at the moment in this lane. Doesn't feel like Xayah does a whole lot into the Unara at this point in the game.
Yeah, it's really tough, just especially with the lead that she already has. And she bought a Cull, so she is really going to kind of explode into the mid-game.
She's had that for a while, actually.
Yeah, 67 stacks, so early back, grabbing it.
That was a cannon. That Bulldog trying to hold on to his stun, the classic Annie maneuver where you're like, I want to keep my stun, so I don't want to use my Q, and then you just try to auto the cannon and you miss, and it's like,
it's
what's
things
going
like
on?
that make me not play Annie, because Annie is one of those easy champions, right? You think you're like, oh, it's easy, you just stun, you press R, like you win the game. And then you try laning against a really strong laning opponent, you know, a bully like Aurora, and you're like, ooh, I lost a little bit of control, and now I just can't hit the minions. It's really annoying. Oh, I lost my stun. Oh, she all in me. But I got the cannon, and now I have to TP back to lane.
Yeah. Can be very annoying. Bulldog hoping that it goes better for him here on the Annie than us in solo queue.
I mean, he's not really that behind.
Yeah, no, he's fine. But he did miss the cannon, so he's behind mentally.
He didn't hit the cannon and then end up getting all in by Yehu and lose control of the lane. So I think he's like calling worth on that one. Would have liked to get the cannon, but
Sponge just doing 3 grubs on Vision.
Yeah, Quantum is caught as well. There's nobody here.
Yeah. Quantum's like, shouldn't we do something about this, guys? Everybody's like, no. I mean, it's just grubs. It's not the end of the world, although this very strong Gwen and even the Aurora, I feel like, can use it pretty well, but
yeah, it's not like
how it goes.
The end of the world, but it is the end of turrets if they have a mid-game deficit.
Yeah.
And
it's a problem.
Yeah, it's not the situation you're often looking for, especially when the Gwen is already up a kill on the Rumble inside. Rich does not have Flash, of course, but Exhaust is going to be very helpful here in this potential defense. Doesn't have a stacked Q, is just going to ult.
Yeah, Dudu already tanking the turret, and he is not going down Rich as the turret shot gets him, and Pyosik even takes one for good measure. The dive is just a 1-for-1. So we got just more trades here in mid. Looks like Bulldog's doing just fine.
Yeah, they aren't going to really lose anything for committing Pyosik down there. He's the one who gets the kill and not Dudu, though, which feels pretty frustrating. An assist worth of gold will go over to Dudu at least in this case, but see if this is a catch.
Oh boy, Yehu has this all too. Bulldog even takes a turret shot, and that's a kill going over to Sponge. Just a bit over aggressive after a nice trade from Bulldog means that, well, it's just going to be a kill for the Wukong.
Yeah, so this is the initial play here. Rich really deciding he wants to all in on the wave, but then is able to offer damage back as Pyosik goes out of turret range. And so the aggro is still picked up there from Dudu. And then here, Bulldog has a ward in the brush on the right side of your screen, and I think that's why he feels relatively safe to be up like this. But unfortunately for him, his support is too far away to save him, and the Wukong can engage from the Raptors, so nice angle of approach there for Sponge.
Yeah, you know, there was a time where Wukong couldn't go over walls, and then they changed that. And ever since then, he's been in and out of the meta, and right now he is the most meta jungler, I would say. Our
Next
team's,
to Pantheon, of course, who
well,
we won't see.
That's true. I always forget about him because, well, we've only seen him once. And he won very handily. It's very good. But yeah, the most meta jungler that actually gets played. You know, Trundle's up there. I think a lot of our teams still highly value Trundle. And for a good reason, like Sponge got 5 kills on Trundle. Was it Sponge? No, it wasn't Sponge.
Was it Raptor? No, it was
Croco.
Croco.
Croco, yeah.
Croco.
Croco got it yesterday. And they didn't win, but you could see the strength of the Trundle.
It's looking a little bit Berserker colored if you're a DNF hoper right now. If you're kind of on the hope train.
Yeah.
I wouldn't say hype train, but on the hope train.
Yeah.
Because he's the only one who has a gold lead. He is going to cash in a call. He is going for the faster spike build we talked about yesterday. I don't know if he's going to have enough setup with the deficits they have to fight early, but, you know, maybe he could have a Yunara moment, which we're not going to make a thing, but
yeah,
could be kind of a thing in this particular case, as they are going to try to come over and contest this dragon, but I just don't see the angle here.
It's too late. It is going to be a Chemtech Soul, by the way. Ondel trying to engage, but they just disengage because Yunara does Yunara things, and the Rel just kind of hops away as well. So, yeah, they just kind of gave that Drake away. It is double dragon given over to DRX.
Right.
And, I mean, it's going to feel very good, those first couple of dragons. Ocean and Mountain for just a little bit of extra tankiness against, you know, an all-in from the Vi, the Rel, the Rumble.
We're memeing yesterday when we coined this term double dragon, but it is actually extremely relevant because often at that moment you find out what the soul is, and then the value of double dragon can be doubly assessed. It's like, okay, you got the stats from those two, but also are you that much closer to soul point threaten? And DNF kind of high rolling on losing double dragon here in that it's a Chemtech soul. It's pretty good for Gwen Wukong, yeah, to be honest, but like it could be Infernal, right? It could be Hextech. Although, you know, it's not actually the greatest Hextech comp for DRX. Hard to have a bad Hextech one, but, you know, hard to proc that, I suppose, with this composition. But, you know, there's no poke, really. I just, I think for DNF, it's about where can you pick your battles. Kraken Slayer is done for Berserker. Where can you find the way to catch somebody, right? You know, jump out of a brush as Bulldog. If you don't have Pride, if you don't have control over the map, you're playing passively, you're letting the Aurora push into you, you're letting the Gwen threaten turrets. That's the scary part.
See Ondel and Sponge roaming around like a death squad at the moment, just trying to find whoever they can. Looks like they cleared out that ward in the river too, so just really no vision. This is going to be spotted though. Pyosik does clear that ward out. But now they know he's on the bottom side, and they can roam even deeper into the enemy jungle and actually look for a kill on a Berserker. Sponge just kind of awkwardly going to run away from this one, but now the Ghost comes out. Sponge in an awkward spot. Now he's going on to Teddy, actually, who is going to be forced to use something, as finally we see him use his abilities. The flash comes through, the root under the turret, and Berserker just barely is going to get away.
See that reaction on the player cam, both relief but also frustration that he wasn't able to secure the kill there. Is able to trade his summoners for Teddy's. I think that's a trade up for the Xayah in every case because of the safety her ultimate will provide and the lack of safety that Yunara has in team fights, especially because Sponge still holds on to that critical ultimate for the next objective fight, which will be the Herald. Berserker also now down that critical ultimate, which is basically a necessity if you're going to be team fighting with the Yunara. But he saw the Lions, right? He saw the angle. That was a really good read by him, going on to the Xayah, knowing he could actually collapse there. Has his Kraken Slayer spike. It's just unfortunately not quite enough damage. At least he was able to at least escape after Teddy's perfectly placed root there. So close to getting an even bigger advantage over his counterpart, but not able to get it.
Yeah.
Bit of a tragedy.
I mean, like you mentioned, Yunara Berserker is the guy that you have a lot of hope for. And if you are a DNF fan, I do think that with Nautilus, with Ghost as well from the Unsealed Spellbook and Flash and his ult, and Wukong in the same place, you can't really fight. They're going to fight anyway. Let's see how that goes, because I think as DRX, you could just look for Yunara and engage onto her, as now that's a very nice wombo combo from the side of DNF, but they're really not doing all that much. Finally, the Timbers does come down, but it's 2 kills to the side of DRX. The issue, though, being is that Berserker is still alive, and that is very scary for DRX, but still picking up 2 kills, not half bad.
Yeah, who has TP? They could actually look to contest the Herald itself, which was not taken in the fight. DNF, I think, are wisely going to try to push this mid turret instead. They have even Tibbers here to back that up. Berserker, unfortunately, going to take a turret shot. They decide not to commit fully to the mid turret, nor do they commit to the Herald, so they end up almost winning a fight, giving over kills. And, like, remember I mentioned at the beginning of this, Dudu has to carry. He's here just in time to capitalize on this fantastic re-engage from Quantum. The Equalizer really couldn't have gone better here, but they still can't secure the kills. Like, Berserker, once again, so close. If he had his Ghost here, you know, maybe there was a higher value in that fight. Like, if he was able to close that gap, maybe there's a world, but now DRX regroup faster, will be able to get this Herald. And it's, you know, just another unfortunate objective loss here. I mean, DRX have objective feats of strength. They have all the grubs. They have both dragons. Now, a 4th in the bag. If there was a 4th objective feat of strength to pick it up, they'd grab it. Because Herald belongs to them as well. And that will likely just be mid-turret at the same time as the dragon spawns. I mean, this just doesn't get worse for DNF.
Yeah, it's definitely a big issue. Rich here. Just going to Mega Cone his way over to the bottom lane. They don't need him, as what happened here. We are going to have a charge, it looks like. The Smite, though, available, so we're not going to have a crash. Start of the charge, but no finish there. Some good ward control coverage from the side of Quantum. I do have to say, regardless of how this game goes, he has had a very stellar early game.
Absolutely.
Coming in as the new guy.
Looking like a big upgrade right now. DNF still wrestle that Pry away. They defend the Herald charge, so this is an ideal scenario for them. Berserker doesn't quite have his Ghost back, but it's almost ready. He has ult at the ready too. They need to be really careful how they engage this. Dudu's Equalizer placement could just be for zoning if they can get that dragon low.
All right, just doing a ton of damage to this dragon. Ondil going to go on in, just presses his ult on a Berserker. They're zoned away, but a lot used here by the set of DRX is down to Ondil. And finally, the Wukong will follow up, trying to just chip away at that front line. They already got the Annie. The burn on a Pilshik is enough. And they pulled off of the dragon at the same time, as Pilshik wasn't there for the smite. And so DRX take another big fight here and another dragon.
Just too many tools for DRX. Like, Dudu, again, has a perfect Equalizer given this scenario. He's so patient with it. He waits for the engage. Like, Ondil's engage is a little bit haphazard, to be honest. He gets under Berserker, but the follow-up isn't there. Then they try to close the gap, and then the Equalizer is there, but they just can't hold on to control. Like, Berserker doesn't do enough damage yet. Look at this. He goes in, doesn't hit the hooks, just
zoned away.
R. And Berserker can't do damage at this moment. Now starts to, of course, hit a Nautilus. The Equalizer comes through, but look at the value from Sponge. And, like, there's just no way to get in and do more. They just can't. Dudu's already used his ultimate. And I mean, you're just going to go into the meat grinder of Gwen Wukong if you try to push in further. Berserker's like, I autoed as much as I can.
Yeah.
I just don't have anything else in the tank yet. I'm sitting on an item and a half. Teddy's on 2.
I mean, they just have too many answers for the Yunara. Like you talked about it first. First pick Yunara, and then they already had Wukong, and then they picked Nautilus and Aurora. Like, it's just way too many things to deal with. And Berserker, like, all Andil had to do, even though he just essentially hooked the wall, pressed R on Yunara, and then died. Like, that's all he did, but it was still very effective. Like, that was Andil's job. He's like, what is my job? You press R on Yunara. He's like, oh, God. Well, it's a very important one, and if you don't have DPS there, it's going to be a big issue.
And it's like...
You called it, like, Dudu's got to do a lot of heavy lifting if Yunara doesn't exist, but he can only do so much.
If he had, you know, Azonius, or even if he had, like, an arm guard, maybe he makes a flashier play there. Maybe he, like, literally flashes in, tries to hold Q and go golden, and maybe that's enough damage for Berserker to clean up, but he just doesn't have the money for that. He doesn't have those items. He doesn't have those tools. In the game state here, where DRX, again, control every single objective. And DNF just have to wait and scale. The Runins is done now, as this is optimistic Andil.
That's what they call him, optimistic Andil. But, yeah, just exerting pressure, I guess, fighting over banana brush control. There's no objective here just yet, but there is Otacon, so just trying to fight for bottom side. Yeah, Teddy going to try to turn around as his team comes up. Here comes Quantum. And now a stun on Andil. Looks very much caught out. They have tons of stuns, and it is going to be enough to take down the Nautilus, so nicely done by DNF.
Berserker really is seeing blood in the water. I mean, he's got Lethal Temple. You get on top of that Zaya, you push her away. Teddy can't really match that fight, even, you know, with the items he has. Like, the Runins isn't going to get value in a 1v1 that much, but obviously Teddy is just sitting there going, well, I need more support, and Andil's out of position, and then the whole thing collapses. And Quantum had, like, poor man's flash because he had Ghost and Heal, so he can close the gap. And Berserker is just not pulling any punches. He knows that he can straight up go toe-to-toe with the Zaya in a 1v1 in the mid-prio fight, and he is just not going to give Teddy any quarter, despite the fact that Teddy's 2-0 and won this game. If he can continue to apply that pressure, maybe they can find some angles, because it's still a sub-2,000 gold lead here, and he is still the only gold advantage in any role here for DNF. You can see his damage is below Dudu's, but that should change as this game goes on.
Yeah.
And it's a Chemtech Soul. You know, DNF can let 3 dragons go over, sit back, and maybe it's an Otacon attempt from DRX that goes wrong, that gives them an opportunity. Like, they still are in this game, and it's just going to be hard to play out.
Yeah. I think smartly, DNF haven't made any big maneuvers at the Otacon. We've seen a lot of our teams do that and fail. And, you know, you got to be very careful, especially when you're getting chipped away at, and they have a lot of engage plus Yunara. It can be very dangerous. Trying to take down Yehu here, like the angle on the Mega Cone, but is it enough damage as he just hops away? He is Aurora after all. But a nice try. Pyoshik doesn't quite get his ult off.
I'm not quite able to do so. I don't know if this is the angle Rich is really looking for there alone. And we'll back away. DNF didn't have full vision, so they decide to not interact with that, but it could have been a backfire there for Rich, who has a 300 gold bounty. There's a lot of bounties, actually, just looking at the list here. For the paltry lead, you know, 1.5k, there's almost that much in bounties on the other side. So pretty significant, like, swing of gold could happen if DNF win a team fight. I mean, I think this game looks a lot more one-sided than it could potentially be if there's another Wombo combo, right, with Quantum and Dudu. Quantum's got his flashback. I'm really on the hope train right now, Valdez.
Okay. Gonna be secure here from Pyoshik as now the engage comes in, but that's onto the Wukong. That's not the target you want this time, Quantum, as now Pyoshik's gonna go in, provides a front line for Berserker, doing a ton of damage here on the left side. That ult, that Feather Storm was totally useless, and the Feathers do not get called back onto anyone. DNF win a fight.
All right, look at that gold lead vanish, down to 300 now. And I don't think Rich is going to be able to do anything to contest here, even with Andil's help. They're just going to have to back out, even maybe looking to try to push the mid-turret, but Bulldog's one step ahead. Yehu looks for the steal with the weirding, isn't going to be able to get it. And they're going to actually pull to Otacon. This means the mid-turret should go down. In fact, it will, but I think this is definitely going to be calling worth here for DNF if they could secure this.
I mean, they're already getting poked down a little bit. They got to be extremely careful about this, even in a 5v3 situation.
I mean, Sponge is
Yeah.
coming over.
Ult's coming in. Like, look at Piosik's health bar. This call, he's just dead. Yeah, who just kills him? And they don't know how to smite anymore. And guess who's coming on over? Rich trying to do some damage, but he's going to be taken out. Doesn't quite work out. They only get Piosik. The Zodicon will go the way of DNF. There's no smite, but it doesn't matter because Sponge is not here either.
Yeah, Ando didn't have smite. He looked like he was maybe going to go for the Dredgeline steal, but decides not to. This moment here is everything that can go right, and this is like Quantum being like, I deserve this spot. Again, finds a fantastic engage, and even though it's onto the Wukong, this is great communication between Piosik and Berserker. They are able to get over the wall. Berserker uses his empowered dash from his ultimate to chase there, and then boom, Bulldog drops the ult on top of Teddy after he has no escape anymore, and they just delete him. And here this is optimistic playing around, like you said, the shredded resistance is here. Yehu's like, I have so much damage, I can take out the jungler. But the rest of DNF was rotating down. They had the man advantage. Teddy and the Wukong are just not here. Like, they cannot get here in time, so Sponge is just trying to run as fast as he can, but it's going to be a big win for DNF, and the comeback is now theirs, and this has been some of the best coordination we've seen from this team all year, and maybe just changing one player in the support can make that big of a difference.
I mean, that shows you really the importance of the support role. I mean, we've seen some really high-level supports in our league. We've been very grateful. I've been very grateful to have so many of them. And Quantum is trying to join the list right now. We have an equalizer here in mid, so they're trying to set something up. But yeah, I mean, they oftentimes call the shots. So we see a lot of engaged supports, and Quantum's playing one of the most important ones that we've seen so many big plays on, even from some of our junglers back in the day. You think about Owner's Rel play. Just going to go for the Baron.
Yeah, this is pretty risky. Bulldog has an idea about this. Quantum has his ult available as well. I don't know about this one, DRX. It's going to have to be a great turn. Sponge no flash, but he's in position to Warrior's Trickster ult.
Oh, they're just going to try to burn it. They're not even turning. Okay, the turn is kind of coming in here. A bit of a go on to Piosik. He's getting low. He flashes out of the pit, and that means there is no hope for this Baron. And a bunch of needles coming out. It looks like Rich is too low. They should be able to take him down, as does Berserker. But DRX got a full Baron out of that play.
Yeah, surprised to see the turn away and just not looking for the smite steal. Piosik does live, but I feel like if you get that, you could probably still win the ensuing fight, or at least get some chase and push DRX away. Ultimately, they get Rich only. And this fight is pretty broken up, right? I think DRX, if they had turned faster, they probably crushed this. But instead, they really want to hold the Baron, and it's the late Aurora ultimate here. And then Piosik is like, not in smite range, going to flash out. Rich goes for the chase there, which ultimately ends up being his demise. And I think DNF realized, okay, we could probably get some cleanup kills here. And then they're like, that outer on the top lane is still up. We're not going to be able to get anything further. See what the Baron gets done here for DRX, though, because they do not have any tempo on the map right now.
Sponge doesn't have his...
Flash is so close!
He doesn't have his
10
W
seconds.
either. He's just dead. That was very, very sad, very silly. And they just get the Baron buff away from the DRX jungler.
I mean,
And a nice kill.
are we seeing DNF be decisive, Valdez? A little bit?
If they're proactive, it gives the Unara so much room.
Yeah.
If DRX are the ones engaging, sure, the Unara's going to have trouble. But we haven't really seen DRX have a solid 5-man engage as a team, right? So,
I mean, they're going to get the inner turret and top lane with the Baron buff. Yehu just camping this. He had TP, so he can make the call to do this. But it's in trade for Berserker picking up a turret bottom side. Sure, not the same level of turrets and outer, but he's got so much money. And you know, sometimes when you don't win fights early, when you go for the Bork Runins or the Kraken Runins build, you feel pretty bad about where your game state is, but they were able to win fights despite it later on. He has IE now. He is incredibly strong, and he's just picking up more and more gold with these turrets that are left around the map. And he has a massive lead over Teddy. I mean, he had a smaller one earlier, but he's just really the main character here, and DNF have been playing around him so incredibly well. And even though we think, and I think we're right, that DRX have a great comp in Unara, they haven't been able to group up and fight properly. The Baron turn was really poor, and we're just not seeing a normal 5v5 of this team. You know, we haven't since really the mid game.
yeah. I mean, if they press their buttons on the right targets, still an option. Andel going to go in here, but that is on a Quantum, who is going to smartly disengage. The rest of his team had already just kind of run away.
I mean, this is a Chemtech Dragon here. DNF shouldn't overcommit, but I mean, they have a nice angle to potentially flank.
All right, looking for Andel here. That's a ton of burst damage. They take out the support of DRX, but immediately down goes Quantum as in goes Yehu, kind of going insane on the Aurora, and not necessarily in a good way. He's going to be taken out. Meanwhile, Dudu is going to be pushed away from the fight.
I think he can still escape, though. I don't know about a re-engage here from Teddy. Does have his ult and flash, but the target selection, I mean, who are you really going to go on here? Berserker down his summoners, but he's got his dash back, and they've got an Annie here. This is a really risky situation for DRX. They want the soul badly. I just don't know if it's realistic.
I mean, Dudu has TP, so eventually this just becomes a 4v3. They smartly just wait, and the second the TP comes out, maybe DRX were just kind of posturing to make sure he TPs in, which, fair enough if they are, but yeah, I was worried as well that they were just going to kind of send it, especially into the 6-0-4 Berserker Yunara.
And like, if you're Quantum right now, think about how long you've waited for this moment to potentially finally be starter and how much of an impact he's had this game, and then the punishes he's had on someone who also he was playing behind on Kwangdong as well. In Andel, he's got to be feeling doubly good about how his game is going, because it's starting to feel like a pretty big gap in terms of the impact here of these supports. Yeah, he's 0-4 and 9. He has an extra death over Andel, but I don't think that the impact of these two supports can really be equated. It's definitely Quantum who's done a lot more heavy lifting in this game and often sacrificing himself in order for those team fights to work out. Berserker has a perfect KDA. You can see them on the player shot every time. It looks like he's like pulling the weight off his shoulders because he knows that he is so important. He cannot make a mistake. He cannot get caught. He's got a shield bow now for some additional safety. And it starts to feel like DNF have done what they needed to do in this game to get over some of the hurdles and potentially win this one. Sure, there's still a lot of problems in terms of the engage tools, but Berserker has proven that his team, both his positioning is good enough and his team knows exactly how to play around his weaknesses when he's down summoners. And now he's level 16. This is, you know, big ult. I am liking the position here for DNF quite a lot. I'm just going to get this inner here for free.
Yeah, Pilchik actually pushed through the enemy jungle, put down a control ward, cleared out everything, and kind of said, well, we pushed the Xayah top, so they're probably all topside, so kind of a free push in mid. Just little things like that can get you into a position to, you know, hit an item spike, or at this point, I mean, the spikes aren't really being hit, but like another completed item, another step ahead, you know, maybe an elixir before an important fight. Berserker has so much more gold than everyone else in the game.
Yeah, it's crazy.
The most damage.
They've been given all the turrets to him. You know, he has Cole he cashed in earlier, nearly 40 CS lead over his opposition.
All he's got to do, stay safe in a fight and use that damage, and DNF have a legitimate shot at winning this game.
He's even got a BF sword additionally on top of all of this damage. He's soon to have a GA. If he wins this fight, he might not even need to buy one. They might be able to end, and we are 32 minutes into this game. And I don't think there's a scrappy fight where two people walk out on both sides. I think it's going to be a sweep, whoever wins this fight. The Quantum angle
of the engage here. It's on the Bulldog. I mean, that is a decent target, but he gets the timbers out, and that's not going to be great. They finally do get Bulldog, but look at this front line. Just burning. Teddy goes Teddy! Nearly takes off Berserker's head, but that means that he loses his own, and now Rich is going to, go golden. But I think eventually, yeah, he just goes down. DNF win a very important fight, and we'll look at the Baron.
Yeah, they are pretty low here, so, you know, with the timers of the death respawn timers for DRX, I think an end could have been possible if they had a wave, but they don't. You can see the wave is actually in mid. Yehu pushed that out, so they're just going to get Baron. Can reset full and use that Baron to siege the base. I know what everyone's thinking, right? Situation like this is probably the fight you thought, surely DNF will throw it away again. But I mean, look at the situation here. Berserker is so well positioned, and Quantum is there to set up the engage, but he also gets to, in this case, re-engage. And Teddy looks very similar to play to what we saw Viper do yesterday on the Xayah, trying to execute the Yunara to save the game. There's just too much peel. He's too big to fail. And I don't think DNF are going to lose this game. I just don't see any way. I think this game state and how well they've been playing together, I mean, this is the best coordination frankly I think we've seen since like LCK Cup for this roster.
Which was like February.
I don't want to, you know, say like I'm jinxing. I just don't think jinxes are going to be real in this one. I think DNF done it, Valdez. Like, can confidently say I don't think there's any chance.
I think given the current form of DRX in this game, I would agree. You know, the all-ins onto Bulldog, onto Quantum, onto not Berserker are giving me pause. And DNF are loving it. They're playing it really well. Like, not to take anything away from them. It's just the fact that DRX are also at the same time not really hitting those beats that they need to. Like, even that fight where Ondel kind of just went in and died and just pressed his R on Berserker, like, that was fine in the mid-game, but we're not seeing any more of that so far.
That's when, like, Berserker's like, well, I just can't do enough damage, right? I don't have the items yet. I'm on 1.5. I got a Zeal, man. Now he's, like, full build.
Yeah.
GA's at the ready.
And his teammates also do a lot of damage, too, so now it's like the conundrum of, well, if we int for Berserker, maybe we just died everybody else, and Berserker has GA. So now you've really put yourself behind the 8-ball.
Yeah. Like, this comp shouldn't be allowed to get to this point. And DRX with a few fumbles. And, I mean, now this is just going to be straight up free Dragon here. Again, it's a lot of healing and shielding power that might not necessarily matter in this game. Man, he's got a shield. You know, there's some...
Rel?
Yeah.
Yeah?
He's got a shield bow, Berserker.
Yeah, okay.
But yeah, I mean, the soul would have been fantastic for Wukong Gwen, but they just look like they're not ever going to get it.
Vi and Rumble both have a little shield?
Yeah, no, I mean, like, for me, I'm looking at the soul now. I'm like, okay, extra resistance is extra damage.
Yeah, no, for real. I mean, the fact that they're one away, and if they get that is going to be quite big for their chances in this game. All right, looking for something. We got the big zoom in from Jonah Strong. He could feel it as they're trying to go for the front line. Pretty much anyone, and they're just going to press their buttons on a sponge. And the follow-up from Quantum is huge. And the equalizer as well on top of it. DNF are too big to fail. And it is actually coming true. They will win game number 1 as Yehu is also taken down. And DNF are crushing it. The fans are already ready to cry. It's just game 1.
Did not finish today. Did not fail. 909 Berserker. He is the man to carry this one, but his team set him up in every scenario, and it's a crushing victory here. DRX had a nice lead, but it all fell apart. DNF. Another win on the board for Yunara. And man, that last fight, you could just see the, like, why don't we just engage on their engaged champions? Because if we just lock anybody down, Berserker will press R and delete them. He was forced into his GA, but he just didn't care. Because like you said, everyone's big at that point. And man, that's the kind of win you want if you're Quantum. That's the kind of win you want if you know you've got to win 8 in a row. And that's basically the minimum, okay, for this squad to go to play-ins. And if you're DRX, and this is a series that felt like almost unanimously you would predict them to win. They end up getting crushed in the first game with a draft that's so good into DNF's comp. They just got outplayed and outshot called. And the fact that I could say DNF outshot called any LCK team right now
anyone.
Is, I mean, that's this could be a turning point. I'm not saying that it's going to save them or send them to play-ins, but maybe they could play spoiler for the rest of this Rise group.
Yeah, you know, it's a start. Game 1, they actually take the win, and there you go. And just waiting for that DNF win is this guy, and they got to win one more, and they'll have another series win under their belts. They will double their series wins that they have so far. We'll see if they can do it after the break.
다야 볼게 다야. 내가 탱이야 내가 탱.
라인 지키자 나가서
미도면 돼 얘들아. 미도면 돼. 미도면 끝나.
everyone. Welcome to the space here on this Thursday, and we got a little surprise in the rise. It was the DN Automotive Freaks getting a win here on Yunara, and they're up 1-0 over DRX. The stakes are clear. They lose, they are out of playoffs for the DN Automotive Freaks. So DNF looking to get the win. Digon here alongside Ox Chronicler. What a start here for the DNF fans.
Yeah, good win. You know, brought the sub in, managed to find the victory with the new champion, Berserker, having a fantastic game. You know, he's had some of the better performances for this team, but right at the last moment when they really needed a game when it comes through and hoping they can continue that in this series.
And let's be real, even if they end up winning the series but don't make the playoffs, we just need these guys to get a break, okay? I almost had a mental breakdown. Some might argue had a mental breakdown.
I was about to argue.
Last time that we saw DNF throw a 10k gold lead. So I need them to win today. I don't know if we'll get that, but I do think that it's good to get a win here. And you can kind of at least bounce back mentally from what has obviously been an extremely rough split, even if you don't end up making it into the actual play-ins.
Yeah, big substitute coming on in for them at the support role. Quantum in, Life out. Let's take a look at the draft here because it started off on the red side, PAV, as the Pantheon Azir Varus, but then after that, things kind of go off the rails a little bit.
So I want to talk about this because I thought this was cool. So the Gwen ends up getting picked by DRX, and they also pick the Aurora up, which is typically a counter, and they specifically leave the Rumble open, which we've seen often picked into Gwen. But the Rumble's on red side. And the reason this is significant is there was actually a video released recently by Freak, which talks about this in great detail. There's actually a bug with dot champions on red side, and it affects Rumble the most. And you can check his video out if you want more details. But basically, his Q and ult just deal less damage on red side. They are planning to address this in the next patch, but right now you can see there's a massive win rate discrepancy with Rumble on red side. So I think this is honestly something teams should take into account. If you're trying to match a blue side Gwen with a Rumble, you're actually just going to do less damage. And you can see in solo queue, it does make things a lot harder to win having that Rumble on red side. Apparently it wasn't enough for DNF. They still managed to win the game despite this, but it really does impact the champion's success.
Yeah, some might say despite Dudu, because I still think his play and really both solo lanes isn't quite where I need it to be. We can, Dan actually was joking the whole time as I see Dudu walk off for a fight he should take. It's like, it's the red side, which I don't think is necessary, but Quantum on the rel, actually, for me, the big standout today, together with obviously Berserker. And if we take a look at the first highlight, I really want to showcase the biggest weakness for DNF has been so consistently their team fights. They have had good laning phases, they have had decent objective setups, but the fights were never there. And guess what? This time, fully sended, we have Quantum who's ready to give his life, and I think that's something that they needed. Someone to just say, guys, I'm going to send it, the follow-up is good, and it buys the space for Berserker to perform.
And we've often seen Vi into Wukong not be super successful because it's hard to pick him off as a target. Because of that initial charge by the Rel, Wukong has to burn the clone, so Pioshi can then target the actual Wukong afterwards. And that was the turning point really for the game where they started to find momentum.
Yeah, proactivity and decisive decision-making here by Quantum saying, hey, we're going on in. And it kind of felt like the team wasn't always ready, but they continued to follow his calls and continue to find fights like they did here over at the Baron, 32 minutes on in. And this one, yet again, another good look here to turn it around. Very close, though.
Quantum just doesn't have the baggage that the rest of this team has, right? So I think he's very willing to send it. As we see here, actually a good attempt from Teddy to try and salvage the play with the flash forward. But more telling is that DNF are actually playing for team fights. They're keeping their backline safe, and they're following up on the engages in a manner that we just haven't seen, I think, for the entirety of round 3, and even going back to a lot of round 2. This team has just not been able to win. I think we're literally talking like they've won, what, like 2 free team fights? And now they've won, what, 3 in a game? That's a really big deal. And even if they end up losing the series, even if DRX bounce back, I really think that we should celebrate that because that is a big deal for a team that's been struggling this much.
I also think that, we've talked so many times about how this team, these players have all had high highs in their careers, and it feels like the environment of just losing game after game, series after series is always going to bring the team down. It feels like having a fresh player in makes such a big difference. It does make you wonder if they'd made that change earlier, could they have turned things around maybe a bit sooner? but definitely having someone just to lead the charge, and especially pairing up with Berserker, who is having a fantastic game and hopefully a fantastic series, really making a big change, big difference.
Yeah, I've heard BLG have done this with great success as well.
Multiple times.
You know, just keep rotating. You'll find a good one eventually.
Feel good story for DNF, but if you're DRX, you're in the middle of a playoff battle. You got to get it together. The Bros and BNK FearX are your competition to make it to playoffs, so they don't want to drop this series. But that man right there trying to get himself his second series win in his LCK career. Let's see if he's able to do it, or will DRX be able to battle back as we send it over to the casters.
Thank you guys for that wonderful breakdown as we're getting ready for game number 2. Says very nice drawing of Teddy. We'll see if he can make a comeback here. Doesn't have to play against Unara the next time around. Going to the Army on Monday.
Yep. I wonder when he's going to get his haircut.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. Can't bring that hair to the Army. It's not going to work.
Yeah, I'm sure he's dreading it. You got to keep those locks as long as you can. Seen a lot of great, a lot of the StarCraft Brood War players, when they had to go to the military, would stream their haircut. I've seen a lot of great haircut videos. I'm sure there's probably been some League players who've done the same. Here we go, Valdez. Game 2. 1 win away from, as Deacon aptly put it, Berserker's second LCK win of his career. And when you think about DN Freaks, you think about the tribulations of this roster and the struggles they've had all year long. You're like, yeah, I mean, second win for this team, of course. But then you think about Berserker, how hyped he was, his success overseas, his return to the LCK, the potential this roster had, and you go, man, isn't that crazy? Especially after watching a performance like he had in Game 1. Here we go. Let's see what the draft is going to look like here. Unara is gone. The Wukong is gone. And, some of these other picks, I think we're not that high prio. I think we're still going to see the Azir, and we're going to see this draft remade. Rich, wake up! We got a draft to do.
A little bit of extra rest. So it's a nice large red mouse pad he's got.
Was that Rich you were referring to?
Yeah,
I missed it.
it looks good.
Yeah.
I liked it. Stood out at least. Like me today, I'm wearing all orange.
Yeah, you guys can't see. Maybe he'll stand up later, but you won't be able to show the shoes. But he's got full shoes. Socks, not orange though. Actually, I have to call you out on that one.
Yeah, I didn't think about that actually. Also the tie, which I didn't really have a say in that, but
we
I would have liked if it was also orange.
We do have the update that is an issue with Dudu's client in particular, so that will take a little bit of time to resolve. Well, that came back up, so that makes me feel like maybe
it was
it's
just
resolved.
a little bit of time. Just a little bit of time.
There's that red mouse pad. Yeah, it's very red.
Yeah, it is.
I mean, it's just unusual because most people don't have a red mouse pad. It's usually dark or sponsor colored, but here we go. Pantheon, Azir, Varus. On the left side, though, where things get a little interesting, that Nocturne is banned, so do not fear. Still a thing because they won't be able to use the Nocturne fear. As Trundle is also gone.
Yeah.
See what this final ban is. They banned Orianna last time, if I'm not mistaken. So we'll see if they do that again. With the Nocturne already gone, maybe a little bit less value for that. Maybe banning a Rise.
You can just ban Talia and then pick Azir if they don't ban it, but instead it's a Sivir ban.
Baiting the Talia Azir matchup, where obviously Bulldog will have the counter pick, but I think you prefer Talia in that case, but Azir has been stronger, so it's just kind of an interesting conversation to have. Of course, Yehu will get the first choice, and the Poppy gets banned, so that's what we're going to see. I don't think anyone's going to be first picking Rakan because Poppy is gone, especially with Talia available. And I personally prefer, right now, the Talia, actually. They want to respond, so I guess.
Yeah,
like,
I mean,
pick first.
They ban Nocturne and Trundle, so they just want to first pick a jungler. That kind of goes with anything. It does give Azir first, and Skarner very good into the Xin Zhao. If he charges in, you impale him, you kill him.
The reason I like Talia more is, first of all, it's a strong matchup into the Azir in general, but it also gives you a lot more global power and objective control. Like, Azir has one of the most team fight warping ultimates in the game for objectives, but he's not able to use it to wall effectively. I mean, he can kind of do that, but he can't just say, oh, 3 of your players can't be in this fight for a few seconds, and now we secure Dragon. Whereas Taliyah can do that, so it can get you out of a lot of sticky situations, and she still has pick potential. She's got a mini Azir ult on one of her basic abilities. Azir does way more damage, so that's kind of the trade-off. Alistar going to get pushed up here, actually, into the first phase. Poor Andil had a weaker performance than I think we'd expect in Game 1.
Yeah, they kind of put him on Nautilus duty, and it just led to him going in and dying to Yunara over and over. So this time, he's going to have a much better chance. Sion being hover here, the Trundle is banned. Something we see all the time is the Sion priority skyrocket in that case, but instead...
I'd rather see Ornn, to be honest, with the draft they've already shown. But either frontliner feels really good with the Azir, and they are going to go for the Sion ultimately. Sion is really strong as a brick wall in lane. Very difficult to dive. Opens up a lot of options for you in the bottom lane, because you know that if they are trying to push your bottom lane, like the Sion is going to be strong. If you want to play through bottom lane and dive the enemy bottom 2v2, your Sion is going to be fine if the jungler tries to cross map. So very powerful, not to mention just the front line he's going to provide. And if he gets hit by a shove, Taliyah does not care. Or sorry, the Sion does not care.
Yeah. Can be annoying. They're probably going to need some kind of hyper carry here for Teddy, which wouldn't be too surprising. Would really like that Sivir, but also, you know, Azir Sivir we've seen many times, especially with this front line that they already have. So I think it's fine that they denied it from DNF, who do get first pick after the second phase of bans.
I want to see Rich play a champion that has a ton of side lane pressure to play through the Weaver's Wall rotations. You know, that's where you can get a lead over this Sion, sure, but you will crush him in side lane later. I mean, I think Jace is something we might look at in the past. Probably not really going to be the answer in this case, especially with both Sion and the Skarner there. Teddy has carried a lot on Kai'Sa, although I wouldn't say right now we've seen a strong, you know, target to dive on. It kind of alludes to Berserker potentially playing Ezreal here, as we'll see if that's the final ban. Ezreal has really fallen off recently. Yeah. We haven't seen him prioritized very heavily, but I think it's a pretty good shout in this draft. Corki also pretty good here.
I just feel like you're going to need something to deal with the two tanks. You know, you could try to ignore them and then say, you know, you've got enough damage eventually with your Ezreal.
I wonder what this Lulu ban means, because pairs really well with, like, Aphelios, Zeri, which Jinx. I don't think... Jinx, I don't think DNF were necessarily looking for here. Makes me wonder if, like, Teddy Andil, Aphelios Thresh angle in the bottom lane? Pulling a carry Aguma, as Senna works incredibly well with the front line they have. And since they're already so late game focused, it fits the identity of the comp as well. What's going to be the pick here? Because they banned the Lucian. Is it the Aphelios
Thresh?
Or Aphelios Tom Kench could work here as well.
No, they already have Alistair.
Oh, right. Oh, yeah.
Alistair?
I was so all in on this idea, man. I was like, no, this makes sense. Come on.
You see bot lane picked 4-5 all the time.
Yeah. No, that's where my brain is at.
The Jhin.
Apologize to everyone.
Again, these two carries don't really deal with the tanks.
I mean, give me something crazy like Aatrox, Camille. You have to hard win this side lane, Rich. You have to. You has to play through you. You need to be able to get on top of these carries and let Teddy follow up. Like
Nidalee. It's just Aatrox that's very much more in his wheelhouse. And Bard.
Bard is incredibly strong with this comp because he can set up so many things. Like, he can set up an Impale. He can set up a Emperor's Divide. He can set up a charged Q for Dudu.
Yeah, he can also protect if Alistair gets a really good angle. I feel like DNF smashed this draft out of the park, over DRX especially.
Like the Game 1 draft where we thought, okay, this is really tough to play the Yunara. They have all the tools. And I was like, well, Dudu's equalizers have to be really good. You know, it's going to have to be one of those kind of games. I feel like in this one, Rich has to crush lane. He has to be relevant throughout the entire mid game. They have to play through him super well. Otherwise, this Jhin can't function. The Taliyah isn't going to be as strong. And yeah, I mean, it's a tough one. But Teddy, the thing about putting Teddy on Jhin, I think this is one of the things that frustrates a lot of people about the Jhin pick in general. It's not a pick where you really do all the things. Your team does things, and then you're like, all right, cool, I'm ready to follow up on what you're doing over here. That's why I think Guma has been such a phenomenal Jhin, because T1 has some of the best teamwork that you're ever going to see in League of Legends. That roster has been together for so long. And so Guma is a fantastic Jhin player, but then his team always has the angles to set him up. This draft has some setup here, but I worry that DNF just have way too many options.
Just wait it out, and I think this draft wins eventually, which will happen in this game. Let's hop into the Rift for game number 2.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
Alrighty, game number 2, DNF. Got a good draft. They won game 1 very handily. They're looking better as a team with Quantum in. He is playing Bard, which is very difficult and a lot more... It's very different to the way that Rel plays, right? You know, Rel, you just kind of find the angle, you put your face into 3 of the enemy members, and you're feeling pretty good, whereas Bard certainly has a lot more finesse in this kit.
Do you remember, because I don't, and I'm putting you on the spot, but I'm sure someone will, like, I don't remember, let's just say this, so Valdez is immune. The champ that Morgan was playing, or sorry, the champ that was being played into Morgan, that Dudu was playing, because Morgan was playing Cho'Gath, right? In that famed game that DNF lost, where they had an 11,000 gold lead. Because the comp was pretty similar to this, right?
Sion.
Or was it just Sion? So, like, because it might have been Sion, that's what makes sense in my brain.
They were playing
Cho'Gath,
Blitzcrank,
right?
And I remember being like, they're playing Blitzcrank and a Sion.
Because Berserker was on Senna.
Yeah.
So maybe the game plan for DRX is like, let them have all the scaling, because what works out for DNF most of the time is they get to the late game and mess it up. Maybe we'll pull a bro.
That's fair.
I just don't know if that's going to happen against this roster, as Berserker is totally fine with this exchange.
Yeah, totally fine. Gets healed up, you know, uses the tempo heal, and 2 summoners are actually used by Ondil and Teddy. Heal and the barrier of Teddy. So Berserker, if he finds an angle, could potentially just try to ghost them down, you know, especially if the jungler comes over, which, speaking of which, Pioshik is in the jungle of Sponge. So vertical jungling here. Sponge is coming on over.
Yeah, this timing will work out for Pioshik, I think. Actually, not quite.
He doesn't have Smite. I think he still gets it,
yeah,
but, like,
does.
I don't know if he gets away. Okay, very strange kind of early jungling here, but he will get away.
I mean, I don't think that Sponge was able to see the secure there, so didn't know exactly how close he was. As this is an interesting all-in.
Yeah.
Kind of works out.
Chipping away at Berserker, who has been stepping up, just trying to stack up as much as possible.
Yeah, Berserker and, you know, trusting in the late game have been 2 things that go well together today. Did not work out for his Senna game last time around, but...
what happened here? Ondil's just dead!
Ondil's having a rough day, man.
First blood given over to Quantum. I don't even know what happened, but he got rooted at the end and died.
Yeah, I guess he just stepped too far forward and got caught. And, I mean, Alistra has 7 less armor on this patch, Valdez.
Yes, very squishy. Bulldog coming on over. We do have a TP eventually is going to land. Sponge getting pretty low. Bulldog going to walk away from that one. Here's Quantum. And you know what I like to see is 3 members of DNF going in the same direction. Didn't amount to anything, but you know, they're on the same page today, Wolf.
Yeah. I'm sure we will get a replay eventually of what happened exactly down there. Okay, speak and you shall receive. Ondo goes into turret. And yeah, stunned, and then...
You know, that armor actually does play a huge role in that early trade.
It absolutely does, and some of the earlier trades leading up to that as well.
He looked so squishy. It's kind of crazy. You can't just get free, you know, headbutt pulverize combos anymore because you will get punished.
I like that. I actually think it's a good change. Because it was kind of dumb what Alistra could do for a really long time.
Especially because he went Unsealed Spellbook, which is very common, but also, you think about another champ that goes in for short trades is Nautilus. You almost always see the Aftershock on him. I think we also saw the Unsealed Spellbook played by Undal on him in the last game, which may be part of the reason why he was dying there.
Another thing we just saw, which is part of why I'm on the Taliyah versus the Azir hype train, is that Azir saw his 6 and 8. 6 of those 8 are very recently, as Taliyah is just going to shove this Skarner away. I think teams have really figured out how to play around this. We often see that trade of Taliyah Azir. I'd love to see the win rate of the matchup itself, actually, because that'd be really interesting. I would expect that it's slightly Taliyah favored, but the global impact on the map and objective control is just so powerful right now with how team fights are working in this meta. So we'll see if Bulldog can turn it around. Good performance there in that last little skirmish. Really nice juke on the seismic shove. Pyosik continuing to invade Sponge's jungle.
Yeah. It's being very annoying. Doesn't necessarily have to do this as Skarner. You could just try to farm it out, but he got baited himself. Berserker gets engaged on here in the top lane, as now going to have to use that heal to get away.
Get Rich here. Like, Rich is donezo, man. I
think Dudu could almost just kill him alone, but either way, he's going to have Skarner here to help out. Pyosik with the last hit. As Berserker just backing right in front of them. My guy.
Gets hit by the captive audience damage there as well.
Jeez.
That was very scary, but man, Berserker has been known to play on the edge. I don't know if he should be playing on the edge in this case.
He's gone Berserk.
All right. Well, that's a big win, though. Pyosik both gets the Krugs away and then has a really nice gank timing onto Rich. Rich is playing super far up, but doesn't have any defensive vision. And I really do think the Aatrox is a huge part of the win cons here for DRX that, unfortunately, this is going to put a big dent in. Like, I don't know how else to say it. I mean, Dudu hits level 6, has his ult.
We got a dive bring in top lane.
Yeah, we do. Spawn just hanging out.
Shinjao waiting in the wings, but the wave is being cleared, so they don't really have a wave. Here comes the Taliyah as well, and they kill the Senna before any of that happens. Yehu gonna eat 2 turret shots, but he does get away. So ends up being a good dive for DRX, although Bulldog gets a little consolation prize in mid.
I do think that this is a really big win for DRX because this pushes the Senna out of farming both her souls and money. So, Teddy this time has a pretty significant lead he did not have, obviously in the unfavorable matchup in game 1 into the Yunara. Pyosik doing a lot of work this game, but was unfortunately not able to get here in time. They also see him on a ward. He's pinged instantly, so they know the timing is really good. The Weaver's Wall here allowing you to make these types of plays.
All right, little sweep in the mid lane. Yehu is fine because he's got his teammates nearby. It's all about the power of friendship. And so, if it were 2v1, maybe they make a play, but they just call it off immediately.
Bulldog down a flash now. As they're actually trying to push the advantage further. Grubs are live, so this is a really precarious position here for DNF. Without the Azir ultimate, after that exchange, I just don't think they can look for any sort of impale fight. Dudu is Scion.
Yeah, still trying to get a good trade here and at least push him out. I don't think they have any delusions of getting the kill just yet.
Or even getting his ult probably, but they want to get Prio. And they do have it, and they will get the grubs. In fact, it looks like all 3 will go over, for some of the reasons we were mentioning just before. And this Taliyah is having a good time.
Those Bard heals, even when they're fully charged, are just so pitiful. It's like, he does way too much. He doesn't need more healing, but like, it's like, why even, I don't know. Why even have them?
Look, Quantum's just helping, man.
He's doing his best.
He's like, look, I can be your honey fruit.
Yeah.
Honey fruit's stronger than his heals, but like...
What skin is that, by the way? I don't even... It's got like the little alien babies. Or they're not. They're like little tubers.
They're turnips, right? Turnips.
Maybe?
I think they're turnips.
I'm very curious what that is, because they're pretty cute. They're like swimming in the cup little mug. That's the healing.
I feel like he and the turnips are supposed to talk in Banjo-Kazooie voices. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Here's some heals, it says underneath.
Yeah. I mean, that's kind of Bard in a nutshell anyway.
Yeah.
Bard just doing Bard things. We talked about this yesterday.
He did, you know, find Bottles' molehill that gave him all his skills.
Yeah.
We can magical journey and stuff now. And get turnips. The maximum amount of turnips to follow. Yeah, not sure what skin that is, but Atlas would know.
It looks pretty cool. Yeah, he would know. He's like the one guy on our team that just always kind of knows. Going in onto Quantum. He does not have his flash. He has a ton of healing, but there are 3 guys here ready to eviscerate him, and eventually they will do just that. Sponge says, well, I'll take the kill if you don't want it, Teddy. And Sponge does pick up 1.
Berserker not even going to ult. Andil, are you crazy today, or he's really... Oh, it might work.
Picked out of midair, and yeah, he still has his ult, so he's totally fine. Pioche goes for the Impale, but very much overestimating the amount of damage that he and Berserker could do to an Alistair with ult.
Yeah, I mean, I frankly overestimated it as well. I thought Berserker with the ult there was going to be able to secure that one. Bulldog once again does get a little bit of plate gold here for the skirmish since he wasn't involved in it. Not directly, at least. And that will be some consolation, but really did not expect that to go as well as it did, but the Alistair ult is still powerful. And that is also going to be another objective picked up here for DRX. So a few misses from Andil, but that one was a miss from Wolf on the assessment.
So more importantly here, Shanghai Scrolls Bard is the skin. I think that's the new line. Not like the newest, but the one before
Relatively
that.
new, yeah.
Quantum is very much playing the way Bard, feels.
Yeah, just like you said yesterday, it's just Bard things.
It's just Bard things. He didn't have to be there standing on vision with no wards himself. Just kind of hanging out. But he will have to flash now.
He had flash and magical journey, so is he really in danger? Not until the next time he's caught. He's caught here and does ult to try to buy time, but Pioshik isn't there fast enough. If Pioshik's a little bit closer and there's no Talia here and he hits the Impale after the combo or sets up a combo, then it's fine. Honestly, watching this back a second time, this isn't really Andil making a mistake. He's just playing aggressively and is able to capitalize because he has headbutt there, so I apologize one more time because I think it was absolutely a great play there as he does end up helping secure the kill onto Pioshik. Now has his Impale back up.
Yeah.
This ear's getting bigger. The Senna's getting a little bit bigger.
Yeah, I mean, they just kind of have to sit back and not bleed too much, you know? They got an early lead, which was great. After that, some good plays from DRX, who got the Dragon, they got the Grubs, they got some big picks. So, they turned 1 kill into 2 on the bottom side of the map. So this is kind of what DRX have to do, you would imagine. They have some options in the late game. They have the split push threat of the Aatrox. They have the Talia to help out. It's all the stuff you talked about during draft. The Jhin, much better in the tanks nowadays than he used to be, especially with his modern build that we see. So there are still options for DRX. I still think that DNF got the better draft, especially given the propensity for both of these teams to kind of just sit back and do nothing. Doing a little bit of something, in this game at least, is DRX, and they definitely have to.
Yeah. Rich is still 400 gold behind this Scion, and still has yet to be involved in fights, but I think that's pretty normal because we haven't had, the second big dragon fight where everyone starts to feel like they have their first item and they can actually force a fight. That's where you really want to be making sure you can find something, or Herald, right, which is also spawning in 90 seconds here. Rich does have, right now, his teleport, as Pioshik is caught, question mark?
Yeah, he's getting exhausted. They have the Jhin as well for the extra damage. The Sentinel is going to help out a bit, but Pioshik just walking in a straight line, didn't have anywhere else to go. And that makes it easy for another kill to go over to Teddy. I think he got it at least. He and Sponge both have 2 and are getting quite fed.
Wasn't able to get anything out of that Impale, and that's really unfortunate. This is a really bad timing to get picked. Obviously, the Herald hasn't spawned yet, but it means that DRX can control all of that vision. They have vision in the red buff pit, in the brush to the left of it, so all angles of approach here are known. And this is where DRX are trying to make this type of aggressive play, and it's Andil once again who sets Teddy up. They get the root. Pioshik's then stunned. He's just kind of in a bouncy castle. Min is exhausted even, and he just cannot do anything. Tries to go for the Impale. It's just not going to work out. Down he goes.
Little play down here. Bulldog was, well, bullying Rich. We got TP coming in, but how long is that going to take from the Scion from the top lane? Bulldog, very nice divide. Talia coming on over. Dudu does get here, but it's 4v2 until, well, the rest of the team comes in, but Bulldog is already dead. And so DNF responding big time to that play just to lose Bulldog.
Yeah, that really hurts. I mean, it's a Scion, so if you just make the call, we're going to lose Bulldog, and Scion's going to push. You don't really feel good about that either. But with the fact that Teddy was also pretty close by, and he's Jhin, you're kind of like, oh, you know, this isn't going to be a numbers advantage game for us. Talia shows up. And I'm still so Talia-pilled, to be honest, Valdez, but it's working out in these types of skirmishes.
That's fair. She is very high prow for a reason. I'm actually curious about her win rate. 9-4.
Yeah.
69%.
Pretty good. Nice.
Yeah.
Not sure about the win rate into Azir. I'm not able to actually check that.
And she gets played pretty often into Azir, or at least did.
So DRX are going to get this Herald for free with the timing of both the control they had topside, that pick in the team fight win bottom, the TP that was available for Rich gets him back up to the top side. I think contesting this with DNF's comp would be ridiculous, and they know it, and they decide not to go for it. And that means that, yeah, it's another big objective going over to DRX they can now utilize to try to get Dragon Prio to go for double Dragon. And I mean, they kind of have their choose their own adventure of a mid game now. Like, things are going the way they need to go for them to win this game. Berserker defensive here.
Yeah. Sponge is just so strong on the Xinjiao compared to Pyosik that in any of these fights, like, even if Pyosik were there as a 5, like, Azir and Senna don't have the damage yet, even if he hits, like, a big Impale, so we've seen Owner do crazy things from super low health on the Xinjiao. I feel like DNF really cannot fight anything that DRX want to fight, especially if Sponge is there. If he's not there, you know, you get, like, a little pick here and there, sure. It's going to keep you afloat.
I think the things that they can fight are Berserker fighting minions with Static Shiv in mid lane.
Yeah.
And Bulldog, if he's given some time, Talia's not in the lane, hit that turret with your Nashor's Tooth. Those are the things that they can fight. They can fight the enemies. They cannot fight the players. Not right now. Not in a direct sense. Dudu can hang out into this Aatrox and just chill. And that is going to be what he's doing in this one. They are actually grouping for Dragon here a little bit. As you can see, Quantum is rotating down. His ult is online. But taking a direct fight here is quite risky, especially considering Yehu does have teleport. Bulldog does not. So DNF could, I mean, if they fail a fight here, the game could just end, right? Like, you could just, that could be the back-breaking moment. So they need to be really cautious about actually contesting this Dragon, and it looks like they know it.
Just do not fight and hope that it's Chemtech Soul again. Going in, actually, is Bulldog immediately going to get stunned. And we've seen a lot of Talias actually fail those rocks when the Azir goes in. So Yehu was very much on the money and on the ball there.
Yeah, a lot harder than it actually looks.
Oh, it's just Hextech Soul. Okay. Very different from game 1.
Yeah, that's the high roll on the double Dragon. And with Talia and Jhin in your comp, it feels really good.
Oh, yeah. I think DRX are liking their chances right now. Big early lead. Hextech Soul on the horizon.
And Bulldog just doesn't even get the pick onto Yehu. You know, he doesn't waste his ultimate either, right? But, like, it just feels like they're hoping to scale. It's a bit of a hope to scale. Hope DRX are not proactive. They have been quite proactive so far.
Yeah. It's been good. I was worried, like, first 5 minutes, but after that it's been good. Dudu trying to actually kill an Aatrox is kind of funny.
It almost kind of forced a flash. It was a little bit scary there. Remember, Dudu also still had ult available. Could have been really scary there. He could even tried to flash for it, but pushing an Aatrox out of the lane already is a pretty big win for the Scion in this case. And there's nothing to fight for here. Just want to remind DNF.
Yeah, you don't really have to fight for this vision. Taking a bunch of damage already is Pyosik, but so did Ondil. We got a wall coming down here. Pyosik will be forced to take a bunch of damage and just rock him into the wall. Meanwhile, Andil is also taking damage on the front line. Sponge, he's the fed one, but he's nearly going to go down. Flash on in from Dudu, gets the job done. And well, Rich, I mean, trying to frontline here. They got a block for Bulldog as, nearly gets Quantum as well on the backside. But actually a pretty good fight for DNF. They win it and they get away. Meanwhile, Berserker just farming more souls onto Teddy. Already at 57 here at 20 minutes. He's on pace. But DNF, very good fight there.
Yeah, I don't respect the decision of DNF to fight there, but I will respect how well they peeled and actually fought the fight out. I'm like, okay, you shouldn't do this, but
the execution
damn, you got hands. Yeah, that was actually pretty sweet. Like, this team as well, part of why I don't trust this team to actually fight that one out is because it means everyone has to be on the same page. You got to deal with the Weaver's Wall, everything. Like, watch this. Because initially you're like, okay, what are we doing? Pyoshik's going to get shoved. Weaver's Wall is going to come through. The Senna does not have enough stacks yet. Like, this is not a winnable fight. Like, at this moment, you just pause here, you're like, this is a disaster. But then, look at how well Berserker positions. They focus down Andil. Pyoshik tanks it up. Dudu gets in here. He's able to show up with the TP that he has. Get on top of Sponge. Pyoshik lives here. The ultimate is fantastic. Berserker, they kite back. And there's so much CC to keep Rich at bay. Berserker's just constantly chipping away at that health bar. No one can close the gap on this Senna. Berserker doesn't even have to use his sums here in the fight. And it really looked good there for DRX, but DNF just simply outplay.
Yeah.
Rich did not do really a whole lot of anything in that fight. He just could not actually get to the champions. He didn't have the reach.
Yeah, he didn't have the reach. I mean, Teddy was doing a little bit. Yehu blew double combo onto a Skarner, right? So that's one thing that Pyoshik did well, is kind of bait a bunch of damage into him. Like, this front line is extremely tanky, especially when you've got Senna and Bard right behind you. So you're just, if the Talia at this point with 2 items, you know, fair enough, like he's doing pretty well there, but like that's still not enough damage to actually get through a Skarner. So
I mean, I
very
think
nicely played.
They thought potentially, especially with how Yehu played that fight was kind of a foregone conclusion, that DNF would just walk away and be like, oops, we lost Pyoshik, but no, they just outplay it. Otacon start here for DRX. They have Weaver's Wall, they have a lot of critical summoners here, and it's going to be hard for DNF to enter. I actually really like this call. Dudu cannot get here without his ultimate. He's going to use it to run over, but he won't have it for the fight.
Yeah, we have a wall coming down, so Yehu says, cool story, but the Bard ultimate gonna keep it alive. Pyoshik, he's in the pit. They stop it at 3,600. That's very smart from DRX, but already a ton of damage done to Rich, and that means that maybe it wasn't that smart after all. It's gonna be a flip though. The knockup goes on a Sponge. The timing isn't there, and 5 health, and Sponge gets it. That's all you need. Tons of damage though from Bulldog on the right side. Impale goes down onto the front line. Sponge will be the sacrifice, but he picks up the Otacon.
Now, can they get the rest of these members out? I think likely yes. Not the greatest chase comp here. They're going to look for a shove.
I mean, they should just be able to get Quantum here. I think reaching a little bit too far.
And Bulldog was the one who had ult. You know, if he was the one who was wrapping around there, I think it would have felt like a different story, but sadly, not to be the case. By the way, Berserker hitting a pretty good pace on his stacking. He's at 71 stacks at this point, so that is another win column we'll be talking about in a moment, but once again, feels like, DNF, I'm not sure if you can really fight this, but they play it so well. It's 5 health on the secure here for Sponge, and Berserker, his ult is fantastic here, but unfortunately was not able to get enough damage done, nor with this turret up here are they able to chase. And then this call with this ward dropped in here, I believe it's Teddy's ward. Regardless, doesn't matter. It's really nice turn there. Good reaction to see a free kill on a Bard. As this dragon would be a huge boon for DNF. Would deny soul point and give them a ton of extra time. And they do have enough prio. And with the rapid fire cannon done here for Berserker, I think they're starting to actually be able to just straight up 5v5 here.
Let's see how this goes. Andil, nice angle, but he's going to be spotted, and now it's maybe just going to be another flip here as nice Bard ultimate on a Teddy, and that's the one guy. The setup, but the wall actually going to interrupt the Scion, but still the front line here of DNF looking pretty strong, pretty healthy, as Dudu just getting a big 3-man knockup from the side of Andil, but the Dragon goes over to DNF. Bulldog on the run, he gets taken out. And now they just exit. They got the Dragon, though, and that's going to extend this game for so long. Yehu just goes in, and it's actually going to work out amazingly for the team. They get 3 on the backside of that fight, and it looks like they'll get a 4th as well.
And I can't even fault Pyushik for the play. Like, you know, that seemed like a slam dunk, but he just has enough health to get away. I don't even think he had Seraph, since this is very funny. Chase a Scion. Chase a Scion. Keep chasing that Scion.
Yeah, there's no Baron, so...
Then run from the Scion, ironically. That was a fight that looked like it maybe could have actually been the fight that gives DNF the win. Like, they were in good position, right? They had the combo on Teddy. Like, watch Teddy get caught by this ult, and then the interruption, you mentioned it in the play-by-play, is so massive here, is he's looking for the slam. Teddy gets out on flash as well, and then it's the damage from Teddy, but also Yehu that really does insane work here. The interrupt on Bulldog's dash means he can't get the backline access to look for the shove. Has to use it here a little bit more defensively. It's not really the angle he wanted. And then here it's like, yeah, I get it. Yeah, I've been looking for him, but ultimately ends up backfiring, and Teddy is able to get that follow-up there with the ult. Dudu gets chased down. Please don't show me all of that again. Now it's a 5,000 gold lead for DRX. Baron is in their sights, and it looks like we may have a series on our hands.
It might happen. I mean, 5,000
DRX
gold
always go to 3, Valdez. It's the rules.
Pretty huge, and at the same time, you know, DNF still have a ton of scaling, but I don't know, you know, I talked about the Bard, but also this comp, it's not the easiest thing to play out. It's not Annie Rel, you know?
No.
Like game number 1. So certainly going to take a little bit of finesse for DNF to try to just extend this game as far as possible. They got the Drake, so there's that. That's actually very important, you know, given that there is such a huge gold lead. Like, imagine if DRX were on Soul Point right now. How would DNF fight the next fight? I don't think he really can. Yes, okay, we're going to have a wall come down, maybe just trying to trap them, but they do have Bard, so...
That's kind of a win for DNF, actually a big win. Teddy caught.
Looking for Teddy, but the issue is, yeah, nobody can really follow up on that. A little bit of a overreach here. Ondil has to go into his own ult. Meanwhile, the knockback here onto the front line is gigantic as DNF just hanging out, and they get punished for it. Down goes the Skarner, and Dudu's just ulting away. Meanwhile, the rest of DNF just trying to run, but the lockdown here from Teddy is there. As we do have some healing. Dudu looks like he is tanky enough. As another big shot will come through, but they got Pyushik.
Dudu does have TP, but without the jungler, and with the damage this Talia has, with IE also done for Teddy, I think that they just get this. So clear the vision just to be safe, but I just don't see any world where DNF can contest this. So this is kind of one of those moments where it's like, well, can you actually win the game if they have Baron? They're going to double TP commit. With no jungler here, they just have to look for the fight win.
Yeah, I mean, Ondil just going to flash away, and I think he just smite this down and go away. So that's totally fine for DRX.
That turret is barely standing here, but I think that alone will be enough of a deterrent of DNF for the follow-up. Maybe back a little bit safer.
Kind of stops some backs. I mean, it's annoying, but it's not really going to do all too much. I think DRX are in a very comfortable spot now.
I mean, DNF double TP to still lose the objective. They will get this turret
Objective
as consolation. Bounty is, as you mentioned...
objective?
Yeah, objectively they got it. And I think objectively it doesn't change too much either. This attempt is one of those DNF moments, right? Where you're like, okay, like they use the Weaver's Wall, but you guys are fishing pretty deep. You're a little bit out of your depth on this one. Like there's a decisive call, but it's not the right one, and the rest of the team isn't there to follow up. And this is, unlike Quantum's incredible calls in game 1, kind of a solo queue moment, it felt like there, and there's just no capitalization as Teddy is totally fine. And then the shove. I mean, the shoves for Yehu have been great all game. And you're playing Skarner, pretty tanky, but will eventually get blown up. Now they're just going to siege.
I mean, Yehu went for the Tank Buster build. It does a lot of damage. He's eventually going to have Void Staff. And, you know, there's no MR outside of a Null Magic Mantle for Pyushik. Got a bit there on Dudu. And is now looking for the angle here on a Ridge, but he is quite fast. Just going to avoid the ult. Not really going to amount to too much. I like the idea of trying to look for a pick, especially with the Baron push coming on in. And now we have a wall coming in. The knock back on the wall gets sponged into the base. Not sure if they actually wanted that. Pyushik going to flash on in. It's a trade of a couple, but down will go Dudu. And DRX will like that one.
Incredible synergy between Andal and Yehu in this, though. Like, Yehu is just like, just go on him, man. It doesn't even matter. I'm going to flip him. It's done. I have the Tank Buster build, as you mentioned. And he doesn't quite have the Void Staff yet, but he still hurts. And, I mean, Teddy is also huge. And with no ult to delay the game from Quantum here, he's still got half that cooldown left. They can continue to siege. If they get any picks here, I think they just end. And maybe they just slowly push anyways. 40 seconds left on this Baron. They decide to play it safer and pull back for Soul Point. But now with this base open, I mean, how many ways back into this game are there really for DNF? Like, Andal's just like, I'm going, and Yehu's like, I'm here for it, man. I'm ready to flip him.
So funny that Sponge got knocked into the base by the Talia wall, his own team's Talia wall.
And he just doesn't care either, because he just gets out, and, you know, Dudu is just not that tanky when you're this far behind. Cleaver at the ready, Void Staff at the ready, double Cleaver. Get cleaved, Dudu.
Omega Cleave.
LDR at the ready. I mean, is he even a tank?
Yeah.
Let's find out right now.
It's the thing, Jing can kind of deal with this Sponge in an awkward spot, but he is Xin Zhao, so just kind of ults and walks away. And DNF they're just playing turret defense now, sitting back and trying desperately to not die.
Some next level observing. He's like, actually, in fact, Yehu delayed the push in the bottom lane. With Lee. Those minions were impacted.
Yeah.
This is not a Baron push, so I think DRX should be careful about overcommitting here. There are several wards that Bulldog and Dudu can TP to, but they're just going to go on Pyosik.
Yeah, they're going to find Pyosik here once again. The ult's totally going to miss. This Bard is also a miss so far in this game, and Quantum should be going down here as well. Rich has got the angle on a Bulldog, who is Azir, and has to flash anyway. The two of them, though, I mean, Azir and Senna do so much, but there haven't been any fights where they can really show off their stuff. Now, 10,000 gold the lead. DRX, as long as they don't do a DNF, they should be totally fine in this game. They're going to take down all three inhibitors and take the Hex Gates out.
DRX keeping the 3-gamer streak alive, Valdez, and putting DNF back in a rough spot in terms of potentially being eliminated for play-in contention. This comp is hard. You mentioned it earlier for DNF, but from behind, I mean, this far behind, practically impossible. And we've talked so much about how Bard is when you're losing, kind of unplayable, but I do think the issue stemmed before the 5K plus gold lead for Quantum's performance on this. I mentioned he likes to play enchanters, but it certainly doesn't look like it in this game. And it's a far cry from his incredible Rel performance in game 1. And I think from here on out, you know, we can be like, well, they infinitely scale with this Senna, but I won't. You know, some people might say, like, there's still a chance. Hold on, he's got 100.
But Wolf, there's still a chance.
Eventually, from his fountain, he can hit Teddy, and Teddy's fountain when he respawns. No, it's... This wall is going to be a little bit more effective than the last one, I think, at cutting Dudu off.
Dudu has his flash, so eventually he can just... Yep, there you go. Pyosik on the flank. He's like, uh-oh, I should not be on the flank. And he's going to just dash away. For now. The chase is still on, though. So trying to bake into the base. They can't quite do it just yet. Not without the Baron. I think you just go Baron and you play it safe and push on in.
I mean, if you go Baron and like for some crazy reason you're not able to end with that, you use the Baron to then get Hextech Soul. You know, they have so many win cons. And they are literally camping the Baron for spawn with triple inhibitors down, 6 super minions pushing towards the base. And Rich in the lane where the only defense was there for DNF, where they kind of had that one pushed out a little bit. He's like, nah, not really. I'm on that. And with Baron and TP for Rich, just going to TP back to the bottom lane. This should be the red carpet that DRX walked down to game 3.
Should be. In theory.
Double TP still available. This time, really not a great ward angle.
We just have to have one last fight, and that's going to determine how it goes. I feel like they should sync up the waves a little bit better. Andal very low, actually. Going to take a turret shot on top of it all, so gets redemptions. In goes Rich. He's just trying to find the angle, just trying to push in and take down the turrets. And Dudu quite low, actually. They have so much ability to get through the Scion as the last shot is going to get it done. Berserker lands that ult. You see the chase here from Rich. In goes Bulldog onto that backline, but he's just getting shredded himself. And Berserker just distracted trying to kill an Aatrox. It's not going to happen. The wallets are just too large, and we will have a series on our hands. Game number 3 is on the way as DRX take down game number 2.
Look at how that final push eventuated. I think if the wallets were not heavy, it would have potentially gone disastrously, but I think DRX are very aware that they could just play it like that because they had such a lead. And Rich was looking for some aggressive angles. Maybe that engage from Ondo was a little bit ill-timed. The follow-up wasn't quite there this time around, but either way, DRX do strike back against a comp we thought was going to be manageable for the side of the DN Freaks, but a few fights going wrong, and Yehu just having an incredible impact on this Talia. He and Ondil setting up so many picks, shutting down Bulldog at every turn, and DNF, Rapid Star here, the look with Bulldog and Quantum in the booth. They were close. I think they had a draft lead. I think probably most would agree. Berserker still did 40,000 damage this game, but they couldn't actually turn it into effective elims.
Yeah.
And now, once again, one game away from being eliminated from that play-in contention.
Yeah, there was a way for them, but the game just got too far out of hand too quickly. It was very nicely handled by the side of DRX, as that is a very scary Teddy, I have to say. Still a lot of discussion here in the booth with Oda now, and we'll see what happens here, guys. We're going to take a break and have the space. We'll be right back.
가봐. 천천히. 앞에 왔어, 얘 노플이야. 나 내가 한번 지를게, 얘들아. 오케이. 나 공날 때 한번 가를게, 이거. 가자 볼게, 이거. 나 이거 누구야? 암라인. 앞에 잡아. 세나 노플. 원호. 나이스, 형들. 나 한판 다 하자. 해성성이야. 해성성 루틴으로 가. 다행히 죽여.
Cloud Soul point for HLE. They lock this down. They're going to be running real fast. As Kingen finds an equalizer, the flash forward, another ulti goes to Narnia, but the ult's there from Zeka to lock down Calyx, and this time, the Emperor's Divide divides by 0, and it does absolutely nothing. Cosmic Binding is a flash there from Delight. He tries to get himself out of the play, but now it's the Viper show, as he dives on top of everyone, gets the triple, and there's the follow-up. Quadra kill for Viper. He is charging this stun. He will have it up. Now Keen, Mega Cones to get on over towards Perfect and Peter. The needle workers come on through there as there's the interrupt onto Chovy. I don't know whether he's exactly the target that they're looking for. As Keen goes golden right in the middle of the fight. The Magnet Storm is on everyone, and now Ruler has a huge shield as he gets into the back line. They've wiped out BDD. The blackout from Perfect. He's not offering the damage anymore. And KT! Oh, it was looking so good until it wasn't.
maybe if it was 2 wards and they didn't know. And
I guess that he doesn't need to 1v95 because he's just gone.
yeah, there is no fight.
Are we
Wait,
playing?
what's the teleport?
Are we playing for the exit? We're playing for the exit!
Okay, looking for the. They're really going way too deep for this. They
앞라인 좋아, 앞라인 좋아.
왼쪽 안 좋아, 왼쪽 안 좋아.
gigantic.
머리 좋긴 해.
할만해, 할만해. 카시 높아, 도구. 카시 높아, 도구.
좋아. 펜타인데? 펜타.
뺏어.
왜 뺏어? 진짜로.
아니, 형. 괜찮아, 이거 미드 가야 돼. 바텀 라인 없어.
뭐지?
아니. 펜타 이거 말을 해줘.
말했잖아.
소리 너무 작았어.
That's the circus! They bait you in. They're like, oh, are you sure we can do it? Yes, they can. As this initial engage looks a bit disjointed. Danger and Doran going.
미안하게 생각을 한다.
그래, 괜찮아.
A lot of resources were invested there for DRX, but the health bars for them are still looking good. DK, you can see them contemplate.
Oh, the flash on a 3 is huge here from Andil. And the follow-up is big as well. They get the kill on a barrel.
알려볼게. 나 딜해볼게. 먹을 수 있나?
We finally got the reset, but the knockup comes in. Lucian barely on any health, and he's gonna finally get those resets in. As Lucian, he found his angle. We were waiting so long for it to happen. See how this one's gonna go. Looks like DT want to fight, especially Peter's probably pretty
We're
good.
full committing.
Full commit, 100% 5v5 on the Mountain Street. T1 don't want to give it up, and they're gonna just go for the straight up engage. Owner is going to be okay. It goes over the rise as Faker gonna smite it down with his abilities. Nice engage here from the Nico. Keria sets it up, but the damage isn't quite there. The hook from Vader is huge, but they don't quite have the health bars. And Owner just stays alive and shuts everybody down. It's a full ace to T1.
That man cannot have Zinzo! It's not okay. How does he live there? Unbelievable. Because I don't even think that. Yeah, and the sustain, right?
Welcome back to the space. We are going the distance between the DN Automotive Freaks and DRX. As DRX, they checked all the boxes. They made sure everything was good. We took Baron a couple of times. They get themselves a win. We're going all 3 here. Digon alongside Ox and Chronicler.
To me, that game was the equivalent of a Hallmark movie. I don't actually recall 90% of what happened, because it feels like it just went through all the motions of a normal game of League of Legends. But I dare either of you to highlight a play that is stored in the gray matter of your brain.
I have one. We will see it when it comes up in the highlights. But it's just, I saw the draft come in, and I was like, look, we have the tank top jungle, we have the scaling long-range carry of the Azir Senna that we've seen before, and as soon as I saw DNF lock that in, I knew it was going to game 3, because it just felt like one of those compositions where it's, you have the scaling insurance, you hold fast, it's like a stable late-game teamfight, and I was like, no, there's no way. They're just going to... I just knew it wasn't gonna work. I don't know what. When you just have that, we know this.
Just know it's the tempo.
The tempo vibes were not there.
The vibes were not.
And also, I just think Senna, not the champion that I want to see this team have. Because, you know, yes, Senna has a lot of utility. Yes, eventually she gets to the point where with enough souls, she's a big threat. But compared to the Yunara in game 1 where Berserker was popping off, this is not the champ that I want you to put the eggs in the basket for. I want the eggs in the Berserker
basket.
Yeah. Basket, eggs, not net, you know.
This is what I mean. This is the impact that this game had on everyone.
Yeah, we forgot how to say the idioms. Noah. All right, let's take a look at some of the highlights here. We start off with the double kill at 10 minutes. You remember 10 minutes? Again, these Rise group matches, they go late. That's why I thought maybe Senna would be okay. But here, 10 minutes.
Yeah, so we've seen so many times the bar just feels so hard to punish because you just portal away. You just portal away. Well, at least you can ult and that'll... Okay, well, he's fine. One pick isn't that significant. Right? It's just a singular kill. It's not going to mean that much.
It's fine. We can look for plays elsewhere.
Oh, that's an Alistair, buddy. With ultimate.
Wait, I got a blast cone. No.
Okay, well, that's a lot worse. And then this play, I feel like, gave a lot over. Especially when you have this late game leaning composition that really just wants to scale up. I feel like that was a lot of momentum given over towards DRX.
Which didn't need to, you know? And Quantum had, I think, a really good game number 1. I think the game number 2 was not that great, but obviously the real issue was the Scorpion going in and just kind of dying for no reason, which unfortunately for Pioshik, he ended up doing a lot in this game.
Yeah. Well, here we go.
This is the... Yeah? You guys want to lead it in?
Yeah.
Okay, well, take it away.
Let's do it. All right, here we go. This is the moment that I remember. Let's take a look at the Dragonfly at 24 minutes here. Bulldog on the top, clearing the ward, trying to make sure the flanking Alistair doesn't ruin him. That's called foreshadowing.
Yeah, I mean... It's just not going to go well.
Oh, Bulldog, no. Wait, but here's the angle. It's coming. Oh, no!
I honestly feel kind of bad that we picked this as a replay because it's worse the second time around.
This is
Bulldog tried.
It's
he
like
really
the 4th time.
And then Yehu was like, I'm going in.
I love the bard portal to give the angle in for the follow-up as well. You know, normally the rule is you don't follow the bard portal. This gave them the access to everyone. I mean, I know they got out with it, but we have portals all over the place. We have the Hex Gates. It was kind of a goofy team fight on the follow-up, but Bulldog, a little bit unfortunate how that one went. But I think it's one of these moments where we've seen it before, where you have like these 2 carry compositions. I've talked about it so much. The Azir and the Senna. In a comp like this, you want to sit back in DPS, but you're behind. You're really far behind, so you feel obliged to make a big play. When it goes wrong, or even sometimes when it goes right, you're now in the mixer. The Azir dies. Where's your damage? Well, you have a Senna who's a little bit behind, and you have 3 tanks. Well, 2 tanks and a Bard, so... just a struggle.
If I got a nickel for every time I've seen Nazir trying to swoop in, getting interrupted halfway, and effectively losing the game for his team, this week it would be 2, because within the confines of this week, we also watched Zeka do the same thing. In a game that Humble Life probably should have won. That was Faker with a W. This was just an Alistair knock-up.
You know what? I think it's Faker's fault. He's made so many great Azir plays. Everyone's trying to be him.
We can blame Faker, we can blame Chovy, we can blame BDD. There are some clear culprits at hand here, but I keep seeing these Azirs interrupted.
Guys, you know, you're not all Faker. Faker is Faker. You're not all Faker. You don't always have to make the big plays. Sometimes it's good just to sit back and soldier on.
Just auto.
Just soldier on. That's all you need to do. You don't need to be Faker.
Just auto.
When you're in the Rise group, okay? It's not a requirement.
Game number 3 starts now.
Thank you, Deskers. Yes, we're all not Faker. Message received.
You know,
By us, at least.
I had quite a different outlook about that game than they did. I was literally telling Valdez right before the space started, you know, I thought this series could have been a painful one to get through if it went to 3. You know, it could be, some big, huge mistakes were made on both sides. It's just trading blows, but I thought the way we had dichotomies of comps in both games, you know, scaling comp versus a more aggressive comp, how it played out, like Berserker's success in game 1, game 2, definitely being some really great proactive plays from the Alistair, some proactive plays from Yehu. Sure, Bulldog was denied, and maybe he shouldn't have looked for the shove there, but he was behind. There's 2 carries there. I get it. I've actually felt like this series exceeded my expectations so far massively in terms of the level of play I thought we were going to get. And I think part of that is obviously DNF really showing up in Game 1. By giving them a decent battle and a pretty awesome draft in Game 2, but the execution wasn't there. But with Fearless, I don't know if Game 3 will necessarily live up to the same quality, but we'll find out, Valdez, won't we?
Well, not yet. But soon.
Looks at Dudu instantly. He's like, it was your issue last time. Is it you again?
All right, let's get that camera around the monitor. Let's see.
Pan it a little bit further.
Just a little bit more. Oh, we're almost there.
Oh, we're so close.
It's so... Oh!
Oh, my God! Oh, it wasn't clear.
Yeah, it wasn't
I think
clear.
he was already out of the lobby.
It was Dudu. Clears the top laner for a different team.
All right, we're back in. We don't know who was the culprit, but it was obviously quickly resolved. Well, assuming he's in this one, which the camera is on him, so I think the production is aware that it was him last time as well, but it doesn't matter. Here we go.
Doesn't matter. We're going. It's happening. And what are we going to see banned? Game 3 between these two teams is really going to bring out some interesting stuff, I would say, for the, the Fearless draft situation. Let's see what their champion pools look like.
We might see Varus and Pantheon banned on red side. I would expect that. And obviously not in that order. Pantheon comes first. We
yes.
know that. We have established this. The Poppy continues to be banned, as that has been a strong pick for this entire year, really. Very rarely let through. So strong into so many meta champions.
I'm a big Poppy enjoyer. I just wish we got to see more of her early on, but teams aren't valuing her as much as some of the other picks. Understandably. I mean, we have a lot of really strong junglers and supports, so it is what it is.
Really feeling the power of Yahoo's global impact and take away the Rise. I think at this point, with the mid laners that are removed, it's also kind of a strong tier list ban, just in general. But you have pick priority. They want to take that away from Yahoo. Varus, strong in lane, strong in the mid lane after you're out of the laning phase, and strong with poke. Just does too many things. I think will be banned eventually, but they'll take the Trundle first. Maybe Rich is playing Ornn. Or maybe they just think Trundle's really good, and he is. So, I mean, either way.
Yeah.
I remember early on when Trundle was being banned and played, we're like, I guess they're trying to pick Sion. And it's like, well, no, Trundle's actually just really good.
Yeah, Trundle is very good, especially that he hasn't seen play in the first couple of games. Pretty surprising for a champ like him if he's not banned.
I do think
he's banned.
There's a world where they try to set up some sort of Sejuani composition here. This Varus will actually be banned by DNF, interestingly. Teddy's a very good Varus player, but I think he would have been happy to first pick that, given the state of the draft with Fearless here. I think even DRX a little bit surprised. Haven't locked in that third ban just yet. There's a lot you could go for here. You could even ban the Orianna, which is relatively safe, or the Nocturne we already saw banned away. There's the Orianna they do opt for.
Yep, makes sense. I mean, even if, you can't pick two, you just pick the Orianna first, and then they have to, steal away the Nocturne, and that feels kind of weird. And Orianna's very good.
Blind B1 Jarvan just doesn't feel great when you have no idea what AD carry you're playing into. But it is a tier list pick, and it is high agency. I think he's very strong, but I don't know if he's first pick strong. As Yone, Sejuani, kind of just hanging out there. I think a lot of our other mid laners would be like, I snap this right now 100%, not even a question. Sivir also strong, but they'll pivot to the Nocturne at the last possible second really quick there.
No
Orianna, no Aurora.
To pick the Sivir into Jarvan. I mean, they're showing Jarvan and you're picking Sivir. I mean, yes, it's good, and yes, it's Teddy. But also, we've seen Jarvan picked into Sivir for the exact reason of you press your ult on her and she can't run away.
Yeah. I feel like we've got two of Kallista's best friends coming in here with the Nico Jarvan. I don't think we're going to see Kallista with it, though. The Kai'Sa makes a lot more sense. And this is a great comp here for DNF because the Sivir just got played into it. I was like, oh, Jarvan's a little risky. They could pick any AD carry and get out of that Cataclysm. Sivir Yuumi would be a cool throwback. That's an Ondil favorite as well.
Do it.
I actually
feel
think
like you should play Lulu.
I think it's okay, but I also prefer the Lulu because the ultimate is just way more safety. And Yumi's ultimate, does she have an ultimate? Doesn't feel like it in team fights.
It exists. You do get to press a button.
Well, now I think you're looking for a ball carrier if you're DRX. If you're DN Freaks, you're trying to eliminate that possibility. Even like Lee Sin, you know, or sorry, I'm not saying ball carrier. You're looking for pairing for the Nocturne. In my head, I was thinking about.
I was wondering. I'm like, wait.
I was thinking about the Orianna. I was
this?
thinking about the Orianna ban that's right there, and thinking it was in their comp, and it's the Nocturne that's there. This series did throw me for a loop. I still think it was quality League of Legends, but
we do have Genji versus T1 after this, by the way.
Don't worry, I'll have my head bag screwed on by then.
Yeah,
we got a little break.
I went outside afterwards. It's like millions of people just milling around Lal Park right now, waiting for this series to end.
So back to like what they're really looking to ban is solo lane picks here. The Jace gets taken away here for DN Freaks. The Cassante is taken away from Dudu, one of his old favorites, Dusante. And in terms of engage, the Nico and Jarvan, I think, is alone enough. So just taking out these tanks makes a lot of sense. Because you can just straight up have a really easy setup and get your Jarvan Nico into a good position with them. Jax also off the board. You know, the Nocturne pick doesn't feel that great just yet in this comp. I mean, you have the Lulu to Wild Growth when he goes in, but I don't see any target just yet that you're really trying to go in on. So trying to set up something for side lanes and having a big win in the top side, I think, does make sense. Took out the Cassante, they took out the Jax, but what is Rich going to be playing here? The Ahri is taken away, which is kind of good with Nocturne. Makes sense.
Yeah. On the side of DRX, you just want stuff that goes in. With the Sivir and with the Nocturne. But a lot of it is already kind of taken away.
I'm just going to wait and see in this one. I don't want to predict. It's Rich who has to pick something strong in the top lane, and Renekton, one of the ones that's up, all right? We discussed the Camille before, which would have been another strong pick, but does kind of get hindered pretty heavily by Jarvan and Nico. At least Renekton can kind of dash his way through that and can still get access to the backline. Feels pretty good into Kai'Sa as well.
This Gragas feels really good. Like, it's great in the lane against Renekton. I feel like it provides so much peel for the Kai'Sa if she ever gets in any trouble. He can also set up engages and, like, force a bunch of spell shields early, maybe even Lulu ults and stuff. Feels very good.
I wonder what they go with for this final pick, because you could even just go for something that is pretty safe and sit back and scale with it. This follows up on Jarvan, Kai'Sa, Nico incredibly well. And is one of those picks that right now in the pool is pretty tough to hard counter. Silas is going to be the choice. Fantastic with Lulu. There's a lot of great ults to steal. Can follow the Galio. I think this is a masterclass pick here for Yehu. It's a pick that he's played a few times. I think definitely has the ability to carry on it. And this comp is kind of all in on getting into either the backline and taking out Berserker or just re-engaging. I think the re-engages and the follows that DRX can have with their own stolen Galio ult are really good. I mean, basically, anything you steal here outside of, like, the Kai'Sa ult, I guess, is relatively valuable. And the Sivir Prio you can have to then control the map with Nocturne does feel pretty good. I think both of these comps have a similar identity. I just think that it's going to be that if you thought of it as like a turn-based game, DRX go first, and we'll see how much they can get on their turn, and then the re-engages I think will often be DNFs. Not to say that DNF can't start a fight on their own because they have the Nocturne, but you don't want to dive super hard into all of this or the response will be swift.
Is that Patrick Starr?
That's right, yeah.
He's just hanging out. He's just here at the studio. Hello, Patrick Starr. Mr. Starr. Good to have you. A lot of DN Freaks fans just begging for the win. They're like, please, just another one. We need a taste of the victory. And this time, You know, it doesn't feel like anyone really got a huge draft edge, differently from the other two games. Hasn't mattered so far. Let's see what happens here in game number 3.
수환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다. 미니언 생성까지 30초 남았습니다.
All right, the DN Freaks fans are going crazy as they hope desperately for a win. For DRX, it's very important too. I mean, you're trying to break out of the bottom 2 and make it into the 8-win bracket alongside of Bro.
Yeah, I mean,
and
right
try to
now,
keep your hopes alive of plans.
Obviously, D+, we've kind of put them in. They're almost like in purgatory. They're not quite in the Rise group in terms of scores. That can change over the next few weeks, of course, but you're fighting for going up there, and it's a 9-8-7, so everyone's just like one ladder rung away from each other. And this is the win as DRX you're expecting to take, right? I mean, only one team has lost to DNF this whole season. You don't want to be the second. It was Nongshim, of course, the first time around. Sponge coming in here for a late contest of the jungle on Vision. Yoshik is just going to be like, well, nice try, buddy.
I mean, he could like try to smite it, but yeah, Quantum's here, so Sponge actually gets the favorable damage trade, even with Quantum just hitting him over and over, and Sponge is in a really weird spot. Mid lane is trading at the same time, and eventually Sponge is like, oh yeah, I probably shouldn't 1v2 on the enemy side of the map.
Kind of can't really get value out of your Jarvan passive in that kind of situation, so you're just tossing flags and be like, get out of here! Shoo! Get out of here, you pesky Nocturne! If Quantum had Root there and rooted Sponge, it would be a different situation, but he didn't start that skill up, so at the end of the day, it just offers a little bit of poke. And they do shoo that pesky Nocturne away. And that's that. It was kind of exciting for a second, but ultimately got a little bit boring. These are the you know, I love League of Legends where it's like one team is going to try to dive, the other team is going to try to avoid getting dove and survive and do big damage, you know? We kind of had 2 games of that, but when you're in the Rise group and you get to game 3, sometimes you just go, well, I mean, anything could happen. We got 2 brawly compositions, we got Silas into a Galio Jarvan with Kai'Sa, and anything goes. It's going to be a bit of a game where sometimes the hands matter more than your prio. Sometimes your angles, your flank angles, mistakes you make really actually do matter.
Yeah. Sometimes the tempo vibes just kind of dictate where you're going, right? In a game like this, where everything's kind of on the line and it's Rise group and comps are similar, it's like, well, just let the vibes take you, I would say. That's my today's interpretation of Max's tempo vibes. We'll see if we can make it happen.
Yeah, right now I think it's a little bit unclear who has the tempo vibe. We'll find out soon, but at this moment in time, I couldn't tell you. I felt like in game 2, it was definitely DNF who had the tempo vibe, but I had a bad read, you know?
Yeah. Sometimes you gotta really get into the vibe to understand, like, I would say.
You see Ox, how he said he just had a hunch, right? He had a feeling it wasn't going to work out. They weren't going to play. Like, Ox knew the tempo vibe. He might not even been aware that he knew the tempo vibe, but I think that was actually his understanding of tempo vibe in that moment, even though he didn't use the terminology.
He was just trying to allude to it without using the words, you know. Maybe he's worried that it's copyrighted already by Atlas. Makes sense.
Well, until he comes here and shows me the copyright document, I'm gonna kind of keep using it in his honor, to be honest. But
yeah, I mean, if it was already put in, like, if he copyrighted it, if he patented it, then, you know, even if we don't know, like, I don't think there's a clause in there that is like, well, you need to let your coworkers know now. Or maybe there is. I don't know. We should ask Chronicler, the lawyer here on the team.
Yeah,
he would know.
Avoids that taunt. Gonna trade, and that's the most exciting thing that's happened in this game since Nocturne annoyed a Jarvan.
Good play-by-play of the trade in mid lane. That was good.
I'm just practicing, you know.
All right, getting in there once again. Bulldog actually losing his end of the trade.
I don't know if I can ever live up to Azael being the duel guy, but occasionally I will talk about a trade when a camera pans by. That's about as close as I can get.
I feel like being a play-by-play is definitely a little bit more accessible, you know?
Back in my StarCraft day, we had 2 play-by-plays and 2 colors every time.
Yep.
You had to both be able to analyze, and both of them you had to be able to do the play-by-play, talk about them Vikings shooting at a Colossus.
I love the way you pronounce Colossus.
Colossus. But them stalkers trying to defend, though, you know, it was a different time.
That was a different time. But it was true. You had to be able to do both. I feel like in this era of League of Legends, they kind of do have to do both. I feel like as well, especially for play-by-plays, you can't just sit around and like quote stats and just talk about narrative only the entire time. Like you have to have some sort of insight, otherwise, you know.
Yeah. And I think, you know, obviously we've got 2 phenomenal play-by-plays here that are very invested in LCK history and strategy. And both have monikers that have the list at the end of them to dictate their ability to analyze, although one of them, Valve Analyst, a little bit more respected in the hybrid community.
Hey, Atlantis was good.
He's made a comeback. He explained tempo vibes incredibly well.
Yeah, I loved the PowerPoint.
And just because maybe Valve Analyst is a little bit more renowned doesn't mean that Atlantis can't catch him. You guys,
sure.
You guys gotta, you know, keep up, brush up on your stuff. 2 guys who don't always do yelly stuff.
Yeah, I'm down for it. You know, we've been play-by-plays for a long time, so now it's time to start a new race.
Atlas right now is like double play-by-play for the fun. No, Atlas.
Atlas said, can confirm that Tempo Vibes are open source. So thankfully.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah, anyone can use them.
Well, we
to get into the law.
We haven't either of us really done a whole lot of analysis of what's happened in this
nothing's
game.
happened, Wolf.
They swapped, and it seemed like a slightly favorable swap for neither of them. Actually, it's dead even. Yeah. Renekton has been controlling the...
Yeah.
He's been controlling the Gragas matchup, but doesn't have a significant lead. Some plates did go over. So there's a small lead for Teddy. Both sitting at 69 CS.
Nice.
I was going to say, I'm not saying it. I already said it once today.
Went to 70. Yeah. Broke it.
Well, I mean, you got to keep going up.
Yeah. Nobody bought a call, though, so they're just going to continue being pretty much exactly even.
The tempo vibes, too, remain a complete mystery with a game state like this, you know?
Yeah. I think it's impossible to know. Like, maybe DRX have a little bit because they're kind of vibing after the win, you know? But it doesn't really, you can't really feel it, right? Because Yahoo sees everybody running at him at once, including the Nico clone, and he just elects to flash. Probably a good idea.
Yeah, the tempo vibe gauge like moved a little bit there, but not that much. As this is a level 6 Nocturne, and Quantum does not have his pop blossom. They need to be really respectful about the setup.
Oh, and Yahoo has Galio too, so he doesn't even have to take any risk. He can just sit in mid lane, wait. He doesn't have to face check anything, and he can just press ult when it's time. As now TP is coming in. Nocturne ult utilized. That's the knockup with the Lulu and the Nocturne. And there's the Galio ult from Yahoo. But now the counter engage is coming in. The first blood goes to Kaisa. Because now Teddy in a bunch of trouble. He has to run away. Gets cast and flagged to death by the Jarvan. And DNF respond excellently to the setup here of DRX on the Grubs.
Berserker here. Chased down by Rich, but he won't be able to do anything. He cannot follow further. Would put himself at risk. Wants so desperately to, you know, get a consolation back deny or a wave here, and that is not going to happen. So 3 kills now in the hands of the side of DNF, looking for their second win, the first win of the round, the second win of the tournament. As the setup looks fantastic, right? Nocturnal follow up here with the ultimate coming through from the Sylas. But there's just no real damage follow-up in this. Like, it's still early game Sivir. Teddy is then zoned and blasted. Taken out by the flag there, ultimately. And the timing and the desync between the Nocturne ultimate and the speed at which we saw the arrival of Yahoo, I think, was one of the big culprits there. But also Bulldog's initial taunt there was really nice to slow down the tempo. So they couldn't actually capitalize on that combo that looked really flashy, looked really cool, and then Teddy died. And that was the end of it. But it's 3 kills, 1,400 gold to lead. And, yeah, I mean...
Yeah, I think especially in compositions where they're pretty similar in what they want to do, games can get very out of hand, and there's not a lot of commentators being like, oh, well, there's this win condition because they have the scaling and et cetera, as we were doing in Game 2, which didn't really come to fruition. But in this one, it's like, yeah, I mean, they do have Sivir, but also they have, you know, Silas Nocturne that's behind with Renekton, and that is going to become an issue fast, especially if Berserker continues to get fed.
The big issue I have for DRX, I mean, the gold is a significant problem for them, but the Nocturne targets here in this game are just not, we're not really swimming in them. And if Rich had a massive lead in this lane, which he had a small lead earlier, and you can see he still can be Renekton, but like if he was crushing this lane, if he had gotten resources early, if he was up a kill, which he's down a kill and down 300 gold in fact, and it's a catalyst on Dudu, so it's like really hard to actually out-trade him and then get kill pressure for a Nocturne, then maybe you could be like, oh, they play through that. You know, maybe the Silas steals an ultimate and Yehu joins as well, and they start bullying Dudu. Instead,
what's going on up here? Rich, yeah, he thought he was safe with his Nocturne hanging around. The second he backs, they go in, and Dudu kind of just sets it up by himself with the alley-oop dunk from Pyosik. And that is just DNF getting more and more wins.
Did the kill go over to Pyosik with the flag? We need to make a rune.
I thought he just autoed him.
I think it was just an auto, but like I wanted to make a new Hunter rune, Flag Hunter.
Look at the timing of this. The second he goes back to cast.
So horrible. And if he joins,
I think it was the flag.
Yeah, it looks like it might have actually been the flag. I think it actually was, based on how he turned around there.
Yeah.
But we need to make a rune for Flag Hunter, because he's got 2 in this game already. Can he get all 5, you know? To give him more flag cooldown.
Yeah. More cooldown?
Yeah, it needs to be like...
Longer?
Throw 3 flags at once. I mean, more cooldown reduction.
Yeah, okay. That makes a lot more sense.
More ability haste.
Yes. Cooldown isn't a real thing in this game anymore.
No, we don't get hot.
Well,
so the tempo vibes are clear at this point, and I don't think we need to really discuss them anymore.
Yeah.
I think that the way back into this game for DRX, again, outside of a mistake for DNF, or some DNF late game...
shenanigans.
Yeah.
Hullabaloo.
You know, some poor decision-making, some lack of judgment, is playing through this Sivir, Prio, and push, and Teddy getting big. That's the only way. And it's going to require getting some sort of objective to buy time. Here we go.
This is one way to maybe do it. Caught Galio is going to be feared up, but is pretty fast. With the phase rush, he gets over to Pyosik. And Pyosik is just here to essentially say, get away from my friends.
And this is why I'm saying it's a little bit hard to Nocturne ult anybody in this game, because everybody is just hard to kill. Like, if you get on top of a Kai'Sa, it means the team has mispositioned, right? She's going to be sitting back super far away, and then they could just peel for her so incredibly easily. This phase rush Galio also has a Jarvan nearby. If you're trying to catch a Jarvan, he's going to get out. I don't know if I really need to explain the Gragas situation. And you just need to have better follow-up than that. You need to have a huge advantage, a lot of control to be able to get a pick like that. And they were somewhat desynced, right? Like, Bulldog was isolated, but not as isolated, I think, as DRX thought.
Yeah, absolutely. DNF just totally in control of this game at the moment, and we have another Hextech Soul. It's going to be a fun one for sure. I would not be surprised if, you know, under this amount of pressure, DNF, you know, they have looked good up until this moment in this series, but will they begin to crack? You know, because unfortunately that has been kind of the norm, where they've gotten leads in the past. They've won games. They've been able to do this and that, but sometimes when it comes down to the wire, they're not on the same page. I just hope that also Quantum, a guy that's played a lot in Challengers, but doesn't have as much LCK experience, can keep his head cool. Maybe use some cooldown there, although we don't have that anymore. To just hopefully keep himself afloat. And if they do, I mean, DNF, they're just in a really good spot. Very curious about the next Dragon fight, especially.
I am as well, as it is Hextech Soul again, and this is not favorable.
Yeah, I mean, Bulldog's just outplaying him. Yeah, who's just not hitting anything.
And like, it's not a 1v1, by the way.
Oohs and ahs from the crowd. The flash comes out, but the Cataclysm is there. Yehu with the Kingslayer staying alive. Do they have the damage? Is really the only question, and they do. Absolutely. As Pyosik comes over, and they secure themselves a kill. DRX will look to start up the Rift Herald in response.
Quantum is here with Flash ult. They're going to have TP Richins. That should make it a little bit safer. I guess they will get away with this.
Yeah, let's see how they do. We do see a bit of damage coming in from Berserker and Quantum. They don't have to be there. Going in onto the Kai'Sa. The ult comes out and the flash, which is another reason why it's not the greatest target out of the 80 carry pool to go in on. Another great wolf point, and they didn't get the eye. They were so focused on the engage, they didn't get the eye. And they just don't even know. Rich could have just gone over the wall. They just have no idea. And it's gone.
Wow. They'll find out soon.
Oof.
I got nothing.
That's gotta hurt.
I got nothing, Valdez. The vibes are real. I guess the tempo vibes said DNF are due in this one. Or maybe it's that it was a really rough trade for Yehu down there. Didn't respect the fact they didn't know where Pyosik was. Got outplayed by Berserker, and then top side, they just didn't have enough control, I'm afraid.
Well, if you've been an LCK caster long enough to know that the vibes are more real than whatever you just said.
Yeah, no, it's true.
Yeah.
I mean, Chronicler can try to deny them, or curses.
Yeah, it's a similar vein, rather.
Yeah. Maybe it's time for another Vayne cosplay from Wadid.
Yeah, maybe tomorrow.
Could be. You know, curses, I used to deny them. The don't get excited about KT thing. You know, Monty stated it long ago, and everyone kind of slowly accepted it. And I just was like, nah, come on, guys. Like, they're really good.
And you said, I will get excited about KT.
I did say that.
And then
with an expletive as well.
Yes.
And I learned quickly. I was once again duped by the curse of the Kwangdong mid-season collapse. I was like, that's not real. I'm going to put them in 4th place on my overreaction.
and then
it
was real.
It was real.
Yeah.
Came a bit early this year, but they're not collapsing in this series for now. For now.
Yeah, for now. I just I'm excited about this fight over the Dragon. I do feel like both teams haven't done a great job of setting up for this. DRX have definitely done a better job. Here comes DNF.
This Jarvan first pick is getting work done, though. Like, Pyosik has had an incredible game. And even though you have this Lulu Sivir, so the Sivir has some inherent additional safety, I just don't think you get that much out of it yet. And with the game state, I don't know if you'll get to a point where Teddy is the Fountain Laser he wants to be in this game. When you see the Zeal double dagger, you're like, ooh, he's on his way. Does have the Yuntals. And you can see, like, DNF are like, your move, because whoever engages second has a huge advantage, I think, with these two comps, and DRX are going to start this up and try to be the first one to catch that engage.
Yeah, I mean, Pyosik's standing right here. Nobody's really doing anything. There's the Cataclysm on a Teddy, but the counter with the Paranoia, and the Redemption does come in. The Cask hits that backline, but it's just looking like a bit of a Galio fest in here as the stolen Galio ultimate. Berserker's in a lot of trouble. The smite does go to DRX. But Yehu does get taken out. A very close fight at this point. Big taunt at the very end, but there it is, the kill from Pyosik. He finds his timing after Bulldog sets it up perfectly. And yes, DRX did get the Drake, but DNF get another fight win.
Teddy did so much in that fight, even without the Flicker Blade that we were talking about his inventory. His 5,000 damage is able to do incredible work. Yehu is not able to connect his chains in the fight, but he's like, nah, I got this. I'm going to get in on top and take out that pesky carry, but unfortunately it's still not enough. Pyosik with 5 kills on this Jarvan in this game. Goes for Teddy here initially, then backs out when the Paranoia comes down. Look at Teddy here, gets cast forward, but he's going to do a ton of damage actually as the Galio Fest, as you called it, happens there. And the chains don't connect. Teddy's like flashing in, I'm killing Berserker. And it looks for the moment here like, okay, this is a winnable fight. Like, it should be fine for DRX, but Teddy doesn't have flash. Bullet with his last breath gets the taunt, and that's the difference maker.
Yeah.
Like, if he doesn't get that taunt off, I think the fight could look completely different.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the fact that this Jarvan is huge is a really big deal. He has Cleaver done. before 20 minutes, he is the carry in this game. Also, take a look at Dudu and his lead. Very close, very comparable to Piosik's lead, which is kind of insane. And a nice little linear graph there from the side of DNF. They're able to get even more gold after the fight because they had the control on the map.
Teddy, I think, proves again in this fight, though, that Sivir is going to be a big menace in the late game. This lead is so significant for DNF that, again, you wonder if we'll get there, but that fight, if you're a DRX fan, gives you kind of some hope. Like, it was actually kind of playable. And now Yehu does have a big spike of picking up that Rift Maker. He is also getting closer and closer to that Rod of Ages completion, which will help his hijacks. And a 0-3 Silas is not really where you want to be, but I think he's going to be a little bit more relevant. And this comp does have insane brawling power for Teddy. As long as Teddy can sit back and do the damage and isn't forced to flash in to kill the enemy carry.
Yeah, I mean, these fights are just, they're a mess, right?
Yeah.
Like, we have Galio ults flying all over, the cask is thrown in, you know, like Piosik's going in, he's going out, he's going back in. We got Gragas and Renekton as well. It feels like everybody's got a dash. There's threats everywhere.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of ifs, okay? In this situation where DRX do get the comeback win here. But there are ifs. there are possibilities. It's Rise Group.
Yeah. It's Rise Group, baby. Anything is possible. I'm a believer.
You know, Pioshik is here to say no ifs, ands, or buts, but here comes the engage with the Lulu ult.
Yeah, going in onto the Nico. Again, not the best target, but it's going to work. They're going to get Quantum.
If no one else is there, I guess eventually they get him.
Yeah, and honestly, maybe he is the best target. I think actually the Nico maybe an easier target even than the Kaisa.
And they can actually TP the Silas in. He gets the turret and will be able to join the fight. Contesting Otacon is going to be a big challenge here for DNF, but I think that DRX should look to reset and actually look for a better target before they actually commit to the Otacon itself. As Bulldog also has TP and ult. And in fact, he's just going to try to push mid. And as Yehu comes here, it looks like we're just peeling off entirely and we'll completely reset. So DRX got the gold from the kill onto Quantum, but didn't really gain anything else. They wanted much more. And in fact, it's DNF who now pulled the trigger here. Quantum has respawned, doesn't have his ult, but this is a really tough fight now without vision and no paranoia. I mean, the timing of this, when it comes back, I think the Otacon might just simply be gone.
Yep, it looks gone. I mean, Sponge is thinking about it, but you can see he's very hesitant. Now they're pushing in as a team, but they see the health bar and they're like, oh, we gotta get out. Nope, 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 we're done with this. That's an Otacon given over for free, essentially, over to DNF. They want to take a fight. They're just diving here as Rich is blown to smithereens. And now we got Sponge jumping straight into the Galio and just dying. DNF are smothering this team and it's not even close. 11-3, 12-3 as DNF take a huge fight after the Otacon.
And it looks like we may have a few more of these last chances left in DNF here in round 4. DNF crushing the fight. And they just knew those critical cooldowns are gone, namely the paranoia. And you can see how this fight looks. They're holding the Otacon, right? They look for the turn. And the dive just makes sense at this point. They're like, well, what are you going to do about it? What are you going to do to stop us here? Rich has his ult, but the fact that Quantum sacrifices himself there, well, I mean, he's caught, right? But his sacrifice is not in vain, and they can just follow up so easily. And then Paranoia comes back up, and they're like, well, where do we go with it? They ult onto a Galio, and it doesn't work. It's just desperation. The Lulu ult being down as well is another deterrent of that dive they just didn't have because it was used on that pick on the Quantum. And I think this is DNF closing this one out.
This is different from some of their other leads that they've had that have been like extreme late game. You know, they're pushing in, it's 40 minutes, it's been a grueling fight. This is, they have so much momentum, it's very early on. Pioshik has 7 kills, like he's got nearly 3 items. He can do whatever he wants in this one. So in terms of the momentum, you know, maybe the gold lead is not quite as large as the one you saw them throw the last time out, but it hits much harder, let's just say.
I also just think the situation was completely different comps-wise in that last throw. Like, this time they have a comp that's pretty basic, straightforward. It hard engages, it kills.
All right, finding it, Quantum sets it up. Rich's gonna take a bunch of damage. Now the Nocturne ultimate comes in. Pioshik taking a bunch of damage himself, but it doesn't quite matter as Teddy, frontlining, just dies. And that will be this Hextech Drake going over to DNF as well.
Like I said, You focus a target, you dive. They die. It's straightforward. And even if that target is a Renekton, you can make it work. Rich is a survivor, but Teddy is not. And so many resources used there in the attempted defense. Dragon goes over here for free. They do not break the base, but Baron is up. As this is how this breaks out again. Rich snared, Jarvan follows, and then Teddy walks forward here to try to capitalize on...
Flash, taunted.
Yeah. Oh, he tries to capitalize on the paranoia. He thinks that maybe with the paranoia cover, he can actually get in and do some ricochet damage. He's going for the high-risk play, but as you said, it's a bit of a sticky situation.
Yeah, stuck to the Galio, and that's not what you want a Sivir. Desperate for the kill. The turret also died at the same time. DNF, I said it before, they can kind of just do whatever they want. And at this point, you know, they could just go for Baron. I think they really got to play off this momentum and just make it clear that they are winning this game.
Yeah. Now, if Teddy has a 90-plus generic Green Wings game, maybe.
Sure.
But I think DNF should be able to break the base with this Baron if they can secure it. They are playing very carefully, arguably almost too carefully here, but they want to push Sponge out. They have tons of vision around this pit. I mean, look at the Gragas angle. If anyone tries to contest, he just casts them in to the maw that is this insane lead.
Just collecting Yehu's flash over and over.
I think now they could just go to Baron and look for a turn.
I feel like they definitely should. Honestly, this little bit that we had up in the top lane, I don't think that was even necessary. And now they've gotten a ward down, which they had the pick cleared before, but now the ward is there. So DNF got to be careful.
I mean, they get paranoia in. This is actually a bit scarier than it should be.
It's just like full vision on the objective. So meanwhile, we got Teddy just by himself as in goes Sponge, but trying to flash, trying to get the smite down is not going to happen. The wallets are just too big. DNF are getting it done. Teddy just died by himself on the bottom side to Dudu.
They just could not get access. Wanted so desperately to, but Dudu just finds him, zones him out. He's so big on this Gragas. This takes the Sivir out directly.
The only question I have now, Wolf, is who's your POM?
Yeah, this is a tough one. Because everyone's had a role to play across multiple games. It might be Pyosik, to be honest. Like, his synergy with Berserker in the first game, but I don't know, man. With Berserker having this Kai'Sa performance, plus the fact that he just made Yunara look incredibly broken and untouchable, it might just be Berserker. I think both picks are viable. And, you know, a little LCK anecdote, I mean, these guys are incredibly close. And no matter what's going on with DNF, like, they're almost inseparable. Every time you see Pyosik, Berserker is likely with him, walking around the arena. And you can just feel the synergy there. As this is just Teddy getting blasted on the side.
AP Gragas.
Yeah, big boy, gonna do big damage. The Sponge comes in here looking for an opportune steal, but it's a nice hold on the damage there, as Odin's got to be proud. And I think the hype looks low here in the coaches' booth, because I think they knew, A, that this game was likely over a long time ago, and B, maybe there's still a little fear about that famed loss to Bro.
One of the coaches said something and the whole crowd laughed, but we couldn't quite hear it, so I am curious what was said. If anyone out there knows, please let us know.
Yeah, it might have been like, Chunchunny Hail, like play it slow or something like that. I don't know.
Because it's like 12,500 gold and they're worried maybe. Honestly, that's fair. But again, this is a very different feel. A very different vibe even to the game that they threw.
They are certainly crossing their T's, dotting their I's and J's with this like bulldog top push to look for third inhibitor.
Dotting their O's as well, potentially, depending on language.
Yeah, potential umlaut situation. A's as well as an accented I, even.
How about an accented E?
What about an accented C? Accented N? Maybe they're flipping an exclamation mark.
All right, going on in. Only going to catch the Nocturne here, but the cask is huge. And I think the Wallets have just got the job done here, as it's not the cleanest dive. Dudu actually getting pretty low. Teddy running around a little bit. They got to be careful, but the flash on in, and that is why you pick Jarvan into Sivir, because she cannot run away. And down he will go. Teddy, the last hope of this team here, DRX, look to be the second team to fall to DNF here at the LCK 2025. And DNF, after months of losing, it looks like they have finally figured it out. They have finally been able to put it together and get a victory here once again.
Quantum looks relieved. He steps in. He steps up. Berserker having a night out. And D and Freaks keep the candle
of that hope alive, playing still attainable. It would take an incredible miracle, a story that you couldn't even write a script for a film to make it there. But step by step, this was step one. It was only a +1. They wanted a +2. They wanted a 2-0, but it will not be theirs tonight. Even so, a very clean set of wins. Both of their wins extremely dominant. And they had a great draft even in the loss. This is a different look for a team that, until before today, I think most people thought were just down and out.
You know who actually predicted DNF was Degon. Shout out to him. He expected the second win of the entire year in LCK for DNF to happen right here. As you can tell the fans beginning to get emotional. It's hard not to when, you know, it's been such a hard road for these guys. Every single day we come in and cast them and we're just like, oh God, I don't want to see them losing again. It's just so painful. As already we got fans crying. But today is a day of happiness. As Bull Mom, she comes down every day.
Every time.
Every loss, she was here.
Every single one. And, you know, there may be those out there saying, well, it was still a 2-1. It was still only DRX.
Don't be that guy.
Don't be that guy, because this means so much. This might be...
Yeah.
This might be the way these players climb out of the hole. This might be the momentum that makes this whole team look different. And even if they don't make that play-in stage, the rest of the season becomes a whole lot more interesting. Watching this team becomes a whole lot more interesting, a lot more fun. And teams like DRX and Bro, who still have to go through this team, Bro nearly losing a game to them last week, DRX losing here, are trying to fight their way into play-ins as well. And this team could definitely be a new dark horse to play spoiler at least, and to be potentially the ones that pull that gap between D+ and B and K away from Bro and DRX. So a new character, to a certain extent, it feels like has emerged here. Like, we saw a transformation tonight for sure.
Yep, we absolutely did. It's going to be really cool to see if they can keep the streak going, create a streak for the first time. They get 2 wins, and number 2 comes tonight. Number 3 could be on Sunday against D+ Kia. It's going to be a hard match.
I don't think it's impossible, you know? As someone who was the only one, on our side at least, that predicted B and K to beat D+.
Yeah.
I did not, in fact, predict DNF, and even after watching this, I wouldn't. But it feels a lot more up in the air, or at least like kind of hovering above the ground. This was Pyoshik's game. Obviously, Berserker had a pretty good game here, and his Yunara was amazing. But I think Berserker will end up picking up the palm. But man, Pyoshik, he said first pick Jarvan. I was like, I don't know about that. They picked the Sivir into it, which empowered it, to be sure. But
yeah, that was interesting.
I think I feel a little bit less bad about first pick Jarvan when it's played like this and when the synergy is there, because that's the transformation we're talking about. I think maybe people who tune in late might be like, well, I mean, they won, so what's the transformation? They just beat DRX. No, this team actually coordinated today. They actually were shot calling. They were playing as a unit.
I love Wolf's imitations of that chatter.
I know they're out there.
They exist.
Don't be that chatter. Unless you're a DRX fan, but then you're kind of disparaging your own team, so I don't know. Maybe don't be that no matter what.
Yeah. I do agree. Let's listen in to the winning moments. We don't get a lot of these.
Pretty quiet.
Yeah, the comms seem a lot more organized. A little bit more.
Yeah, I mean, it's a step up, okay?
Yeah, it's a win.
And I think these types of moments and this type of end kind of explain themselves. I really want to see if there's like clapping or a pop-off.
Quantum does.
Nice big bros.
Big bros. Dude, look at that damage.
AP Gragas.
Big fella's got a big damage bar. And to be fair, you know, he really did. Especially that moment where he just assassinated Teddy. Like, what can't the AP Gragas do? I do wonder if teams will take a look at that and be like, huh, Gragas does seem pretty strong. I mean, yes, this was a stomp, but just the way he handled lane and just got to do whatever he wanted was pretty good.
Incredibly negative chatter does have a small point in that the draft was rough for DRX in this one, but I just want to celebrate Berserker, his first palm of his career, 100 points on
Finally
the
get
board.
to see his palm pose.
Yeah.
You know, just taking a little nap.
He can finally rest! No, he can finally sleep easy.
It's so true. It's way too accurate. Like, when he made that pose, he didn't know it was going to be a 1-in-21 until the 2-in-21 season, so.
I think DRX got to go back to the drawing board with drafts a little bit. Teddy can't just pick Sivir no matter what and carry everything. You will have to have a little bit more depth than that.
I mean, this felt like a perfect Ezreal game, too. Like, if they just picked other things, but, yeah. You know, hindsight is 20/20, and maybe he assumed that he could handle the Jarvan. I mean, if they didn't get this far behind, maybe they just shred the Jarvan, right? So, different situation could have occurred, but DRX did not play out this game very well, and DNF looked really good. They actually looked like a contender. Just wish that it didn't
should have come early. Yeah, it should have come earlier.
Yeah, too late, too little, too late. You know, sometimes when it's too late, that's when you get back on the horse. We got the interview now. Let's jump into that right now.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Steer for the POM interview translation, joined by Berserker on the side of DN Freaks, who got their second win after 88 days. Berserker, congratulations. It was not an easy journey. You escaped such a long losing streak. How do you feel? I feel like it's been a long time since I got back on the stage for the interview, and I feel a little nervous. And in the process of our losing streak, even before the season ended, we really wanted to get another win. And honestly, it's so pleasant to get another win. And I hope that we're able to keep it up and finish the season strong. Yeah, until today, it must have been so challenging for your team. So what did you guys do to bring the team spirit up? You know, in the last week's match, we won, and we lost that one match in a very impossible way. So in the end, we had some players swap, and after a long time, we were able to win. So I'm really grateful that we were able to get back on pace. And yeah, Quantum, after 1 year, is back on the LCK stage as a starter, and with not much time to build bot synergy. What did you focus on practicing? Honestly, throughout the practice, I was wondering if this is the right thing to do. But as we were able to play on stage, I think even when our opinions clashed, I think just trying even harder to stay on page actually made us stronger as a team. In Game 1, you guys confidently picked Yunara as the R1 pick, and it looked like there was high priority over her. So what strength did you discover during practice? I only played Yunara in scrims twice, but when I played, her laning phase is actually really strong, and even in the early game, you do pretty well, and she's very, very good at maintaining her power spikes, so I felt like she was definitely high up on the tier list. Yeah, this was a pick that you guys were taking, even giving up Wukong, Gwen, and Aurora, so is it just that valuable? Yeah, I think our top had to really tank that hit for me to play Yunara, and I think our mindset was that Yunara has to carry and win the game. And then in Game 3, you guys got Jarvan as the B1 pick, so what was the team's impression of J4? Just looking at the overall picture, it looked like J4 would be a lot more supportive for helping the bot lane out, so I think we really wanted to get that Jarvan pick first and then finish the rest of the comp around the Jarvan. And your Game 3, you guys really took your time to close it out. And your next opponent will be D plus Kia. What are your goals for the remaining matches? As much as our fans already know, I feel like our team is really strong mechanically, But obviously, we seem like we're underperforming just based on our result. So I really want to make sure that we're able to showcase that we can actually show up. And I want to make sure to prepare even harder to win in our next upcoming match. And of course, one of the reasons you were able to win today was all of your fans here on site cheering for you. And there were fans who were shedding tears even. So would you like to say anything to your fans? Well, first of all, I think the only thing I can say is thank you. Thank you so much for always having our back and supporting us. Despite all the losing streak, they always tell us not to give up. And that's what really gives us the energy to even get the win today. So I want to make sure that we're able to pay the support back by showing up in the future. Congratulations once again, and that's the end of the interview with Berserker. And back to the space. Thank you.
That's my boy Min Chol. It is the second win for DNF. They get it done. How many signs do we have here, Cronny? 2. I got badges to give out. You know how many badges I have to give out here? You get 1. I get 1. 2. You know how many DNF win signs I got to give out? There's 1.
And
Here's 2. Boom! The second win for the DN Automotive Freaks in the history of the franchise being named the DN Automotive Freaks in the LCK. They get it done. Congrats, DNF. It has been such a long time. So for all the fans, congratulations.
And it's very clear with this outburst that they were actually talking specifically about Digon, the only one that was brave enough to predict them. He never gave up on them. He kept trying, he kept hoping, and they did. And even for me, I'm just happy to watch them win a series because I had to lose them or watch them lose and I wasn't over it. This helped a lot.
There were so many times they were so close as well. You know, we knew they had enough to get 90% of the way, 95% of the way so many of the times, but just to get over the line seemed to be so difficult. And this one, you know, went the distance as well, but that game 3 was convincing.
Yeah. Let's take a look at the POMs while Cronny makes his final point here in just a second. There it is. It was a Berserker angle, but you could go Quantum down there in the bottom, Pyoshik with the great game 3, but in the battle of former Freaks matchups, it was Quantum over Andonis.
Yeah, it was actually the wise words of Ox. Some games, it was harder for them to lose than it was to win, and yet they found a way. I think these votes are perfect. Quantum coming in, giving a breath of fresh life, rather, and then Pyoshik and Berserker were the 2 main characters in the respective game 1 and 2.
All right, let's take a look at the comments here. What did you have for us, Ox?
Yeah, I feel like it's been a while since Pyoshik's had this level of play, particularly in this game 3. This is the world champion level that we haven't seen from Pyoshik for a while, but yeah, this is why he is a world champion. If he plays like this more often, maybe we'll see him there again.
All right, like the optimism, technically still possible.
Still possible.
You know, not mathematically eliminated. As I've been a Berserker fan way back, I was hyping him up when he went to an A. And let's be real, he did also have a good showing at the beginning of the year, but I feel like the joke just kind of made itself. And I think he did well. Really, really solid performance. The fact that his photo is him sleeping.
Yeah, did you know that beforehand?
I did not. And
wow,
that's
pretty good.
That just worked out.
All right, and finally we have Wolf here. His comment, Berserker can finally rest. He came,
he did see
carried,
it, right?
Oh, okay.
He conquered. I'm pretty sure Wolf saw that one. Both of you guys
good.
the sleepy one. Okay. No, we changed the photo. Okay, so no, both of you guys were just prophets. Not as prophetic as me, but that's okay. Let's take a look at the standings after that last one. At the DN Automotive Freaks, their name is still fully highlighted. They are still alive at 2-21, and DRX in the battle for that last playoff spot. That's a tough one. That's a tough one for him.
Yeah, keeps DNF's hopes alive. Still very difficult path, but playing a bit of spoiler. DRX, you know, they were hoping to gain distance on Bro, able to try and get away from the fate they're currently in and move forwards, and now a little bit of an unfortunate position and starting to lose some ground.
Actually, the biggest winner might be BNK because they're seeing another competitor to their spot drift further and further away.
Now, if you thought that game was a banger, you know that the next series that we have on up is absolutely one. It is T1 and Gen G, and we're very happy and honored to have join us on the desk for questioning and just a little chat. It's Gen G Arnold. Welcome, brother. Yeah, thank you for making time in your busy schedule to come and join us. You know, we were last over at EWC's last time I had the chance to talk to you. You were talking up your boy Duro, and Duro has been so dang good. Could you have imagined him being this good so early on in his career?
You know, first off, I'm the #1 Duro defender. You know, I have been since the beginning. I feel like people forgot, like they were talking so much trash about him in the beginning of the year, but I'm like, dude, this guy's just starting, right? And he's like been a sponge. And also a lot of credit to Ruler, who has he's been incredible, just like coaching him up, and he's always been incredible. So, you know, it's been shocking to see his growth and what he's done, because like we knew he was good. We knew he's one of the best, but to be at this level is honestly, I'm shocked about it too.
Yeah, but Arnold's keeping receipts, y'all, so you know he knows. Carney, you had a question here for Arnold as well.
Yeah, I'm kind of wondering with Gen G making as many deep runs, one of the big talking points is both the fact that obviously their schedule is grueling, going as deep as they do. There's also the ongoing meme, which I don't know if you're aware of, that rest is bad, and the more they play, the more consistent they get, and then they take a 2-week break, and it's like, what are your experiences with this?
So I remember, like, even when we were landing from EWC, we get in at 3 a.m., and you know, we tried our best to like support them. We had like Korean food waiting. Like we asked them like exactly which Korean dish they wanted. It was gonna be ready at their home. We like picked them up at the airport, but obviously they're like just struggling. No practice, no time to rest. Going straight into the game. We're very lucky to have won, and then we have to go prepare and be ready for the next game, which is, you know, incredible opponent in T1 at a homestand match, right? And you know, I got to give a lot of credit to the team and the coaching staff for always being really positive, for spending time and, you know, doing fan meet and greets and everything else. Like, man, I have no idea how they did it. That schedule was brutal, but, you know, we're trying our best to support them. And, you know, I think they're in like much better shape now.
I want to ask a bit about, so previous iterations of Gen G, you had players like Peanut and Lehens, really vocal players, known shot callers. Current iteration of the roster, what does the shot calling dynamic look like? Who's had to step up to kind of fill those roles of those players who've left before?
Yeah, first off, I got to say, like, Peanut, Lehens, incredible players, people, shot callers, teammates, everything, right? At the end of the day, like, I think a lot of people have stepped up in the org, but like one thing that I know for sure, and you guys probably see it, and you guys are probably watching on co-streams with K-Dro and everything, like, you actually have voice comms that were released, and we actually see Chovy taking a huge step up, because basically he's recognizing that he needs to take that next step to be even better if we're going to be at that next level.
I love that. I love that. When it comes to just the amount of content that you guys have been putting out lately, it feels like over and over again, you guys are just pushing so much out here. What has been the focus for Gen G when it comes to like fan interaction and trying to get closer to fans?
Yeah, I think the one thing that we're going to try to do a better job of is like showing the input and the mentality of our team and why they're getting better. Like, you know, the one thing that like always sticks in my head is like most people only view our team at like one moment in time, and we're a success or a failure depending on whether we win or lose. Like the one mentality that this team has that is really rare, and we got to do a better job of showing it, is like, for like Chovy, for instance, like every failure that like a fan puts on him, he just views it as like the next challenge, right? And like that kind of mentality, and how do we show more of that? How do we show the growth of Chovy as a shot caller, Duro's growth, and picking Pyke in a game 5? Like, it's crazy, right? And so we're going to try to do a better job of showing that kind of growth and really viewing failure as a challenge, not as something that like you sit in forever.
Yeah, to kind of end on a more questioning note. So I personally have staked my entire reputation on my prediction today, obviously. I'm a Gen G predictor. I was in horrible shame because I predicted them last time and you guys got clapped by T1. That game 3 was not ready. My hopes and dreams kind of shadow with that one. Are you guys winning today?
I
want a clear answer.
All right, I have a hot take, all right? So we're never going to be able to 2-0 or 3-0 T1 because they're too good. So I'm going to predict 2-1. But I want to also give like one thing that I think is a hot take of, I think we had a canon event.
Canon event?
Yes.
The breaking
of a defining, like, it's crazy that we're like this game 5 merchant now. And you know when that happened?
When did that
Remember that time that Ruler had that Drake steal?
I did. Yes. I do. Yes.
When that happened, we moved into a different universe. And, you know, at that point, that Drake Steel moved us into a different universe, and everybody has to now live in this new universe.
This was the first time that T1 brought you to Game 5, right? And then they barely ruler stole, and you got the comeback.
That was
different universe.
We're now in a different universe.
So what you're saying
Welcome.
is my prediction's fine.
You're good. You're good. 2-1.
All right. Well, CEO of Gen G joining us in here, talking about different universes and what the Gen G glitch looks like. He sees the future. All right. Thank you so much for spending time with us.
You guys are awesome, and thank you to all the fans. Like the players really appreciate it. We really appreciate it. Just thank you so much.
All right, y'all. We have that matchup for you coming up next. It is Gen G. It is T1, one of the best rivalries in all of esports. We get to see it after this short break. Don't go anywhere. More LCK in just a bit.
결과에 따라서 플레이인 진출이 결정이 되잖아요.
그렇다면 그 안에서 서로를 잡아먹으면서 몸을 키워야죠.
테디도 복귀한 이후로 매판 너무 잘해주고 있어요. 은맨이 멈출 기세가 아니에요. 지대!
여기서 살아남기 위해 오늘도 열심히 싸우는 그 팀들이 있어요.
Makes me stronger.
Cloud Soul point for HLE. They lock this down. They're going to be running real fast. As Kingen finds an equalizer, the flash forward, another ulti goes to Narnia, but the ult's there from Zeka to lock down Calyx, and this time, the Emperor's Divide divides by 0, and it does absolutely nothing. Cosmic Binding is a flash there from Delight. He tries to get himself out of the play, but now it's the Viper show as he dives on top of everyone, gets the triple, and there's the follow-up. Quadra kill for Viper. He is charging this stun. He will have it up. Now Keen, Mega Cones to get on over towards Perfect and Peter. The Needleworkers come on through there as there's the interrupt onto Chovy. I don't know whether he's exactly the target that they're looking for. As Keen goes golden right in the middle of the fight. The Magnet Storm, he's on everyone, and now Ruler has a huge shield as he gets into the back line. They've wiped out BDD, the blackout from Perfect. He's not offering the damage anymore. And KT! Oh, it was looking so good until it wasn't.
maybe if it was 2 wards and they didn't know. And
I guess that he doesn't need to 1v9 to fight because he's just gone.
Yeah, there is no fight.
Are we
Wait,
playing?
what's the teleport?
Are we playing for the exit? We're playing for the exit!
Okay, looking for the. They're really going way too deep for this. They
앞라인 좋아, 앞라인 좋아.
왼쪽 안 좋아, 왼쪽 안 좋아.
우리 좋긴 해.
할만해, 할만해. 카시 높을 도고. 카시 높을 도고.
좋아. 펜타인데?
펜타. 빼서.
왜 빼서? 진짜로.
아니, 형. 괜찮아, 이거 미드 가야 돼. 바텀 라인 없어.
뭐지?
아니. 펜타 이거 말을 해줘.
말해줘.
소리 너무 작았어.
That's the circus! They bait you in. They're like, oh, are you sure we can do it? Yes, they can. As this initial engage looks a bit disappointing. Danger and Doran going.
미안하게 생각을 한다. 그래, 괜찮아.
A lot of resources were invested there for DRX, but the health bars for them are still looking good. EK, you can see them contemplate.
Oh, the flash on a 3 is huge here from Andil. And the follow-up is big as well. They get the kill on a barrel.
알려볼게. 나 딜해볼게. 먹을 수 있나?
We finally got the reset, but the knockup comes in. Lucian barely on any health, and he's gonna finally get those resets in. As Lucian, he found his ankle. We were waiting so long for it to happen. See how this one's gonna go. Looks like DT want to fight, especially Peter's probably pretty good.
Full committing.
Full commit, 100% 5v5 on the Mountain Tree. T1 don't want to give it up, and they're gonna just go for the straight up engage. Owner is going to be okay. It goes over the rise as Faker gonna smite it down with his abilities. Nice engage here from the Nico. Keria sets it up, but the damage isn't quite there. The hook from Vader is huge, but they don't quite have the health bars. And Owner just stays alive and shuts everybody down. It's a full ace to T1.
That man cannot have Zinzo! It's not okay. How does he live there? Unbelievable. Because I don't even think that. Yeah, and the sustain, right?
makes me stronger.
Hello and welcome back to the LCK. It's time for the match you've all been waiting for. Gen.G up against T1. These are currently the best two teams in the world. I do not even hesitate to say that, and they're going head-to-head once again. And Wolf, I mean, we have a lot of Gen.G Predators. We have a couple of T1s out there. Who do you think is going to take this?
I was a Gen.G Predator. I think T1 got the better of them last time around, but Gen.G have been so stable, so smart in new metas. The development we've seen from this roster over the last few months has been kind of insane. But I say it kind of like in a 52-48 level of confidence, because I do think T1 is on the same level, and it's really just going to come down to some small decisions in draft in game. That's going to be the backbreaker, or like the scale tipper, so to speak, as to who will end up getting the better of this series. I think it 100% goes 3.
The scale tipper, who is going to get it today? I personally went for T1 alongside of Ox. It just feels like their form is really on top of the world right now. Like, it's hard to see a time where T1 was at a better spot, except maybe like end of MSI, right? Like, but even right now, maybe they're better now than they were then. It's kind of hard to tell because it's all relative, right? And
sure.
But at the same time, Gen.G, you know, they took that loss to T1 as well, so there's a little bit of that going on. You can see that match right here at the bottom of the list. Gen.G does still feel like the favorite just because, I mean, they were undefeated for so long, right? They are like the perfect team from the LCK. They won MSI and EWC.
And both of those in Game 5s, as well as their win over T1 in the upper bracket. And Arnold was alluding to that. Toby and Faker are dead even. That will change tonight.
That will change in one direction or the other. And you know, it's always been so close between these two players, not necessarily in terms of form, but in terms of just how close the two teams play each other. Chovy's been the head of many of his teams that have been top teams for a lot of the times he's been on them.
Yeah.
And same with Faker.
I think they're completely different players right now as well. As we have some player milestones, 4,500 assists here for Canyon, 1,500 kills for Doran, and Keria sitting at 500 kills first for support. It's a lot of kills. When you consider Keria's playstyle and how many like marksman supports he's played, I guess it's not that shocking, especially considering his long career, but a very impressive stat to say the least. And this matchup, we get 3 times in the second half of the year. We used to only get it twice. We got an extra one. And it's right here, kind of smack dab in the middle of the end of our season.
There's a lot of sign battling going on. There's so many signs. There's so many people here. Even just milling about outside, it's really heating up literally in the stadium with the amount of excitement and just fans that are ready and waiting to watch the best in the world go head-to-head again.
And this is a more important game for T1 than it is for Gen G, because Gen G are massively ahead. They are currently 21 games ahead of T1, but the gap between T1 and Hanwha in terms of game score is only 7. And there's a world where T1 could, if Hanwha stumble a little bit and they can continue to find consistent form, they're on a 4-series winning streak right now, they could take that second place spot. That's what they're fighting for. I don't think there's any realistic world where Gen G ends up losing that one out. They've already qualified for playoffs a long time ago. They've already qualified for Worlds. For T1, to get this second win in a row actually means so much, because I think a lot of people have been critical of their performances overseas, which I think is a bit of an overstep considering how close they were to that MSI title.
Yeah, one game, but not good enough.
You didn't win it, right? And you're sitting in 3rd place in the standings, so when you look at the things on the paper, which Valdez is very known to do,
gotta read the sheet.
It looks like Gen G greater than T1, but T1 just won last time. If they can win even more decisively today with a 2-0, I think a lot of people will, the wheels will be turning a little bit. I think the look will be different. Doran as well, here in round 3 stats, outdoing Keen. You know, you can see his gold difference massively larger here, having much more dominant laning phases. First in role for Doran in laning stats.
Yeah.
This player has transformed a little bit this year. The Krug Lord is real.
Yeah, and this is against the same teams, right? This isn't like, oh, we're cherry picking at the beginning of an old round 2, or like one team played against the bottom half. And no. This is Legend Group, and of course, you know, T1 did take down Gen G last time, so I suppose that helps out the stats, but it doesn't change the narrative and the storyline of Doran and the power-up of T1, which feels very early, you know, in summer season. We don't have a summer split anymore, but it's summer. It's very hot nowadays, and T1 are already on point. Generally, their summers are their weakest, so it's kind of a interesting spot where T1 are powering up at a very early point in the year.
There have been a lot of rivalries across esports that you think about. Some of them are named, like Telecom War, right? I think it's probably the most iconic one that everyone knows. There's been bank derbies across multiple games as well. This one doesn't have a name because its name is just T1 Gen G.
And Harry looking at Duro.
I don't know what
he's like looking across, like typing something in the chat. Like, he's so troll.
But this rivalry, it doesn't need a nickname. It's so known. It is the most iconic LCK for the last contemporary LCK, right? For the last 5 years, it has just been T1 versus Gen G that continues to be such a big one. At the beginning, you know, like in 2021, it was like, who's going to face off against D+, but still T1 Gen G, the rivalry. Who goes to fight Dom1 in the finals?
Yeah.
And now it's just T1 Gen G. Even though Hanwha kind of was like, I'm putting a wrench in those gears. Hold on, I'm in the top. It just has gone back to, once again, T1 Gen G over and over and over again. You can't escape this matchup. And I think we're all lucky for it now that we get it 3 times in the second half of the year, plus their inevitable encounter in playoffs.
All right, here we go. Game number 1. Gen G versus T1. Gen G gets side selection this time around. Nico Ban. I think that's very fair up against Keria, who has done some really nasty things on that champion.
Yeah, it is a very, very strong pick in his hands. The Taliyah will be banned here on blue side. And, you know, Faker on red side doesn't get to have that B1 Azir that he loves to get. I don't know if Gen G will give it to him ever, even if they do end up on red side. So Pantheon Azir, see if the Varus is also taken from Ruler. As the Xin Zhao actually taken away from Owner here. That's been an iconic pick for him all year, even though it's dropped a little bit in priority, still an incredible pick. So on red side, you have the bans you have to ban. On the blue side, you have a little bit more flexibility. I think all 3 of these bans make a ton of sense, and that Wukong that's just up at the top right now over Vi is once again going to get locked in.
Yeah, at least it did lose earlier today, which was pretty interesting, pretty surprising. DRX dropping that game to DNF. But still, even after that loss, 14-6. So feeling pretty comfortable about the Wukong first pick. The Trundle is going to be the response.
Yeah, you and I were a little bit lukewarm on this matchup directly, but let's wait and see with these 2 teams what the rest of the larger draft is going to look like before we judge this matchup. As the Rise is going to come through for Faker, a lot of comfort on this pick, and it does empower whatever this side lane for Doran will be if he has an aggressive angle there.
Chovy looking for a Galio pick into this Rise. Decides to pivot away. Wukong Gwen has just been so insanely common because Gwen needs to be able to close the gap to do massive damage on her targets, and Wukong puts those targets into the air and immobilizes them so she can do just that. And this rounds out a combo very well here with the Annie to come through here from Chovy. Yeah. We don't know what the bottom lane is going to look like just yet, but you have insane side lane pressure and engage.
Yeah, Annie Wukong is just really strong. Tons of CC, tons of lockdown. It's almost instant as well. If you're ahead with those two, you can make any fight yours essentially and fight on your terms, as it is going to be the Aurora. Response from Doran into Keen's Gwen.
Really interesting. This does mean that Rumble Vi combo is available for the rest of the series as well, which did go through this draft. And the Aurora is going to be such a strong lane matchup into the Gwen early. And if there any resources are given over to Doran, he starts to run away with that matchup. It becomes so difficult for the Gwen to have any impact in the game. Rakan incredibly strong when Poppy is banned. We've discussed this a lot, and it's going to continue to be the case. Wukong, Rakan, as broken as Wukong is alone. Alistair comes with this. Keria Bard has been pretty scary. I mean, it works decently well with the comp from Gen.G, but I don't know if you really want to ban it in this case, because Keria is on the other side, right? You can break some of those combos with the Bard. I wonder what their opt-in is going to be here. I don't think this is really a Jhin draft for Guma either. Jhin actually feeling a lot better for Ruler in this situation with the picks he has at his disposal. It's a kind of tough ban as they just decide to go for the Yunara, even though Annie Wukong is so strong into it. They're just respecting that. If you can avoid it, feels really good. They look for the Jhin anyways, Valdez.
Yeah, I mean, it's if you're going to blind something, at least it's got a decent amount of range, and it's extreme comfort for Guma. You were talking about the Bard as well for Keria, so, you know, Jhin Bard has been their go-to, actually, and I think they're just going to go with comfort here. It should work very well into any lane that it's, you know, challenged with here on the side of Gen.G at the same time, so I don't mind it. It's better than, like, you know, trying to awkwardly pick a support blind. As we're thinking about a bottom duo here for Gen.G, will be Sivir for Ruler.
Sivir plus Rel does feel like a lot of engage, a lot of prio gain. Like, Sivir is in the mid lane, but she feels like a side lane threat because she always gives you prio through that mid lane, especially into a champ like Jhin, which is not going to be able to match her wave clear. If we just see Bard here, it's very predictable. And it is going to be the case. On one hand, I don't think this is the most optimal position for Bard or Jhin on the side of T1 here. Like, it's very risky the way that this could shape up, because if your Trundle falls behind or you're not winning in sides and you're trying to set up team fights around Jhin, you don't have that hard engage. Like, if you had Jhin on the side of Gen.G, I'm like, oh, you've got a Wukong, you've got a Gwen to set that up, you've got Annie for Peel. Jin's going to have so much value for days. But considering how strong blue side is, and with the bans you have to opt into for T1 on red side, you've got to ban Pantheon as Azir Varus. It feels always a little lopsided. They got something they're insanely comfortable with anyways on red side into a top tier team like Gen.G. And so maybe if they play it well, they can get an edge here. Sometimes comfort alone can be good enough when you're as good as T1 is at League of Legends.
Yeah, definitely a lot of control on their side. It feels like every champion has a way to control and bend the rift. And, you know, they're just going to have to play around that. I do worry, you know, T1 sometimes they go in and they're like, well, we're just going to fight over and over and over. They're very aggressive. And sometimes you got to put your foot on the brake, which might be the case this time around, because there's so much dueling power on the side of Gen.G in their composition. So very curious to see how both sides are going to be playing this one out. We are ready. Game number 1 of Gen.G versus T1 starts now.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
Alrighty, game number 1, Gen.G versus T1, the second of their 3 matchups here in the Legend group. The first one went the way of T1. It was a 2-1. It was a very unexpected, to say the least.
Yeah, at the time when it happened, it had been after Gen G had won the Esports World Cup and MSI.
And beat HLE on the first day back.
That's right.
Coming off of a flight.
Yeah, beating HLE in a pretty challenging game too, right? The game one was a little bit more one-sided, but they did end up overcoming Hanwha there, so it just felt like Gen G was untouchable, right? Unbeatable, and T1 were still kind of recovering from that loss to AL, and again, it's hard to like really put T1 down and their results down, considering how close they were to winning, and the fact that they lost to AL, who then took Gen G to 5 games in the EWC finals. You were in 5 games against Gen G in the MSI finals, so I mean these teams are always going to be close, right? But you know, Gen G ultimately did fall there, and T1 I think bringing people back to reality a little bit, as Duro's going to whiff this and lose half of his health bar.
Yeah, I mean, Jinbard is always going to punish, but this is a lot of punish very early on. This is not necessarily normal, the amount of value that Guma and Keria are getting.
I would not say that these are Guma and Keria's best champs career, but I would say right now in this meta, 100% their best champion.
Yeah.
Like when I say comfort earlier, I really mean it. Because Duro has to like crash down to the wall to get a shield because he's trying to get close enough to get XP with these minions.
Yeah. Also the fact that you're a Sivir, you know, he's playing for the late game for sure, right? Like that is Sivir. You want to get 3 items and then you're kind of online from there and you can take over games. But the laning phase is going to be awful. And this is what Guma and Keria are known for. Not necessarily in modern times, but, you know, all time, this is maybe the best duo ever at punishing 2v2 lanes. Yeah. And they're going to do it on Jinbard.
When you consider how long this duo has been together, I think we can kind of make that statement that this has been the most dominant lane duo of all time here in the LCK. And it's crazy to see just, I mean, Jinbard wins, but they are just saying Ruler and Duro are out of the game early. Jin and Bard on a 4-game win streak. 2 of those, Guma and Keria. You see Ruler and Duro have one as well.
Yeah, everybody's jumping on the Jinbard hype train. Well, except our first teams today. We did see some Jin. We also saw Bard in the same game, just on opposite sides. But that was the Rise group. This is Gen G versus T1.
It's not inherent synergy in team fights in most cases for this duo, but it is in the laning phase incredibly oppressive right now. And they both do really powerful things, of course, for team fights as well later on. As, yeah, this is just a crushing lane here. And with the lead that Doran also has topside, I mean, you mentioned it at the very beginning of the game, or right before winning game, like, they have some winning lanes, and they are winning them. And they're supposed to, but, like, this is a huge lead here for T1, and what they do with that is yet to be seen, but yeah, for the start of things, it's going to be double scuttle.
I mean, you were highlighting earlier on about how, in terms of the team fighting, Gen G do have a lot of power. Like, that is very apparent. But T1 are playing T1's game where they just essentially try to win all the lanes and play very aggressively and really squeeze as much value out of the games and the lanes as possible. So very excited to see how they do pilot it from here.
It's in Faker on Rise, you know, when you think about him as a player in modern times, especially compared to his old Rise, but I mean, even still, when Rise has had Realm Warp, it's not like Faker's the insane root guy where he hits those that nobody else does, man. He's really maximizing. He knows when to go in, he knows when to rotate, he knows when to use Realm Warp, he knows when to flash out maybe of the mid lane here.
Might have to, but he just gets phase rush.
See, he knows
OP.
when. He didn't have to.
He knows the timing. He knows that phase rush is OP. He knows that he's got Bard here now to help him out a little bit, but he is going to miss the cannon. Well, Keen doing a decent job fighting back against what is a pretty oppressive lane, but seems to be going okay for Keen so far, not too far behind.
Yeah, Keen is also quite the Aurora enjoyer, so probably very familiar with how to play the matchup on both sides and knows when to go in, take those trades. Guma will catch this wave here, finding himself at a massive CS lead from the earlier 2v2. And this is the kind of early game you want to see, where like everything goes according to plan, no incidents. Yeah, it's like a little bit slow in terms of kills, but it's T1 Gen G, baby. It's time to maximize advantages. And that's what T1's looking for here.
Gen You're going to maximize game time so we can watch as much as possible.
Yes, also that.
No 2-0s allowed, okay? That's the one thing. Honestly, I don't care who wins. I just want to see a 3-gamer.
I think you will. I don't want to curse anything or anything like that, but
well, Chronicler's here, so I'm mostly concerned with what he's going to say. He did predict Gen G, so he is the predictions master.
Yeah.
Something to be said about that. We'll see if he is correct once again today.
level 6 here for Doran. Kane is just a minion or two away. There's level 6. Probably not really an all-in angle here. Neither player having exhaust. Electrocute, man. They kept buffing it, and eventually just became this this tool in matchups like this where you're like, ah, you thought you could trade with me, I will auto you, and then your health bar goes small.
Yeah. It's definitely very good when you're on a harass-heavy top laner into something like Gwen.
Yeah, when you have the melee versus range matchup, you're kind of just you're putting up your metaphorical shield and trying to absorb the blows.
Yeah. The Doran shield.
Yes.
Except he's playing against Doran.
He's using his shield against it.
Not fair. He went Grasp as well on the Gwen, which is pretty common, but I do wonder how many stacks he is going to get into the Aurora. We have seen a couple times where he's just kind of sprinting at the Aurora, probably getting some amount of stacks in those traits.
Yeah.
Hopefully it's more than like 2.
You know, sometimes T1 are going to get this first trait with the prio they have, Shocker. Sometimes when I'm playing top lane, and I'm kind of multitasking on my computer, I put that Grasp rune in, I'll look at the counter matchup I'm in, and suddenly I'm playing, you know, Renekton into Aurora, and I've got Grasp or something. What am I doing? I wouldn't go Grasp on Renekton, but you know what I mean. Like,
yeah, well, you were distracted. You were multitasking. Yeah. You know, that's the way it goes.
Yeah. I have been a victim of looking elsewhere and just knowing my team is not going to communicate with me in the chat anyways.
Of course,
so.
Yeah.
Anyway, you know, personal anecdotes aside, I'm pretty sure Keen just decided he'd get enough stacks and he'll be fine. I think this is still a fine rune choice. It's been a quiet early game, Valdez.
Yeah, it definitely has. I mean, T1 have control and Gen G have identified that, okay, we kind of have to sit back, but take a look at this timing. They say, okay, well, Faker's backing. They don't really see Owner on the map. They just got the dragon right, so let's try to get some consolation prize elsewhere. They're going to get 2 of the grubs, not all 3.
Consider also, too, Valdez, that like Wukong can't really impact lanes pre-6.
Yeah.
So that's another big win here for T1 when they draft these winning lanes that, you know, it's a soft counter, right, to the Wukong, and that it just really hurts his potential to actually protect those losing lanes. And Owner has a massive jungle lead. He can invade like this. Like, he got double scuttle. He's a level up. He's just going to push Canyon out. Carry is here as well, and he's just going to take more and more away. Who's going to help him? Annie? Gwen? I don't know. Good luck getting over here. We finally, Chovy is going to get a second, maybe.
They're trying to set up a play here on T1. You can see it's more of like a vision play, you know. They're going to Realm Warp into mid, right on top of Chovy, who has to flash. Actually, the stun with the pillar is so cute.
That's the kind of Realm Warp stuff I'm talking about with Faker, you know? Because he's there, he's threatening, but for the lane prio he has, the jungle of Canyon, and when that looks like, okay, we may have overstayed a little bit, oh, boom, I get flash on the way back. I'm back in lane right where I want to be, and I got Chovy's flash with my teammates. And, I mean, this pressure bottom lane with Duro going up to try to defend means they get more power here. Another plate goes over.
All right, trying to make a play here on Aguma. He's just going to take the safe way out and flash. There's the cleanse on the stun, and now excellent ult comes in. The Tempered Fate keeps them alive against the Wukong. They had blown all the summoners, both Keria and Guma, and Canyon was going to be there as the final threat.
I know
Instead, he got isolated.
I know it's lane prio, and it's only a 900 gold lead, but it really does feel like how T1 are using this prio is practically running circles around Gen G in this
Tempo vibes.
Game. Tempo vibes for real, but I mean, I think it's more than just a vibe in this one. It's just good play, and you know, like I said, the comfort with these champs and the lane prio they have might be enough to get over the line.
No missed. He's in a lot of trouble here. He does have flash at least. He's pushing forward into the turret. A lot of needles do come down. There's no TPs available. There's no jungler on the way. He's just dead. First blood goes over to Doran in the counter matchup. He's going to love that gank from Owner.
This is really starting to look like a lead here for T1 that's going to be enough
to circumvent some of the problems they may have in team fights later on, you know? Like, the main thing I was worried about for the draft for T1 is, will there be enough of a front lane, will there be enough of a setup for the Jhin that has to deal with Wukong, or not Aurora, but the Gwen. And now the Gwen is put behind because Keen played aggressively here, had finally a moment where he's like, I can maybe push this through. Gets ganked, gets taken out, doesn't flash wisely. Was never going to get away there. But, I mean, the lead makes it so much easier to play this out for T1. And I think this lead is not just going to stay at 2K. Like, it can absolutely start to snowball. I mean, more and more plates start going down, and more farm is to the line from Ruler. And, I mean, Guma doesn't look like he's backed for a little while.
Yeah.
Has his first item and waiting, for sure. Another plate in his pocket.
Yeah, I like the way they play that too, where the Sivir's just gone. Like, Ruler has been pushed out of lane. He's behind a decent amount, already about 600 gold. Does Guma have the lead? So they know that they're totally safe with no Sivir there. Even if Canyon does come down, even though they have no summoners, they can still pressure, they can still get that, eke out that little bit of value, that little extra turret plate. And that is definitely their way.
I mean, look at the timing of everything that starts to set up here now as well. Like, Bard's rushing back into the mid lane. They have Cryo for Dragon. They also have Realm Warp. Faker can come down here and deal with Sivir's wave clear with his own. And they're like, checkmate, Genji. Good luck getting on this Dragon. You've got great engage tools, but not if you can't get to the objective itself. And Guma can deal with the mid wave because he's not laning into a Sivir, and then he can be here with ult. And Owner's just like, you can't even walk in here! The pillar will expire, and they could try to walk in.
Then they can walk in, yeah. Or they could have, like, jumped over it, you know?
Yeah.
There are a couple of ways, but yeah, they're just probably going to have to give up double Dragon here in this early game.
Just look at the cross-map opportunities, and they aren't there. You know, Chovy's pushing a wave bottom as Ruler catches a wave in the mid lane.
To one. Oh, and we got a play here once again on the Chovy. Still no flash from the earlier Realm Warp, but now he's just able to get in and punish. It's another kill. It goes over to Owner, which isn't exactly ideal, but it's still very good for the team.
I mean, that was the one place where Genji had a player doing a thing. And then they're like, he's not doing it, it's not allowed. Another Realm Warp success. First one gets Flash, second one gets the flashless Annie. Close on the Dragon, but ultimately with no real way to get in there didn't necessarily matter. And I mean, what are you gonna do? Drops a bear.
Yeah.
That's all he's got.
It's just very interesting that in this meta that's so team fight dominated that T1 are finding a way to play their game. You know, we've seen T1, you know, kind of adapt, and they're very good at team fighting. I think that Doran really helps with that, actually, and he's been playing very well. But now they're just kind of going back to old T1, which was games like this. Like, if you think about even a year ago, 2 years ago, they would just play games like Varus Ashe, and you just don't get to play the game, and you know, Owner would just gank top, and it would just kind of be over from there. Like, Genji aren't out of this one for sure. It's just really cool to harken back to an older meta, an older time where this was essentially how T1 dominated an era of League of Legends.
And, you know, I think a lot of people thought this wouldn't be possible with Doran in the top lane. A lot of people were like, oh, that's T1's style. They can't do it without Zeus. The Doran has just changed as a player. He's improved as a player. He has an amazing matchup here. But he's eking out all the leads he needs to give them these types of positions. We're going to have a big fight topside, and Chovy does not have friends.
Yeah, just trying to bait him into the fight. Chovy, I feel like Owner even, maybe not. I think that would have been a little bit too risky to continue there, especially with Wukong nearby. But still, putting a lot of pressure on a Chovy.
This may be a bridge too far, though. Chovy did have his stun prep, but Faker's way out of there. When I saw Owner coming back in, I got a little bit worried. Still a little bit worried.
A bit of a setup brewing here from Genji. Looks like they want to take some kind of fight. We have Exhaust here on a Ruler as Keria is calling for this. And now the Magical Journey. Looks like Keria can't quite get in there, but now the TP on in into immediate Tempered Fate. Faker is in that backline with no escape as a bunch of damage is being done. Doran there as well, but the needles go in, and Faker actually got out of there. Doran now in the backline himself as Faker does get taken down eventually. Genji trying to press forward. They got this strong Gwen trying to frontline, but they can't really deal with Guma. And so now they're on the run, but can they run away from the Jhin? Is really the question. The shots, a couple of them do ring true, but the others do miss.
I mean, call it luck, call it T1 magic, but 1,500 kills, by the way, for Doran.
a second top laner to hit this milestone. Guma's gonna have to cleanse.
That's a good pick up there from Chovy. Nice, doing what he can.
Nice grab with his ultimate. You know, hasn't been able to do too much with it just yet, but like I said, call it luck, call it magic. It's fights like this for T1 where you're like, oh, I don't know about this. I mean, that's a Wukong. You're pushing in pretty deep, and then Faker TPs into no man's land. They see this, and Keria perfectly has his ultimate timed for Faker here. He's still in no man's land, still doing a decent amount of damage, but T1 are actually trying to kite and disengage on the right side of the fight. Faker gets out, so much damage is done by Faker, and then Doran's arrival, they crush it. Yes, he dies, but Canyon has to flash for it.
They both flashed for it. He did as well.
And then, so you get 2 flashes there. Keria, guess what he's got? His realm warp for the exit. And it just feels like that shouldn't have happened. Like, it doesn't feel like you should be able to get away with that. And yet, T1 do.
Yeah, that's the way it goes here at Legend Group. Sometimes these teams just pull it out of a hat.
They're going to get a whole turret.
Yeah, he's just going to get this one here. Straight for the Rift Heralds. A big group up, tons of wardage, and
that's
commitment from Genji on the top side of the map.
Feats as well.
Yeah, they got 2 objectives on top of it, so they were even contesting for that as well.
Now, the Genji teamfighting comp is significantly behind, but as we saw in that last fight, fights can look pretty close, and I thought that the ending to that fight might have been a reminder that, you know, if you go too deep into this comp, if you play too aggressively around your prio, you can get punished. Duro was considering one of those punishes right there, but didn't have enough teammates nearby to look for it. But it starts to make you wonder, like, do T1 have too much of a lead now? I think the answer is no. And they want to keep on keeping enough hold of this tempo to make sure they can continue to dictate fights on their terms. They have double dragon, but they do not have prio for the third. So Faker's just going to get another turret.
Yeah, it seems to be his game plan, is just let them get objectives and just kind of side lane. It's better than not side laning. Duro going to take a ton of damage. Doran as well lays down the ult, but they're not contesting for this. You see that Owner is in the top jungle of Genji. Trying to steal it was Guma.
Yeah, I mean, this is a really cool play, though, because they can actually significantly damage this second turret. And if there was another wave here, I think they just get the whole thing. They're going to hold some damage on it.
They were considering it, yeah.
But, like, because Faker and Owner are topside there, and Guma has a completely non-committal ult, he just tosses his ult out. If he hits one more of those shots when Doran drops that ultimate, they kill somebody, give a dragon, and get a turret and a half. You know what I mean? It's T1 really knowing that the team fighting comp with Genji is too powerful, too potent at this moment. They've got a 2 Drake lead. They can find value elsewhere, and maybe even get a pick. And that was just fantastic decision making there. Not that Genji made the wrong choice, they made the only choice, which was to show up to Dragon, but T1 were one step ahead.
Yeah. Genji, though, still in it. They get that Mountain Drake. They're not too far behind on gold. They have a nice amount of scaling with the Gwen and the Sivir, and, you know, a nice amount of engage on top of that. That's kind of the 1-2 punch of the Genji composition. And as long as the next fights, or, you know, it might be one, might be a couple, stay relatively even, I feel like as we go later in this game, T1 will have to answer some of Genji's tools that they have in their kit, which they kind of drafted into. Like, Genji knew what they were getting themselves into.
Yeah.
But, you know, how will they actually execute it to make their composition work?
And if somehow, like, one of these lanes went awry, like Doran made a mistake, or Chovy was able to catch Faker, get his flash early, and the prio leads for T1 weren't there, I think this game could have looked completely different, right? Like, T1 also knew what they were getting themselves into this draft, which means they need to take that pressure and never let it go, and so far that's been incredibly successful for them. Their Dragon give was not for free, and they keep putting this pressure on. This Rise is going to be incredibly useful at trying to keep these melees at bay as well. Faker went for Rod of Ages. We'll have Sarah, so he's going to be relatively safe. Not that he's like tank Rise, so we've seen in the past, but he's going to be relatively safe in the front line. And if he gets enough gold here from sitting in these side lanes, sitting on those turrets, it's going to be hard to pick him. And then Jin is super far away, and then suddenly you could see a world where T1 actually can just straight up team fight. With the lead they have, almost feels advantageous for them if they can get enough money in those wallets.
Yeah, absolutely. For now, it's just a lot of playing around vision, trying to set up a bunch of deep wardage here for T1 around the Otacon, it looks like. Which, always an interesting objective. The Sivir here into the Bard. Felt like a good choice for Ruler, expecting it. His owner, so fast, just sprinting at Canyon, has to push him away.
Crazy. And if it's not T1, you're probably like, well, that's a Jin comp. I don't know if they're doing Otacon on spawn, right? But with no vision, and the fact that T1 wasn't showing on the map, they gotta send some people over there and clear that vision. You never know who's gonna lurk in that brush either. It's not the most engage-heavy composition here for T1 in terms of catching people when you're clearing vision. And it is a Rel this time around, not a Bard that's face checking. But you gotta be respectful. And Genji are doing exactly that as Ruler is pillared.
You can see they were thinking about it. Oh, that's a nice little binding into 2. And now we get this ult coming in. We have the Realm Orb for Vision. And Faker, of course, who is going to take it. Faker no chill in this game. And that Rift Herald just gets dropped down for basically no value. Remember that it was a Rift Herald for Faker getting the bottom turret. So that trade, quote unquote, just ends up to be another little T1 victory.
Keria going deep for this.
All right, he's going to land an ult here. Could be like a Jin lockdown, but no, it just looks a little bit opportunistic.
Yeah, Guma didn't have ult. Could have tried to go for, of course, the Flourish, but was a little bit out of range there. I don't think that will necessarily amount to anything. The fact that Keria uses ult for no joy there, especially because T1 I don't think are looking for a fight till this dragon spawns. And, you know, Realm Warp on a long cooldown, but T1 here, knowing they don't have those tools, probably try to see if they get anything they can. If they get that pick before Dragon, then they get Prio. Instead, Genji will have it. Let's see what T1 gets in return this time. Will they try to, without these key ultimates fully set up, fight on spawn? Or will they send Faker to another side lane to try to actually get value? Because they already damaged that top turret to half. He's going to TP to bottom. And it looks like they're going to try to contest for Prio and try to slow this Dragon down a little bit. And Guma's ult's coming back online here. Maybe T1 think they're ready to actually just straight up 5v5 in this game against Genji's incredible teamfight comp. And this is at least for now to be the look. They will clear all of this vision, grab this Scuttle Crab. TP. Onside Prio, there's the TP. Genji, like, they cannot really give this. It's Mountain Soul point.
Yeah, it's a really critical point in this game. If Genji do get it, though, I feel like as long as they don't lose too much, it's going to be pretty interesting to see how far they can push it with double Mountain Drake. If they get it, that is. Duro level 7 still.
Keen's clearing the bottom wave. Like, he's not threatening a turret, so T1 are just chilling. They're like, all right, the Gwen's not hitting a turret. We can actually just continue to fight for Prio. We don't lose any time. We don't have to rush this Dragon. Let's slow play this. You know, if Keen's killing your top inner right now, you feel a lot like, okay, I really got to do this ASAP. But instead, they're feeling pretty happy to continue to zone Genji out and get more and more vision control. Now Faker on the wraparound here does once again clear that wave.
Owner he's always on the cusp of just running at them, it looks like. Meanwhile, Duro trying to press forward. This is a very awkward choke because the Mountain Soul, even that little extra rock, making things a little bit worse for Genji. You don't want to group up against Pillar, against Rise, against a Jin, right? Makes it much easier for them to lock down, especially with that bit of a lack of engage that you were talking about as they engage on the Trundle. Trying to take down Owner is not going to happen, and immediately Duro just gets burst to shreds. And the rest of Genji just on the run, not really wanting to take the rest of the fight. Doran a little bit low, but you see that Keen is back. He may be looking to TP back into this fight.
Yeah, some heals coming through just a little bit there from the Bard. Guma still has ult, and both summoners, so he's actually feeling pretty happy to just walk forward here and take some pot shots. Now getting engaged on the right back.
Canyon, he is so close to that. Keria jumping on in, gonna keep two of them in prison. He does go down, but that means they get the kill on a Canyon. It's actually gigantic as now Guma, the Scissors, are pushing forward. The Keen is not going to get any kills. Ruler now just sprinting at them, actually can do a lot, but no, he's taking too much for Faker, totally ignored the Rise, and it's a massive mistake, and T1 turned this fight around. They were already ahead, but now they're just getting the bonus kills on top of bonus kills. Will T1 get everything in the fight?
I mean, this might just be the game-ending fight. Straight up, 5 dead for Genji. Who cares about a Mountain Soul point? It's T1, Baron spawns at 25, and they'll start it at 25-10. Doran gonna get the whole mid turret. And this team's team fighting, their synergy, it looks like they break the rules of League of Legends. They do things that aren't possible. They're doing this to Genji when Genji have the stronger team fighting comp, but they have a big enough lead. The engage here onto the Trundle is not ideal. The subjugate deletes the rel instantly. The Trundle has extra resistances. Then T1 just back away and reset here. The Tibbers, low value, taken out of the fight. And then it's this part here where Keria just trusts that with his ultimate, he can actually make a crazy play.
This was so cool.
And then, like, look at how much trust there is with this roster. Like, watch this fight 7 times and tell me that, like, not even one word was said probably before that happened. They just know. He's like, I go in, I have my ult, and the team is like, yeah, he's got his ult, we're going to do this. Doran breaks the ankles of Keen as well on his way out, and it's just a cleanup. And you watch this, and Ruler's like, I got to do something, I got to get this angle, and not able to do it. The peel from Guma, Chovy is dead, and it's just a sad row.
Yeah.
The engager from the beginning of the fight is the last to fall, and the irony is brilliant for T1 fans as they'll get the Baron, and Genji fans are not happy with how that one eventuated.
Yeah, that was kind of the face I was making too. That it was rough. I mean, they tried, but now you mentioned kind of like game-breaking fight. They got everyone plus an extra rel and the Baron. So now it's like 8,000 gold to lead for T1. The compositions begin to have less meaning as we get to these sorts of numbers. And Keria's on the flank. Looking for Ruler here, no doubts, trying to get into that backline. They have the full wraparound. They're going to try to turn and immediately jump on a Faker who just goes golden. With the help of Keria, goes golden again. And the rest of his team is just cleaning up. The wallets are gigantic. T1 are styling on Genji.
Not even close. Chovy running as fast as his phase rush will take him. I don't think he gets out of this one.
They're just playing with their food at this point.
I mean, Faker had TP and Realm Warp. He had 2 ways to join the fight. He had Baron buff. If the fight doesn't look optimal, if they don't think they can get that flank angle, he can take out an inhibitor. He's Rise with Baron in the mid lane, but he decides to come over, rotates quickly, gets that flank. Who says stopwatch Sonya's double stasis is dead? Keria says it's very much alive. That he just lives through everything with a safe Rod of Ages, Seraphs, and quick arm guard buys. The guy is just unkillable.
He's really making them regret not banning Bard. I'll tell you that because I don't think we're going to see a lot of Keria playing Bard after this series, just this one game alone.
And like, look at this flank angle from Faker as the ult comes out from Guma. Like, look at where Genji are. They're like, there's actually no escape. They're playing a bullet hell game, and it's on the highest difficulty. And Owner is Trundle, and he's just going to lock them in. No way out. No way to quit the game.
Yeah.
Ruler caught here with the stun after his spell shield. And Chovy, the final one to fall. And this game felt like it was potentially going to be decided by Prio alone, but it's the brilliant team fighting with the lead that T1 had in the Prio they played through that just showcases maybe their 6th man was the minions all along. The Prio they had and the vision that they played around just allows them to make so many of these incredible plays, but you have to trust your team so hard if you're going to make a play like that. And they do.
Oh man, Keria is setting this up actually as her open it up with the Jhin. Even the Tempered Fate trying to remove the blockers. These guys are, I mean, they're actually just like the Globetrotters right now.
Yeah, this looks like dual assisted.
They're trying to make TikTok highlights right now. Like, this doesn't even look like Genji versus T1. And I don't know, like...
And until game 2, I don't think we are going to see that, Valdez. I think we're going to see a Genji that desperately tries to defend with their wave clear. I mean, they've got a Gwen, they've got a Sivir, and they're praying that maybe T1 somehow will get a little bit too Harlem Globetrotters and face plant, but I don't think it's going to happen. They might be more thinking about what they're going to ban in game 2. They won't be banning the Bard you mentioned. That's Fearless ban for their sake.
Faker just hit level 18 before Chovy hit level 15. I think that kind of tells the story of the way this game has gone. Like, Faker's played well, but everybody else has played well, and of course the Rod of Ages is helping out with that a little bit. It's just kind of insane what they've been able to do. Faker doing a lot of split pushing in this game, yet he was there for every single fight. So, also tells you the way that T1 have controlled the map.
I know that people will call us Glazers, but like, it's Genji.
Yeah, and it's also hard because Genji really just, you know, we talked about their win conditions, but we just never got to see them.
Yeah.
Like, they just never showed up. So it's really hard to find an angle to really talk about them when it doesn't even really feel like they're in the game. We could say this about any other team who's facing any other team. They just really haven't had an ability to show any of their stuff. We haven't seen any fight that's really been coordinated by them.
The closest one was that fight like at the blue buff on blue side, you know, where T1 went in aggressively and Faker barely got out. Like that was the most fight Genji's had, and they didn't even really walk away with a W on that one either.
Right, trying to make a play here once again. They're really trying to bully Ruler. It's very obvious. They're like, okay, we got a target on this guy's back. And now Genji down 13,000 gold, looking for the angle. Oh man, just dropping Aurora ultimates on top of Toby's head as the shots ring true. The owner just running at them at this point in time, gonna remove some blockers. There's the stun, and Ruler's dead. They get him first again. And yeah, T1 really just styling on them at this point, just having a lot of fun. The fans are getting a great kick out of this game, at least on the T1 side. You saw the facial expressions of the Genji fans earlier. Didn't look great.
This is just a dominant victory, no two ways about it. I feel like we didn't see Genji at all in game one, and T1 making a statement here. Keen doing a lot of damage, but I think with him being really the only one left, it's not going to matter here, Valdez. How do you recover from a loss like this? I mean, Genji's played a lot of tough series that went the distance this year. I think they're the team that can handle it, but I don't know, Valdez. The crowd favors T1. T1 with incredible comfort in this first wrap. And I didn't think that they were going to be able to out-team fight Genji unless they got a massive lead. And I didn't think they'd be able to turn that lane lead into 4,000 early. But they did. It was a largely bloodless early game where they generated so many advantages. Faker's side laning, his realm warps. That was one of the best coordinated games of League of Legends I've seen in a while.
Says emergency dopamine explosion. And I mean, when you're getting like 15,000 gold leads, kind of does feel that way for the side of T1. And I mean, I'm just hoping, you know, I said at the beginning, no 2-0s, a close series of fun back and forth. And I mean, it was kind of a fun game just to witness what T1 were doing to their opponents, but it wasn't very close. There wasn't a lot of League of Legends played, it feels like.
I love to see some of these low damage numbers. Like Faker, 13.4k. Where's the damage to turrets? It was quite high. Where's the flanks that were successful? That number is quite high. Mind you, T1 win game one on red side as well, Valdez. So if it goes to 3, they'll have blue side for the final.
Yeah. Skipped overtime to come do overtime at LOL Park. Says that one. Waiting for the fan meeting later. And boy, will there be one. We'll see what happens, though, guys, after this quick break in game number 2.
나 뒷공 할게. 이거 괜찮아. 와봐. 나 11. 천천히 보자. 야, 와볼래? 와봐. 노플, 둘다 노플. 예? 그래요? 끝내자. 야, 이거 다 노플. 이거 그랜 머플 있어? 바텀 하자. 야, 전화 했으면 될 듯? 그냥 바텀 하면 끝나, 이거. 얘네 락커 없어. 바텀. 밑에 가면 밑에 가면 돼. 그냥 신경 쓰지 마. 공문 있어. 맞았다. 레부터. 그랜 맞아, 그랜. 우리 뺀 거야 되겠다. 나 타워 친다. 근데? 50 남아있다? 없다?
나 W 하겠는데.
나이스. 나이스.
Cloud Soul point for HLE. They lock this down, they're going to be running real fast. As Kingen finds an equalizer, the flash forward, another ulti goes to Narnia, but the ult's there from Zeka to lock down Calyx, and this time, the Emperor's Divide divides by 0, and it does absolutely nothing. Cosmic Binding is a flash there from Delight, he tries to get himself out of the play, but now, it's the Viper Show, as he dives on top of everyone, gets the triple, and there's the follow-up, quadra kill for Viper. He is charging this stun. He will have it up. Now Keen, Mega Cones to get on over towards Perfect and Peter. The needleworkers come on through there as there's the interrupt onto Chovy. I don't know whether he's exactly the target that they're looking for. As Keen goes golden right in the middle of the fight. The Magnet Storm, he's on everyone, and now Ruler has a huge shield as he gets into the back line. They've wiped out BDD, the blackout from Perfect. He's not offering the damage anymore. And KT! Oh, it was looking so good until it wasn't.
Maybe if it was 2 wards and they didn't know and
I guess that he doesn't need to 1v9 to fight because he's just gone.
Yeah, there is no fight.
Are we playing?
What's the teleport?
Are we playing for the exit? We're playing for the exit!
Okay, looking for the, they're really going way too deep for this. They
앞라인 좋아, 앞라인 좋아.
왼쪽 안 좋아, 왼쪽 안 좋아.
우리 좋긴 해.
할만해, 할만해. 카지 녹음, 카지 녹음. 카지 녹음, 녹음.
좋아. 펜타인데? 펜타.
뺏어.
왜 뺏어? 진짜로.
아니, 형. 괜찮아, 이거 미드 가야 돼, 바텀 라인 없어.
뭐지?
아니. 펜타 이거 말을 해줘.
말했잖아.
폴이 너무 작았어.
That's the circus! They bait you in. They're like, oh, are you sure we can do it? Yes, they can. As this initial engage looks a bit disjointed. Faker and Doran going.
미안하게 생각은 한다. 그래, 괜찮아.
A lot of resources were invested there for DRX, but the health bars for them are still looking good. EK, you can see them contemplate.
Oh, the flash on a 3 is huge here from Andil. And the follow-up is big as well. They get the kill on a barrel.
알려볼게. 나 딜해볼게. 먹을 수 있나?
We finally got the reset, but the knockup comes in. Lucian barely on any health, and he's gonna finally get those resets in. As Lucian, he found his ankle. We were waiting so long for it to happen. See how this one's gonna go. Looks like DT want to fight, especially Peter is probably pretty
we're
good.
full committing.
Full commit, 100% 5v5 on the Mountain Drake. T1 don't want to give it up, and they're gonna just go for the straight up engage. Owner is going to be okay. It goes over the rise. As Faker gonna smite it down with his abilities. Nice engage here from the Nico. Keria sets it up, but the damage isn't quite there. The hook from Peter is huge, but they don't quite have the health bars. And Honor just stays alive and shuts everybody down. It's a full ace to T1.
That man cannot have Zinzo! It's not okay. How does he live there? Unbelievable, because I don't even think that, and the sustain, right?
welcome back to the space, and that was, at the end, a blowout. T1 taking it 1-0 over Gen G, and you know, when we had DRX and DNF on the schedule, I did not think the blowout was going to be in Game 1 of the second series. Digon here alongside Ox and Chronicler. It was close until it wasn't, and then it was very not.
But I feel like historically, we've always looked at Gen G as being this control team and T1 being somewhat fast and loose, but this felt so controlled from T1, and at no point in the game did it really feel like they lost control. It felt like they always had the agency, they were setting the pace, and I think Gen G were really forced to follow the beat of their drum.
And I really want to go into the draft for a little bit, because I think that Gen G, one of their worst tendencies has been that they're very predictable in draft, and I think that the T1 simultaneously get a picture-perfect T1 draft. Literally, like, I think outside of Trundle owner, it's like, that's fine, I guess. Like, that's not really what you play for. But when we look at the draft, so you have, again, this Gwen, you cannot pick Gwen when Aurora's up, especially not with how Doran is playing right now. It's just straight up disrespectful. They got punished super hard, so that's a losing lane. Then mid is like neutralizing at best, but Ryze can clear waves so well that doesn't really matter. And then obviously you run into Jhin Bard, which is the most predictable thing to have happened. So you have basically 3 losing lanes, one somewhat even lane, but jungle matchup is losing, right? But then you also have for T1 the tools to turn that into more. Bard and Ryze in particular, for me with T1, give them so many ways to make plays on the map and to always turn their prio into actual kills, actual objectives. So I just think that this is a tailor-made composition for them, which is winning on basically every lane. So Gen G just got like, what, 2 shots at a team fight, which T1 played out very well, and that was it.
It feels like there's so much potential for setup, and even, you know, obviously the Ryze, Bard are the big ones, but the Jhin has been such a big pick because you don't even need the AD carry to be there to facilitate, to set up, to make plays happen. And yeah, I think definitely too many holes in the Gen G draft that they just really couldn't plug.
Yeah, you see it there on the draft. 5-0 here so far in round 3, or through round 3. So a priority pick for a lot of teams here. As we take a look at our first highlight, this was one of those moments where we thought, okay, you know, we'll see how Faker uses his runway.
And this is a problem with having the losing priority here, but also showing T1 their ability to use these tools, turn on a dime, and they go from this jungle invade with a pressuring Canyon to a Realm Warp mid to get this flash on Chovy. And at first, it's only just this flash, but later on, once again, looking for this dragon angle, and it's just T1 using these tools, finding opportunities, and a consistent theme is these punishing windows, this 3-man trio of this jungle support mid, finding this play on a Chovy, and finding this punish.
And normally one of Gen G's biggest strengths is their ability to find cross maps. I think that they have a really good macro sense, but because T1 have so many ways to cheat rotations and cheat tempo, which again, we know because this roster has shown an incredible preference for these specific champions, particularly Ryze, Jhin, Bard. So it kind of feels like a no-brainer, but the actually see it played out by T1 I think was very enjoyable because it really does highlight that they really know Gen G very well. And I think that creates these type of scenarios where just the constant pressure and the constant tension back and forth.
Right, and the cast was doing a great job setting up, hey, but in team fights, Gen G should be able to overcome some of these things, but with this deficit, it made it a lot harder, and that's our second highlight here, down on the bottom side of the map, an extended team fight.
So Faker's form in Spring, I think, was pretty far below what he's achieved in Springs previous. Right now, though, I think his form is crazy. I think Duro also had a rough game, but the fact that he basically takes 0 damage, they blow up Duro for effectively nothing, and then force Gen G to kind of go back. Gen G gets a little bit of damage down, but they're a member up, so you're always going to be fighting an uphill battle here.
And I feel like in these situations where both teams kind of back away, people are starting to get low, you're kind of resetting the fight, so dangerous when you're playing as champions like Bard, like Jhin. Even the Trundle can be a big threat because there's so much chase potential, so much threat for the ult to come through. This play from Kerry is kind of crazy to dive in and self-ult to buy time. It does get scrappy, it does get messy, it's not clean, but the cleanup does come through from T1.
And then you see the desperation with Gen G that I think feel the game slipping away from them. Ruler is trying to get the bounces.
The fact that Chovy has to stop the ult there and it just gets cleansed.
It's insane, right? And Doran, another player that I really want to highlight. Again, he is in crazy form right now. It's peak domestic Doran. The way that we've seen in the past, I cannot understand how they allow him to get that much of a counter matchup, right? I know Keen is a very stable player, but the more we see of this matchup, if the players are evenly matched, which right now I think they clearly are, you can't get away with it. It doesn't work. And Keen also going for the Rod of Ages build on the Gwen with Grasp. I think he procced it like not a lot at times. It was like 2 times at 10 minutes. It was rough.
Yeah, it was definitely tough. It was both build-wise, and then also even in that fight, Owner peels off the Drake right at the perfect time. Keen not ready to go and chases off, and then T1 clean that one up. 1-0 for T1 in game number 1. Let's see if the 21-1 Gen G will be able to bounce back. Will it be a clean 2-0? Something we haven't seen from T1 against Gen G in a long time.
Thank you, Spacers, for that wonderful breakdown. As yes, Gen G, the favorites coming into this one, 21-1, and most of the Preds on their side for a good reason, right? It just feels like Gen G, they should be the ones on paper to take this one down. But after game 1, it's kind of hard to say where we're headed, other than saying, well, T1 are looking great today.
Draft played a huge role in the lead that T1 got early, but I think we have to go beyond just the lane prio in the draft and talk about like how clutch those team fights were. I think T1's not getting a lot of credit. I mean, I think we gave a decent amount of credit, but I think a lot of people look at that and go, well, it was just kind of over because the counter matchups they had in the lane push, but the clutch in the fights was insane. So that might give you pause if you're Gen G or Gen G fan thinking about what could happen if T1 had the team fight comp on their side, as they made it look like they had the better one in that game. Gen G on blue side for the last time in this series. I imagine T1's bans will remain largely the same. I mentioned the Rumble Vi being open with no Aurora. It could come up in this series and may alter T1's bans if they're worried about that Vi pick.
It's definitely something to look at for sure. Pantheon not going to change. Definitely don't want to give that to either of these junglers. I mean, Canyon's Pantheon is disgusting. You don't want to see it. Xayah going to be the ban, so could be something they're thinking about saying, hey, we're going to pick Vi. You better ban it. Otherwise, you know, you're not going to have that Xayah to fall back onto.
Staying the same here on the T1 side so far, despite the Xayah ban. Does, you know, end up being the Vi that comes through. Because Vi Rumble could have been the 1-2 rotation for T1. They're looking at something else here first pick-wise. The Azir will come through. So we stay the same on T1 side. Yunara picked here first. There's no Xayah, which has been like an attempted answer, but it hasn't worked out in the laning phase at all. I'm curious to see what Guma's response to this will be. And with no Vi, it's a little bit safer, right? There's no Wukong either. They get a game 2 Yunara draft. This feels more blindable than if you took the Fearless bans away, if we were playing pre-Fearless format.
Yeah. What are we going to see in response to this one? Rumble. So Rumble gets picked. Makes sense. Everything you talked about, you know, no Vi though. So still a very strong pick, still very good.
Xin Zhao Rumble, that was the ban they changed to the Xayah in this one, and it's been Owner's best pick of the year. It does empower a lot of other strong mid picks for Faker too. So I think it's warranted. They opt instead for the Jarvan, which
is that the answer into Yunara?
It's quite strong into Yunara, but with her dash, she, you know, obviously doesn't want to use it defensively. Often you want to use it to chase and get in to clean up kills, but there's some additional safety. Now we'll just allow Canyon to play the Xin Zhao, which will buy space, as well as the Galio they're going to play, which is a flex pick here with the Rumble already locked in. Keen has been known to play a little Galio into Rumble on the top side. So a pretty nice setup here for Gen G in the second game thus far. I'm curious about the bottom lane answer, because Gumacaria are the bottom lane 2v2 kings. We've already discussed this. Like, what's their answer to the Yara? Because we've seen Xayah both times, and that hasn't worked in the laning phase. As Faker will lock in the Orianna first. They already have an incredible ball carrier. There's some real strong combo potential with these 3 picks here for T1.
Yeah, it definitely is. I think they're trying to solve Yunara in a way as well, outside of just picking tierless stuff. And obviously in Fearless, it does feel like the most important thing is to make a comprehensive draft. A bit easier to do in like a game 2 compared to a game 4 or 5 or even 3. So, seems like they've gotten some good stuff, but a ton of protection for Yunara so far for Gen G.
Yeah, I was thinking, are we looking at more frontline for this Yunara to carry, or are we looking at lane partners like a Lulu that has been utilized once already? The Corki will be the first answer to bot lane 2v2 from Gen G. I think Corki is great into immobile AD carries in general. It's been one of my favorite picks in the Senna. Take the Alistar away. Interesting. Did not expect to see that ban on red side here.
Did that in the last game. No Rakan ban this time around, so maybe that's part of why he had a cheeky wry grin on. No Xayah, of course, to partner with it, but now with the Poppy gone.
Is this just a Guma Caitlyn angle? Or are we going to see, you know, the Ezreal that we've talked about before where you just kind of poke the... Okay, well, it's going to be Lucian. This has kind of been the angle Guma takes oftentimes when he wants to win lane, and a lot of the other bullies are removed. Corki, the Varus really being the big ones in this case. No Nico, of course, for Keria.
I don't know how do you win lane against Yunara, though? Is Lucian Braum the answer?
I think you either need the Braum. Like, I'm not sure if Lucian Braum is enough, but maybe Lulu could be enough. Lucian Lulu pressure, polymorph.
The Lulu? Lucian Lulu.
Yeah, the Lulu.
Yeah.
Lulu.
Lulu.
There we go. Got there eventually. It's going to be the Jace, or not. They're just going to say Yunara is enough damage. And we have more frontline than you could ever ask for. I don't know about picking Olaf into Jarvan, though, because kind of can't run through that one. That's not really a thing you can just kind of press R through, but we'll be Ambessa at the end instead. So engage and damage kind of mixed here. Quite strong in the low range Lucian. This is the moment where Keria gets to decide what he thinks is best to win this 2v2. And for me, I always just say let him cook.
Lucian Nami. All right, it's actually going to happen. And this is not old Lucian Nami where, you know, they're spiking on one item and their synergy is out of this world. No, it's just an enchanter that's not Lulu.
Yeah, I mean, considering the amount of ways that these melee frontliners can get on top of your Rumble, on top of your Lucian, perhaps the peel of the tidal wave could be arguably more teamfight value. But I kind of like the idea of just sending Jarvan in with Shockwave and then also having an additional knock-up as well as more safety with the Lulu. And Lulu's obviously lane dominant, but again, I trust Keria's judgment in bottom 2v2 matchups more than almost anyone's. So we'll see what this Nami does achieve. Nami also will provide more sustain into this Rakan matchup. Not a ton, not crazy, and shields can often just be good enough to help you win those trades. Let's see if Barrier is taken as well. I actually didn't check right before we went in. We'll see how that one goes out, because maybe a matchup where Guma Keria try to all-in repeatedly.
Yeah.
Try to put this Yunara down. We've seen only Yunara versus Xayah, if I'm not mistaken, so far, and that has been a crushing victory for Yunara. This is something different.
Yeah, it definitely is. Curious to see how it's all going to work out. There was a sign in there wishing for the Canyon Italy, maybe in Game 3. But first, we got to get through Game number 2.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
Alrighty, game number 2. Series we expected to be very close. Started off with a mega stomp in game number 2, hoping that Gen G can turn things around and make this a more even series.
Hoping for that full set today. We have an awkward level 1 with Jarvan. Guma goes straight to the tri-brush down there. Thought that was a relatively risky play, considering the level 1 prio in this matchup is really big, and might have been multiple members waiting for something like that down there, but they could have also been where that ward is placed, down in the bottom lane at the center, where that action often happens, and where every Korean solo queue game starts these days. We don't just group on the buff anymore.
Yeah. Well, Lucian Nami, in terms of the amount of burst damage you have, maybe it's enough to get them across the line against the Yunara. It does feel like, Our lanes kind of just hit level 2 first and have the range advantage, and then you just kind of sit back and lose. But
yeah.
Guma and Kerry are trying to have a different approach here.
I mean, the Electrocute on Lucian tells you everything you need to know about why he's chosen this pick. It's often the Nami in the past who would pick that Electrocute. Not this time. Guma is going in. They got that extra airy damage. Nice sidestep from Ruler. Small things like that are so significant, especially when you already have that heal from the Quiver. Or Quill, excuse me.
Yeah. What is it you called the Quill? The...
what did I say? He was a scribe?
Yeah. Best scribe. Level 2 hit here from the side of Guma Carrier. There's that Electrocute, and immediately we see Yunara losing lane. It is possible. Ruler, though, is going to step up as they hit level 2 themselves. Does feel like Nami's also a good choice into the Recon. Just able to do a good job of poking him out.
It's just really hard as Ruler to maintain your 8 stacks to Q to actually look for those trades when you have to give up level 1.
Oh, Guma.
What a move right there.
Yep. Very slick. Duro definitely could have aimed it slightly better, but at the same time,
they're down heal.
He knew what he was doing. Going back in for more burst damage.
I mean, the airy procs are starting to add up here. Guma still has barrier, obviously, but Keria having the heal gives him additional speed. Potions are traded here, as this is just a war of attrition at this point that Guma Keria are slightly winning. And all eyes are bottom lane. We aren't watching any other matchups because this is where the real action is happening. And Guma and Keria getting a little bit low on mana. And that may be the end of this aggression. I think with level 3 being hit here, Ruler and Duro have kind of weathered the storm.
Yeah. Absolutely. I mean, at the end of the day, it's still Yunara. And by the way, Canyon coming down here quick. Level 4 is going to find Owner and goes immediately in. The Xinjiao loves to go for the trades, but Guma and Keria are quicker on the play, and Canyon's getting burst down! And down he goes, first blood given over to the Lucian of all champions, as now the flash comes in. Double flash away by Gen G. Looking for a bit more. The double buff here on Guma as well. Wants a little bit more, wants to take down Ruler, but it's not quite going to happen.
Yeah, not quite. Going to crash this wave, though. Be a lot of denied farm. And it's the faster rotation, and it's that residual heal that Keria still has that makes them get there so much faster. They're going to crush this wave as well, get a second crash through. So Keria, Guma have prio, right? Canyon's here first, but he's seen. And they instantly just run up and heal. And Canyon uses his knock-up onto Owner, and he's just dead. Like, it's just that simple. Duro tries to come over for the assist, gets the knock-up to slow the approach. And yes, flashes are traded here, but it's a 1-for-2 in favor of T1. Guma then commits his and is unsuccessful, so that's one small consolation prize for Gen G.
Yeah.
But start to look at that CS advantage. It's already stacking up a little bit here. And you're feeling pretty good about the solution pick so far.
Yeah. I feel bad for Canyon because in your mind as a jungler, as Xinjiao, you're just like, yeah, well, I win this 1v1 100%. But he really did underestimate how quickly Guma and Keria could get over there. And the prio that was in the bot lane also, props to the T1 bottom lane for being able to win that summoner war, which you did talk about, which kind of enabled this all to happen. So now you've got double buff on Lucian, and we kind of have a good idea of where this lane is going to head, in which direction. Also, the lane is actually pushing into T1, although they're immediately pushing that back. So that's irrelevant at this point in time.
Yeah, relevant for like 1 second here, but ultimately won't matter too much. They're not afraid of anything. Just don't get hit by those bubbles. Ruler buys a Cull and a refillable potion.
It's rough when you miss everything, and then the Lucian with double buff just gets to run at you, and like with Electrocute.
You have a refillable pot and a Cull. He has a pickaxe and double buff. He got the kill. He is the winner. He got that extra wave, and now looking at it, might have just been the extra gold he needed to pick up that pickaxe there. And Ruler's out of the game early on. And this is starting to be so much of a lead that it's not like, well, he scales later, don't worry. They've got a comp that's set up, by the way. They have 3 melees for this Yunara to be the Fountain Laser in the endgame. And if she just can't get off the ground, you've got nothing. You have no damage in this comp. You have absolutely no way back in.
Well, especially from behind.
That's what I mean. Like, if Ruler's out of the game, like, Plane doesn't get off the ground.
Like, if the Ambessa was able to get something going, if the Galio, who does look to be going a bit tankier, which makes sense with the Ambessa and the Yunara, but yeah, if they all fall behind, which at this point, the top lane is okay. Like, maybe Keen's got an angle, But yeah, this bottom lane is bleeding big time, and T1 got the first dragon as well, which is Infernal. I'm just worried that this game might turn into a little bit of Game 1 vibes, you know?
Yeah, I mean, it kind of feels like it already has in terms of the tempo. Now, obviously, it's not 3 crushing lanes and tons of deep vision skirmishes happen in Genji's jungle yet, but I do feel like we're a few more aggressive trades away from that. And, you know, you saw Chovy rotate over towards Dragon a second ago. You know, he had ult. It's one desperate play that fails for Genji away from this game just being done. You know, if Chovy goes for a play like that, they try to deny Dragon, and this Fed, I mean, already accelerated. Let's not say Fed yet, but accelerated Lucian gets another kill. Chovy's pushed out of the fight. They give up the Dragon and lose a fight as they try to desperately force it. Then the game just ends, right? So Genji need to, like, make sure they can cut their losses. They need to tourniquet hard and just try to survive and get this late game Yunara to the late game somehow. And that means they're going to be giving up dragons. If you could steal even just one dragon away as Canyon in this game, you're like, okay, it's cool. I'll die for it even. I need 5 minutes.
Yeah.
I need anything.
And maybe the Aeronets. Curious to see if Genji's mental is doing okay. That's kind of the first thing I always like to check in on. Obviously, okay, looking for this. Guma going in alone. Big mistake here. He will immediately be punished as Barrier comes through as well. Just wasted, gives the kill over to Ruler, who is now right back in the game.
I mean, a flop like that, that's all you need. Carrier was not anywhere nearby.
Trying to make a play in top lane. Doran all by himself. Thought he was safe with his team taking the grubs nearby. He is actually going to live as they continue to go in on the Doran, who's going to touch the wind, becomes lightning. The damage, though, not quite enough to take down Canyon. But with red buff, I think eventually they get the job done. Meanwhile, Faker is getting bullied here in mid as Duro went for a little gank.
All right,
flash away.
I think 3-game enjoyers can rest a little bit easier now. I'm not saying this is enough to get Genji completely back into the game, but that was a bunch of small wins all at once. So notice where Carrier is on the minimap.
I think Duro just hit on Bush for a long time.
Yeah, they had control vision. Guma thinks it's a 1v1 and goes for the all-in. Carrier obviously is not here at all. They know that, but unfortunately for Guma, he is not aware that it's a 1v2 he's opting into. You can see on his face, he was like, well, whoops, after that one. Doran here actually lives for an incredible amount of time because of the rotation of a Carrier, gives him the heal. Obviously the Jarvan Cataclysm buys some space as well. They end up getting a trade back, but then Faker loses Flash in the exchange that you can see is happening on the minimap in mid.
Meanwhile, down in bottom lane, looks like Guma's not very much enjoying his time into Yunara anymore. And Ruler's making it very apparent that now he is in charge of this lane.
Just no tempo for Guma anymore. And he's playing into lethal tempo Yunara. So when she stacks her Q or has ult, which she did to go for that all-in just moments ago, you just can't win those longer exchanges, and you can't outrun her really either. And if she slows you one more time, you actually just die. Guma's down Flash now. And what a swing in this game, for real, just off of Duro sitting on a control ward. Yeah. And then obviously what happened top was a big part of that as well.
That doesn't take a whole lot, especially in the early game. Remember the early game of game number 1 was very much, you know, T1 was dominating all the lanes. They got a lot of incremental leads from there. They were able to take some big objectives, and it kind of just flew by in an instant. This game much closer at this point, with a couple of swings back in Genji's favor. They're able to pick up 2 grubs. I do wonder, you know, what we're going to see for the second Drake as well. I don't think we're getting double dragon again.
It's hard to say right now whether we'll get that double dragon, as there's still a lead for Guma. Picks up an Essence Reaver. I mean, we're 50 seconds away. If he can secure that prio bottom side there, they have all their ults back up, you know? Like, this is definitely a fightable situation here for T1. I don't think the top laners will be involved, but Owner is top side right now, and so is Canyon. He'll be seen on this ward. So you have to want to play this, as it is Infernal and Mountain, so we could have another Hextech Soul. That would be crazy. So Double Dragon would be high value in that case. Faker clears this wave, and they're looking to potentially group up now for Dragon. Rotation down for Owner, albeit slow, is starting. He's actually on Raptors here, as they're just sitting on this Prio, dueling it out.
All right, Cullen to come down as well. You can tell that they are certainly trying their absolute best to make sure they have Prio here for the Drake.
Yeah, the timing of this works out. Like, he clears Raptors, Owner does, and now he can rotate over. He will actually get hit by that ward. on his way over, so they'll see the timing of this. Canyon's here to contest. Like, Guma needs to be very careful. He's still flashless, mind you.
They're going in out of the Nami. There is the bubble, and Duro nearly dies. Meanwhile, in the fight, as we do see that Ruler has to back away immediately. Bit of damage did come in. Ruler wasn't really in trouble, but they don't have their Recon anymore. Now Ruler in a bit of trouble, but they go down to Guma and burst him down. Canyon says, now it's my time to get it done. Owner desperate for the kill on Aduro. They just can't get this dang Recon, and it's going to be a double kill here for the Xindao. Meanwhile, Faker getting bullied in mid by Keen, of all people, who has ganked, and Faker just did not expect that.
Okay, big catch here onto Canyon. I don't know if it's enough, though, and in fact, Doran in trouble!
Who's getting caught this time? It's not going to be Canyon. Picks up 2 kills, and the Genji fans are losing it right now.
I mean, I was going to say this, the turn in this game, or the turn around, felt like a pendulum swing, but it feels like a weighted pendulum now. Coming down so hard, it feels like it's going to break through the side of T1. As initially here, going for the flashless Nami makes a lot of sense, but Keria hits his ult and the bubble, but Guma isn't quite able to finish off Duro. Drops his barrier critically. Definitely wishes he had it for this upcoming turn, where Canyon's like, oh, you're going on to my 80 carry? Just snaps onto Guma. Ruler gets the empowered W snipe with his ultimate, takes him out. Duro flashes to make sure Owner can't cataclysm him, and Owner's just left to dry here as Doran TP's in, and then triples down on this play, and yes, takes Duro out.
They finally got him.
It means that Faker is also left in the 1v2 with a top laner that's rotated mid. So, yes, you do get 1 kill, but you die anyways. You get 2 over here, you get Faker over, and Chovy's just showing up because he's like, oh, I thought you guys were having some trouble down.
We're going to have to look at this top fight. Doran's in a lot of trouble. He's trying to run to his jungler. I think Keen should sniff this one out, but he's still going to go in, gets the kill. As now Redemption is coming down here. Gonna help out the side of T1, as going to miss a bunch here onto Keen. He's still going in. Owner doesn't quite have the damage, gonna miss the flag and drag. Back in goes Keen, not scared of these guys, takes him down again, and meanwhile in mid, Guma's just dead as well. And this time it's Genji's turn to just absolutely Harlem Globetrotter.
I mean, Faker, where
all
are you
over
going?
the rift. Faker doesn't know where he's going, he's lost.
Well, Canyon decides he doesn't want to trade flashes and wants to get a dragon. Faker's just trying to pull him off the dragon, I suppose.
Oh, boy.
Chemtech Soul, so we didn't high roll, but it's not a double dragon anyways. So if game 1 was Harlem Globetrotters, maybe game 2 is a little bit of a rehearsal. Maybe some of the bugs need to be worked out. I don't know what to say in this one. Maybe Unara is broken, by the way, but that's kind of unrelated to what's happening in this game.
Still broken, but yeah.
T1 had a great position bottom lane. Okay, that much will always stay true. But what happened next, all over the map everywhere, where T1 just played insanely greedily and disrespectful. Genji are just like, you're falling apart fast on a house of cards. This is Keen's first-person view on the kill here, and then the 1v2 that ensues as the Redemption goes down. That actually helps him quite a bit. Keria drops everything, misses the bubble critically, which allows Keen to play it out.
Yeah.
How many dashes? Somebody count them.
All of them. Oh, we're doing it again. This time it's actually T1 trying to take down Keen, as they have tried many times before.
Another Redemption.
Keen lives. Owner's going in. Big shockwave is going to catch 2. As Keen, they finally did it. They finally got him. And at the end of the day, it takes Guma and Keria to come over here and zone Canyon away, but Genji are winning everywhere.
Yeah, Chovy gets a whole turret bottom side. They already had feats of strength. It'll be his 2nd turret he picks up this game. And they're going to get the Herald as well. You know, we were talking about how like it almost was over. Like, oh man, Guma has such a lead. All they have to do is not mess it up.
Immediately caster curse.
Yeah. And even though it looks like we're heading to game 3, and I don't want to call it early, like, I don't know if I like the path we took there. As, yeah, this time it's better. They get Keen, but Canyon is so huge. And, I mean, Redemption goes down, he gets Honeyfruit. Like, this just buys so much time. And Chovy is not in ult range, but, man, imagine if Chovy was actually nearby as well, what they could have done with this comp. But he gets a turret anyways. And, yeah, Sundered Sky's pretty good.
Yunara also.
Are they trying to kill
good.
Keen again?
Yeah, and guess who's here? Keen's best companion.
Really trying to kill Keen, and I think this time they did it. The damage is there. He's not able to get all the different dashes and procs and all the fun stuff, so they did it. They finally got a clean kill on the Keen, who has been just terrorizing them up in the top lane.
Wants to defend this turret, deny a bounty, but I mean, Owner is here. And Doran's Equalizer's coming back up. They might actually be able to, I mean, they should be able to at least force him off of it.
Objective bounties already.
Yeah.
17 minutes in.
But I mean, Chovy gets a turret in exchange, and sure, the bounty makes it a trade up for T1, but are you really gaining that much? I mean, they don't even get the turret yet, in fact.
Yeah, it's just a little bit.
A TP.
I feel like the bigger issue is that, you know, while T1 might be able to keep this a little bit close, they still got Electrocute Lucian against Yunara.
Yeah, I mean, that's...
so it's like,
And if Ruler had not been able to get unlocked in this game, I think our assessments earlier were correct, right? Like, this comp just isn't going to function, but now he's 3-0-3. Went Kraken Slayer for Runen, so he'll have his spike, his big spike.
Whoa, wait, what is happening?
They want to kill Keen again.
The Keen's got a pretty good read, but how long will they hide on bush? How long?
He's like, I'm just going to go up in the lane and...
until it's worth.
Bye.
Are they still there?
I think yes.
Yes. They're still there. They're absolutely still there. TP's even Guma's here. He's just able to come in. That's 2 kills and maybe 3. Oh no, Genji, what's going on here? Is now trying to ult away. He actually will be able to. Nicely done by Chovy to make the best of a bad situation.
That should finally be the turret for T1 in the bottom lane.
This game is just wild.
Yeah, I want off T1 Genji Game 2's Wild Ride.
Can't handle this. It's still a giant lead for Genji, but like, the tactics at play here, Wolf.
Yeah, do you think Faker was the one who gave the call to hide on bush?
I would say yes.
I would say yes as well. I would bet big money on it, in fact. This is just really unfortunate. They sweep, they go in, Guma shows up, and I mean, it's just a routing of this bottom lane, and then Chovy is barely able to get out here. The timing of this with Phase Rush, as he avoids that flag drag to stop his ultimate. He just barely gets out, because I mean, he's like a few frames away from being a third casualty down there in the bottom lane.
Yeah, if Keria was actually a robot, he would have stopped that. Sometimes I think he is, based on what I see, but yeah, now I know it's not true.
Can we kill Keen an additional time?
I mean, the damage from Doran is actually pretty legitimate at this point, as now it's going to be the flash out. Owner getting sped up, but they say, okay, we'll just take the turret instead. Meanwhile, the Drake is going to go over to Genji, so they get that first Chemtech Drake.
So right now, I want to remind everyone, because T1's had a few wins in a row, that's still a 4,000 gold lead. And Herald is crashing in mid. And I do want to remind people that right now, T1 is doing everything they can, which is focusing the isolated soul laner and taking turrets and not fighting 5v5s. Because they need to somehow get this deficit back and get Guma to a third item here and look for some big combos with Jarvan. Like, they need to be able to kill Yunara in team fights, that's the main thing, but they're playing into the same front line, right? But right now, they cannot 5v5 into this accelerated Yunara at all. So they're kind of doing anything they can to hide on bush, like make a play topside, just ignore any objective. Luckily for them, it's Chemtech Dragon. They have an Infernal Dragon already, so just stay away from those Genji members, and hopefully things will get better later. Sure, Ruler is great at late game, but he's already kind of good now, so hopefully we can kill him with our Jarvan Orianna combo. That's the hope, that's the dream, that's the prayer for T1 taking a 2-0 here. As,
it definitely does feel a bit like a prayer, right? Yeah. Genji are, it feels like they've woken up a bit after the game one. I say that, Canyon does have to flash away. So T1, they're not going to take the avoid route that you were mentioning, Wolf. They're going to take the, we're just going to fight you at every turn.
I mean, in this case, they had the better setup. Like, Genji were completely split. Like, Ruler was not there, and T1 are ready to pounce, so they get a flash. I think if Genji your setup is 5, you can't make plays like that, but when T1 are first on the objective, they can hunt summoners, and hunt they will. And, I mean, still, now Genji are going to reset. Now they are S5, and now they can start to get control over this area here around the dragon. It's not up, of course, but it's
start to threaten these inner turrets. I mean, this is the kind of control Gen.G has right now, and Ruler is ready to fight. He is going to press R.
Oh, speaking of which, Keen immediately finds the backline. Faker in a ton of trouble, has to just flash out of their owner. He's the sacrifice for the rest of the team. Doran going to get charmed up. Keen actually going to go down, though. Did Gen.G push too far? Bit of burst damage does come out, but Ruler a bit low. Chovy looking for the turn. Chovy, he's got the angle, but everybody tries to flash away. They only get the Nami. Still, it's going to be a pick as they look for Faker as well. Canyon on the backside here. Faker just going forward. Knows he's dead. And Gen.G find 2 more.
It looked scary for a moment, but there's just so much peel for Ruler. You got the Ambessa, but you didn't get every other member, including Duros, Rakan, which is super frustrating to deal with in these types of skirmishes. Guma did so much damage, but he's like, I'm out of cooldowns. You guys are going to have to buy some time. And he survives, limps away from the fight, but cannot catch Ruler. Faker tried, as this is just going to be Otacon. All of that bottom side pressure was putting Deep Vision into the jungle, forcing a fight that T1 didn't want to take because Otacon was spawning. Had spawned and now is in the hands of Gen.G, a further lead here. As it's like, okay, angle is there for Keen, he's on the flank. Equalizer, not on Ruler. Owner, Cataclysm, kind of on Ruler. Ruler's health bar, yeah, still full. Guma gets the Ambessa and then, okay, look at this. Guma's like, I used my abilities, Ruler barriers, and he's like, all right, well, that's it. And trying to force any further here, I think, is a big, big risk. And Chovy, man, he's known for these taunt plays.
Yeah. They
changed Galio for him.
I know. This is the Chovy turn. Faker's got some of it in his time, but I feel like I remember Chovy's turns just an insane amount more like this one over here we've seen so many times.
I mean, Faker's Galio won T1 a recent world championship, so the scale is quite high, but I think...
And even so.
Like Chovy, and that big taunt we had, what was it, 2021? Or 2020, rather, I think it was.
Yeah, I think it was pretty early on. 2020 was like 5 years ago, wow.
Yeah.
It was quite a long time ago now. It's funny how the years pass by. And
Ruler has an IE. So that's the time passes by. Sometimes you blink and Yunara has her 3-atom spike.
Yeah.
And then you're like, oh, it was kind of hard to kill him before, and he did a lot of damage. And now he's like just gonna one-shot people. And then like it does AOE around him, and Kraken Slayer's gonna proc.
Yes. That is the way it works.
And he has Flash too, and like a Galio. So it does seem like a difficult problem to solve at this point. Is Yunara broken? Like I don't know. I don't know if this game is fair though.
I'm gonna declare it. No, not even this game.
I just don't think this game is the one that's decisive enough. But
it's all the games we've seen. I'm like, nah, this is just too good.
Because I was a little bit skeptical. By the way, Ruler was like the only one who's like this champ owns in lane. By the way, everyone else is kind of like, it's a little situational. And then Ruler had to play into the Lucian Nami, got owned, but then Duro said, hold up.
It's like one turnaround play, and immediately she just took over the game.
Yeah.
That was it. That was the end. And champs that can do that are some of the best in the game.
And it's against low-range AD carries where she's had the most success outside of the 2v2, right? Like, you could just walk up on Guma and be like, all right, you can't out-damage me. By the way, you're running Electrocute. That was really cool in the first few minutes of the game, but not going to be enough damage to kill me. Got a barrier, right? Like, he got the barrier in the last big skirmish that happened around the blue buff, but on spawn, Gen.G gonna look for this Baron. Chovy has ult, can be there in a moment's notice. Faker has TP as well, but they have that one sneaky ward. I mean, that's the best you can really say about T1's position here.
They're gonna look for Ruler. I think they're gonna try to wombo Ruler, but I don't know if they can. Meanwhile, the turn is coming in from the side of Gen.G. They want to just go for the fight here. Meanwhile, Faker's gonna go down. Not even sure what happened to him as he just kind of got killed. Meanwhile, at the same time, Duro also went in and died. But they stopped the Baron, so
yeah,
I suppose a small win for T1. It's still extremely winning for Gen.G at this point.
Watch how quick Guma barriers as well in this situation.
Faker TP'd into Galio.
Yeah, so he just dies. But also, like, this situation was pretty scary for the Lucian there at the back. If Ruler was able to get in there,
he might have had a problem. He is safe ultimately there. It's a trade, but it's a trade up for Genji. As Canyon is so big that he's just running at solo laners now.
Yep. Chovy pushing a bit. TP comes in. This is from Duro. So just kind of jumping over to the team.
Yeah, they don't have Baron buff, but they do have a 3.5 item Yunara, so it's basically the same thing. Kind of just group up.
Maybe it's better, I don't know.
They basically just group up and say like, if you want to fight us, like maybe our minions aren't empowered, but I don't think you want to be anywhere near or 80 carry.
We can see Guma's consistently trying. I feel like, honestly, the answer might just be to Wamba and hope that Ruler doesn't flash. Or, you know, rely on Owner to like flag drag flash, and then maybe you've got enough. But if that doesn't happen, Genji just have too much control.
See where that ward is that's pinged just to the bottom of the screen, the bottom right, right above the minimap, right there? Hope that you catch Ruler right there. You know, like he's been known to be caught at this particular location when he's on blue side. On red side, it's like the opposite one on the other Raptors. So I think that's T1, you know? Maybe Ruler gets caught. So far, not looking likely. Not too hopeful about it.
Yeah. Got Mortal Reminder finished here for Guma. Some more crit on the side of Yunara. Hiding on Bush once again, but Chovy the tank is the one that checks the brush, and that's what you want. The charm comes in on Adoran, and he is just evaporated. Keen once more, gonna go in on it 4, as now we've got the follow-up from the Galio that's gonna keep him alive, although I don't think they need to continue in, but now Ruler finds his angle, just presses forward, and there's nothing that they can do, as the Yunara just rips them to shreds, picks up 2 kills, and Genji have this one in the bag.
Yeah. Wow. 2 one-sided games here to start off our series. I mean, it looked at the very beginning of this one like it might be 2 for T1 with the way the bottom 2v2 went, but everything changed in an instant. And then this Yunara, we're like, I don't know, she's gonna get off the ground. Like, she's got a Cole, you know, Cole Doran's blade. He's got a pickaxe. There's just no way.
Like behind 20 plus CS at some point.
We were like, I guess Ruler just isn't gonna get to show us what his Yunara is. We were very wrong at that point in time. We could have known. And then fights like this, just wait for Ruler, wait for it. He's still closing the gap. Oh God, the damage! Guma's like, hold on, I can get up. No, you can't, no chance.
Not even close. Yeah, 9-0 and 4. And, you know, I kind of like the way they play that. It was like in and out, absorbing damage until everything had been used, and then Yunara gets her chance, and it's just GG. Owner. Yeah, you're going to get Mega Cone engaged on. Make it kill number 10 for Ruler. And looking for even more, as Canyon will pick up a 6th kill of his own.
I do like how you mentioned how well that was played by Genji, that last fight we had in the replay, because basically T1 were backwards leapfrogging to try to maybe jump on Yunara, but it couldn't happen as Faker is just...
Yeah, well, he's going to be kited out and killed. The 7th kill goes over to Canyon. Man, these games, Ruler's just running at him, eating a culling to the face, doesn't care at all. And yeah, the game is over. Game 1 was extremely one-sided to T1. This one is the same one-sided to Genji. Yeah, there was like that 5 minutes that T1 had, and then it was just over. And we're going to a Game 3. Our wishes come true.
Here we go, Game 3. 30 minutes here, almost on the dot. T1 routed. And we mentioned we thought maybe Ruler wasn't going to get off the ground. I think he had his full Dragon Ball Z Super Saiyan arc in this one.
Yeah,
from zero to hero.
Shout out to Duro as well, hiding on Bush, using it against Faker. Totally turns around the bottom lane.
Keen having his like side story as well in this game. Yeah, this was definitely a very, very fun way to bring us to 3. Again, relatively one-sided, but because we had that drama of the turnaround early, it felt pretty interesting. T1, I think, very aware of some of the over-aggressive moves they made in this game where they were greedy and they got punished. This is, I think, not the kind of game that you walk away from feeling like, oh man, I guess maybe we aren't the better team. You're like, oh, we made some big mistakes. We definitely know exactly where they were.
Yeah, same for Genji in game 1, honestly. It's like, well, we kind of drafted ourselves into a hole and then we just lost every lane and okay, guys, let's go Game 2. It's like, so that was Game 1 and that was also Game 2. had like mirror situations. It does mean that T1 will start Game 3 on blue side in Fearless. So it's definitely an advantage. I'm curious to see how they'll use it.
Indeed. Bit of a banger on our hands here. A full 6-game day to end it out. T1 versus Gen G, the second time of asking.
Okay, here we go, guys. We're going to take a quick break and have the space. We'll be right back.
사용 먹고 끌래? 쫄게. 내 노플이거든. 이거 못하게. 와봐. 갈래? 가자. 노플이야. 지금 죽여야 돼. 남이까지? 남이까지? 플래시 있으면 하거든? 가면 돼? 오케이. 한탐 쪽 가자 이대로. 그냥 때려가자. 용 먹지 말고. 오리아나 노플. 나 사이드 돌게. 오리아나 여기 있고. 야, 따위 박자. 나 박을게. 뛰었어. 탈진까지 걸게. 오케이, 나이스. 럼블 노플. 맞았어. 너무 맞아요.
그날 다른 길을 택했더라면 내 삶은 조금 더 평온했을지도 모르지. 천년의 세월이 흘러도 이 마음은 처음과 다르지 않으니 세상에게 잊혀져도 괜찮아. 오로지 신념을 따라서 나는 이곳을 지키겠어. 나와 함께 하겠나?
everyone. Welcome back to the space. It is 1-1 after Genji said, we saw what you did to us in game number 1. We're going to do it back to you. We're the Harlem Globetrotters this time. It is 1-1, and these two top teams will have to go to game 3 to decide it here in round number 4. Jigan alongside Ox and Chronicler, and Genji, they get their hands on Yunara, but that wasn't the talking point. They just played so much better than they did in game number 1.
I'm just happy we're going to free. I feel like game 1 was a masterclass in what really makes T1 shine. But it was actually Orc that said afterwards as well, which we didn't get the time to cover up on the space. That was a really big investment when it comes to the power of the draft for T1. Because again, outside of Owner, I think that legitimately was as good as it gets for that draft. And I think once the draft felt a little bit more even, we do see Genji kind of pull back after a rough game 1.
Yeah, I think a lot of tools for Genji in this one, a lot of things that gave them a lot of power. And even though the laning phase is a little bit weak in the bot lane, found ways to set things up that got them back into it. Something I did want to bring up though, I mentioned this earlier today, bringing it up again was the red side rumble. So Freak recently had a video on this, but dot champions are bugged on the red side. It is planning to get fixed, but it's still bugged at the moment. Rumble, the biggest victim of this, his Q and his equalizer does way less damage on red side, and it got picked on red side again. And we kind of saw there was some moments where it felt like if you had a little bit more damage for Doran there, could have made the difference. And we've seen 2 times today the rumble picked on red side, and you know, maybe if you had a little bit more damage, could just made that difference in some of these fights.
We did see it, and you all at home will get to see it here in highlight number 1 at the very end. A little bit of that extra cooking would have gone a long way for T1, but good fight start here by Genji.
And the early game was still a little rough for Genji, and even this play doesn't start out great. Duro basically wastes his cooldown, doesn't get any value, but it's Canyon who again, I think was 0-2 at this point, actually not having the best first few levels. The turn that they find here onto Guma with him having no flash, no cooldowns, burst him down, and then Ruler pops off in this fight.
The combo of the laser from Ruler with the knockup from Canyon, and also the sidestepping that Ruler gets on this champion. He's so unleashed on this pick, but I also think that there's a lack of tools from T1. You know, the picks we've seen are so good into Yunara, like your Rakons, like your Wukongs, like your Vi's. They don't have that good targeted CC into it, and he's able to find the potential. You see as well, that was the moment we're talking about where the Rumble just lacked that bit of damage to finish it off. Maybe the red side making a difference there.
Yeah, also did see Chovy TP in. Like, I don't think the play would have changed, but it could have been kills for Doran, could have been more of a gold influx, could have still ended up making a difference. But the big thing is that this time the turnaround for Genji came in the lane, as opposed to T1 really basically raising all their turrets, getting giant leads coming out of the laning phase. Started off, as Ox highlighted, in the first 6 minutes, but one turn, I think it was a gank from Canyon that got them an early kill onto Guma. Now from that point on, Runa was fine.
There's actually the Duro fake recall.
Oh yeah, there you go.
Yeah, if you're playing Lucian Nami into Yunara Rakan, you have to stay ahead of the curve for the whole game. You can't make a mistake because they're just so good in team fights.
Yeah, so we got to see what T1 looked like when they were ahead. We know that they've got lots of tools from when they're behind to try and come back into the game. And this one was a little hide on bush on the bottom side of the map, but Keen sniffed this one out.
I just love, you know, like when your circus isn't doing as well, you gotta try and get increasingly desperate with your tricks.
Yeah.
And this was a classic. As T1, really nice vision trap here. They get 2 kills. It's very telling though that I think after this the gold lead went from, and even with Chovy almost dying, the gold lead barely changed because they did still spend a lot of time. They're actually so clutch, gets the taunt and then is able to fly out with the ult just before the flag and direct hits.
I think that's the thing, is it was a good setup of a play. It's something you have to do, but it didn't really alter the state of the game that much. And Chovy escaping as well despite that feels really frustrating as an outcome of that.
Yeah, and maybe a bigger gold lead here would have changed the outcome of our final highlight here. 4 minutes later, down on the bottom side of the map, we're starting to fight around the blue buff, and then again, Chovy, Galio making plays happen just like he did in tournaments, international tournaments earlier.
Yeah, this is actually a little bit of a dangerous spot to fight in for Genji in the enemy jungle so deep. Very hard to get access onto the backline. You can see, you know, Guma and Faker retreating into this corridor, getting damage onto Keen, and it's not going super favorably considering how far ahead Genji are. But then when T1 push forwards, we get this great angle from Chovy with the taunt that comes through, and the re-engage is so swift. Guma still has a lot of damage, still is a big threat, but everyone else falls around him. That's a big success. And the main thing here is the fact that we get a triple kill for the Yunara. Well, I don't think it was a triple kill. We got 3 kills. He got so much gold off this fight, and the game was done from there.
And I love as well that, again, as a constant reminder, these two teams know each other so well. There's not a lot of teams in the LCK that would see that and then actually push in, right? At the tail end of the fight, you can also say 1-for-1 trade rebase. But Chovy knows. T1 is going to be looking. They're going to be trying to extend the fight, punishes them. I can't wait to see what Game 3 brings.
Oh, absolutely. It has been a very entertaining match. And to call it in game number 3, let's send it on over to our 2 Harlem Globetrotters. It's Brendan Valdez and Wolf.
Thank you, guys. Yes, I am wearing my orange sneakers today, so, you know, it kind of fits with the vibe for sure. Mentioned this before, T1 should be moving over to the blue side here for game number 3, and we'll see what kind of advantages they get in the draft.
You and I spent a little bit of time during the break kind of brainstorming what T1 should or would do, and we kind of came up with Gen.G probably has the same bans that T1 had on red side. Maybe a Nico first pick comes over, but also the possibility that Gen.G just throw a wrench into all the gears and leave 2 open and try to trade it, and it gets wonky with picks like the Varus, the Azir. I think Azir, very predictable for Faker to first pick. If you have a response to that, you know, T1 has it banned away, maybe that's the angle that Gen.G tried to take here on red side. But I mean, you cannot give Owner Pantheon. I think that's, of the 3 bans, that one is absolutely non-negotiable. You don't want to give Faker Azir. That doesn't feel very good. That feels very good for Faker. But Varus also in the hands of Gumisi. Not something I'd want to play into if I were Gen.G, but if you leave multiple open, then maybe Ruler gets the Varus, right? So Talia's banned right away, because Faker's like, well, I am hoping you're going to play that game with me. And I'm hoping that, you know, maybe that happens and Chovy doesn't have the Talia to answer. And it were matched.
Yeah. Matching bans and Faker ban. Chovy ban as well. Just feels like we're not going to allow those players to play that. No Yone either. Just not going to happen. Sejuani sees play occasionally, usually only with Yone nowadays.
Yeah. I think this is a pretty smart ban. There's a lot of comps that work well with this. The most open-ended thing in these drafts to me is the AD carry pools, because we had the Yunara, right, the Jhin, Sivir, and Lucian, so there's a lot of scaling carries left. The Varus, I think, becomes so high prio as a result of this. And the possibility of that first pick Nico rises, I think, significantly in this moment where Pantheon is just a required ban. If they leave this up to trade for Nico, I'm not sure if that's really going to be equivalent value. And I wonder what else they would consider here.
Yeah. I mean, it just feels like you have to. I think they were just trying to mess with the order, maybe to keep them guessing, but especially with that Alistar ban, this feels like a done deal with the Nico coming through. That seemed very obvious.
Yeah, I mean, this was kind of your read from the start when you and I were talking about this earlier, and it just comes true. Seems very, very powerful here for T1. The Corki feels nice here because it's quite a lane-dominant pick, and Valkyrie gives you a lot of outplay potential in the lane itself, but it's just a safe pick in general, and also weakens some of the other AD carries that are left available because they're all pretty immobile. And he is given the nod. He's going to get locked in. Jungle pick, a little bit tricky at this point in time. I think you want something that has really strong mid-jungle synergy.
Yeah, it feels like some of the prio picks definitely going away. The Vi is still available, so that one...
It's kind of feeling like when you have Corki to follow up on anyone who's CC'd like so easily from so far away with tons of bursts, like you go Vi Ahri, feels good. Nocturne with no Orianna, no Aurora.
Remember when Nocturne Nico was just absolutely disgusting? And now we've got a Sylas alongside of this, just blind against the Vi ult.
Yeah, that's... So now you have basically Nico, Nocturne, Vi. That's crazy. Nice. Try to Valkyrie this. I do think that it's still a viable Ahri angle here for Chovy if he's bold enough to play it. Annie is gone. Annie would also feel pretty amazing here in this situation. Instead, just going to look for the Duro Nautilus lock-in. This keeps things really open-ended because let's not forget that with the Sylas lock here,
Chovy could play Corki mid. It's not common, it's not meta, but it's certainly something that he has insane mastery of.
That's a good point.
And like now you're really kind of wondering like, what are they going to play with Nautilus bottom lane into our Nico? That's a tough matchup, but will it be the Corki? Probably. And it makes you wonder if maybe like something like a Smolder could come through for Chovy. I mean, there's so many different ways that Gen G can play this draft now. And I think the Caitlyn ban is very intelligent into Guma here.
Yeah. Zaya's still available as well. Could be another thing they look at in terms of comfort for Guma. Yes, Rakan is gone, but Guma can just play it by himself, especially into Nautilus and Vi. So
you can play like almost anything here. I do love this Twisted Fate ban. Can help deal with the Nocturne. What if Guma ends up playing like Jinx here? I think you have so many different ways to get that initial reset. If you have the lockdown to come through, that could certainly be something you opt for. Because the Xayah ban feels too obvious. Like, I think that will definitely come through. Unless they have something else in mind. Like a safe top pick for Doran. It's an MF.
I mean, in terms of Wombo, with the Nico, I guess so. But certainly feels a little bit weak into Vi Nautilus. But if they can't get on the MF, then I suppose you could get some decent value. But an interesting angle there.
I don't think it's going to be like a Smolder mid-pick, but it's a curveball that could be thrown here by Gen G. The most obvious one feels like Ahri, right? But it's not a ton of consistent damage in this comp just yet. The Corki will be when it gets to the later stages. The Renekton ends up getting taken away since so much of the power budget is going to be bottom side here for T1 with this, whatever is with this Nico, frankly. Will likely win the lane into Nautilus and Corki. Again, assuming that's not a flex. Chovy discussing a lot here, though.
Yeah.
Before the lock-in.
Could be about what you were just talking about with the flex. And they're going to keep it up in the air with the Yorick lock-in here. So, the flex Corki.
I mean, you really could still just run, you know, first strike Corki. It's not great setup with the Vi, but with this Yorick coming through, playing around sides a little bit here, gonna be kind of tricky into Nocturne Sylas.
Aatrox.
That seems like the best bet. Jax, a similar story. And we have seen Aurelia attempted in this matchup as well, but I do think this is something that's a lot safer. And when you have something like a Jax that gets empowered, like if you start to win that side and you have a Nocturne and Nico as well to follow, you just can't stop Doran. He's just going to demolish the whole map. Let's see what that 80 carry is going to be. It's been hidden from us for so long here in this one.
Just got to go with the Nico. Xayah is what he's saying.
Yeah, it seems like it's a Xayah lock. It just seems too free, especially when the Yorick is shown like this. And you have like so many ways to get on top of the enemy champions to give you, like you don't have a distance problem here in this game. You have safety and the enemy comp is also relatively low range. Like Corki rockets aren't really going to be a problem for you. So are we going for hard all in to try to match? Or are we going for scaling? Is he going to pull out the AP Ziggs?
All right, the Ziggs is going bot, you would have to imagine, right?
100% of Desire, so that Corki flex does come through. We think we've seen a little bit more Ziggs with the buffs in mid lane. It's been played in other regions. They're holding
like,
it. It's pretty good into Sylas as well.
Sylas, yeah.
I mean, you just sit there, you poke, you harass. But ultimately, I think the Corki is safer. We'll see if he wants to go first strike and just try to generate a gold lead there, or if he's going to opt for something a little bit more damage focused. Because accelerating yourself to 2 items, we see so many Corkis in the melee matchups in mid just going straight into first strike and trying to hit 2 items as soon as possible to be incredibly relevant towards the mid game. Wow, this draft I feel like went 4D chess on both sides. There was certainly a lot of almost every pick went down to like the last 5 seconds before the lock-in, you know? And I think of the 3 drafts, I find this one to be the closest, Valdez. I think it's got a lot of power for the T1 side and comfort, but a lot of finesse, and if played perfectly, I kind of feel like Gen G can outdo T1. I'm scared mostly about that Jax Nocturne side lane. That just feels like if that starts to get out of control, T1 could do whatever they want.
Yeah, it does very much feel in their wheelhouse. And we got Ruler playing Ziggs, which is very interesting. Was never really a big Ziggs guy, but we'll see how it goes here as we hop on the Rift for game number 3.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
Game number 3, this historic matchup. The second of 3 times we're going to see it here in the Legend group. Next time will be, mark it on your calendars, I'm taking a look here, match 47 on August 30th. So there you go.
About 3 weeks' time.
Did I say 47 or? It was 147. Oh, over the wall. Here's Faker. Silas, very good at level 1, but he's kind of alone at this point in time. Doran does move up, and he will be okay.
Got Keen to skill a donut at level 1.
Yep. Ghoulie wall.
Yeah, it's crazy because what? MSI 2 matchups, no interaction at LCK Cup and EWC means this is right now the 7th matchup they've played, right? 2 in regular season at the beginning, then 3 here. Oh, that was a 4. Okay, well, anyway, no math on stream. Canyon?
Timing of this is really rough for Canyon. Doran going to receive an emote from Canyon, who now is going to go towards the blue side of his... Oh no, he's looping back, actually.
Yeah, just going to take a later start on this one. The ward he has seen, so we'll be able to path around it.
Got him.
Fully walled!
Nice, Keen. Also, trading grasp stacks.
Surprisingly tricky to hit that sometimes, the Ghoulie wall. And you really got to know when they're going to go in for that auto.
Yeah, the delay is can be rough at times. Scary Nico got banned out twice by Genji from blue side.
Man, Keen's making Ghoulie wall look like it's the Gragas boop to Jackson this one. Gonna counter-strike me? Not quite. How do you like this hula hoop?
Yeah, I mean, Keen Zurich very strong. Doran Zurich also insane.
This is one of those picks, by the way, for Owner, where over the years you've been like, oh yeah, he does occasionally play that. You know, he pulls it out from time to time, and now it's super meta, but he just keeps stacking up those niche Nocturne wins, and now that it's super meta, you're like, wow, yeah, he does have an over 90% win rate on that champ. That's kind of crazy.
Canyon? You're level 2.
And you are at half health.
Yeah, the Nocturne started on the blue side. We're getting a big zoom in here from Jonah Strong as our Vi player Canyon's going to realize, hey, I should probably do my Raptors.
Well, he knows he'll be seen, of course, on this ward. Owner's just chilling. As another Ghoulie wall. We'll get at least a push deck this time. Looking like a little bit of a lost polar bear in this one. In this early game, as he has half the farm of Owner. Canyon, that is.
Oh, I was going to say, like, wait, why is Doran a polar bear?
No. Going back to the jungle situation here, where he has been thoroughly shut down, let's say, slowed down.
Ooh, the Valkyrie value here from Chovy.
He went Conqueror, and he is trying to conquer this 1v1. Out of mana now, though.
You remember when Silas was more meta, we used to see Corki into it very often. So I'm really glad that you called out the swap early, because I think for Chovy especially, it's just so obvious. Trying to get in here, and ooh, Canyon gets his blue buff stolen away.
I mean, he is really far behind. Like, I don't think we can really overstate a 4-minute 300 gold lead. Flashing the root.
Yeah. Gonna get that summoner out of him at least. Really trying to help Faker get through this early laning phase in the melee versus range matchup.
Just feel like when you pick the Silas in this situation that it's so good for your comp, right? And you're so happy to just lock that as we do have a lane swap here. Will be the TP to match here to come down. In fact, from Ruler. So we're playing into the Jax, but this is good for the Xayah. Obviously, she doesn't want to lean into Ziggs. But yeah, this opportunity that Chovy has to just kind of say, no, I'm actually going to get an advantage here. Feels pretty good. Now, Faker already TP'd, Chovy did not, so that looked kind of wonky there as Chovy's out of mana, but he is just going to go back. Bit of a bait here, potentially, from Ruler.
Yeah. Oh, that was sick. The aggressive one going to work out on Doran. And those are the moments where you can use your satchel aggressively and feel fine. Later on, into Nocturne Silas Jax, you're definitely going to want to try to save yourself rather than what we saw there. Little Roots coming down, so a similar amount of damage done by Guma and Keria to their top laner.
Problem is that Ruler's going to be hitting a turret as Ziggs, which feels quite powerful versus, you know, Zaya's decent. He's actually just going to be continuing to chip away at Doran. Going to have to counter-strike. Whew, that satchel also dangerously close.
And Doran can't really stay here. He's trying to farm, but he doesn't really have an angle. Keen, on the other hand, kind of similar, but obviously in a little bit better of a position. Nice damage here from Keria. Gonna chip him just a little bit lower, but the amount of potential they have to kill this Yorick feels a little bit less than what we saw in the bottom lane.
Chovy teleporting back to lane also has an advantage there as Owner.
All right, trying to get on top of the Ziggs, and I think they might just be able to do it. The flash ahead of time is going to work out. First blood given over to Doran's Jax. He does immediately get traded back, but that kill only went over to Duro.
Canyon down 2 levels. He's giving him the scared Yuumi, like, I don't really want to stay around here much longer. Valdez, this game is getting wild.
It's already happening. I really love that response from Owner to flash early, knowing that Ruler, his only choice is to just flash away. So, well played by him.
The trade of kills feeling pretty good for Doran. Obviously picking up a kill, has a call in his inventory. Kill going over to Duro in return is good that they got it, but obviously not as impactful. And there's still a big hole in the jungle as Canyon is trying to find anything. Like he's scraping the bark off the trees to chew on it because he's starving so bad.
Yeah.
He is like, I need XP, I need money, I need anything. As this play here, like the back is being channeled by Owner. By the way, it's a control ward, but he can just fly over it. And the placement of the satchel and the near escape here, I mean, I call it a near escape, it really isn't, but like I don't think I could have been played better by Ruler on the attempted escape, let's say. Was cool and all, but got him.
Yeah, got him. Just got to respect the Nocturne, you know? I think that's the biggest thing there. Like, they have a Jax kind of pinned on under the turret, but he's about to hit level 6, and you've got a Nocturne who's also about to hit level 6. Kind of funny that they hit 6 at basically around the same time. Like, I would assume that Owner got it on the Krugs before he went to that gank. So maybe they didn't expect the Nocturne to be that far ahead, or rather Doran to be that far behind, but ends up being the death of Ruler.
Yeah, if you're looking at Canyon's XP bar as the judge, you're certainly not going to think he's level 6 right now.
Yeah.
As Owner's like, oh, you
boy.
still seem to not be level 6, by the way. And these seem to be my Krugs.
This is like some peanut level of just crazy, I'm going to take everything away from you. Owner, did he go too far is the question. The bomb is going to miss, and it looks like he absolutely did. Duro's going to get the kill. I don't know how he always does this. Duro getting fed. And Ruler probably very angry. Meanwhile, Canyon, congrats to him. LCK Jungle second ever to get 4,500 assists.
It always happens in a game like this, doesn't it? His first assist of the game, by the way.
Yeah. As he's getting absolutely just run around the map here.
It's all. I feel like it always comes up when the player on the team that hits a milestone just gets blasted in a team fight, but like traded back 1 kill, or like it's like, oh, like
died in the turret, got the kill.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, yeah, 1,500 kills. Congrats.
Exactly. It's like always like that. I think at some point maybe a discussion needs to be had about like, do we have too many milestones that we can talk about in the LCK? But Canyon, it's a big one here, and we will respect it. And he has level 6 now, which I think right now he's probably feeling is the bigger milestone in his career in this best of 3. Finally compress his ult button. When you look at where the gold is, it's very strong top side here for T1. Bottom side is where the favor is for Gen G, and Guma's going to get some more money to even that out, in fact, take a lead himself. This fight's going to get a little scrappy on Dragon. Or maybe, no, it won't. I just wanted to do the play-by-play handoff just in case.
It's,
and over to you, Valdez.
Yeah, take it away, Valdez. Well, they got the Dragon. They absolutely did. They got it real good. So the Ziggs, very good pick into the Xayah. I mentioned it before, Ruler not the most prolific Ziggs player of all time. Guma, he is Xayah with Featherstorm and Flash, so there's the Flash, and there's the Featherstorm, but now we've got the pull on in, and he's just dead. Meanwhile, got a Nocturne trying to save, and a TP coming in here. As now the ultimate does go in. Stolen ultimate here from the side of Faker, and Duro looks to be very much dead. Carrion wants a bit more. Gonna get this route down onto Chovy, who takes a bunch of damage, but they know they don't have the kill pressure. Ruler comes out of nowhere. He just stayed there in the top side. Oh, the flash aggressive satchel is crazy into the wall, and he immediately dies. But it was awesome.
Yeah, Keen here, just gonna be farming this one out. Nothing crazy happening on the cross map, but that was a wild set of plays because like Ruler decided he was gonna channel back. He had TP, so maybe if the fight went longer, he was hoping to come in there and actually look for a re-engage or to rejoin the fight. Looked like that TP scared me for a moment, like, oh, we're gonna have a real fight. Canyon says, hell no, I'm out of here, by the way. I'm happy with one. And like, Ruler decides to join the fight instead of fully backing there, which gives them the opportunity, and then Faker with a really cool re-engage himself. Like, it was just one of those scrappy fights where it ends up being a relatively even exchange. Owner will get 2 of these 3 grubs, which feels fantastic when you have the Jax Nocturne in a game like this. Critically, by the way, look at how Duro plays this. Sets up the root after the flash, exhaust goes down, ult comes through here for Guma, and then gets the dredge, so doesn't have to ult at all in this situation, and can then use it later on for this fight they're looking for. So Ruler's kind of hanging out over here unseen, and Chovy and Canyon are coming up, and Genji kind of make this decision like, maybe we can actually win a fight here. As Duro sacrifices himself, Ruler decides to unchannel the back, and then it's the ult onto Faker here from Canyon. Ruler shows up, and they're like, ooh, better get out of here. Faker flashes, it gets stunned to the wall, then perfectly places its chains to take Ruler out. So it ends up being a relatively favorable trade there for T1, but still, I'd say about dead even as this game state is as well.
Yeah. It just feels like it could go either way at this point. Chovy getting pretty fed himself. He is the most fed member in the game. He's 1-0. He is Chovying very nicely here. 124 CS in 12 minutes with a decent amount of action that he has been a part of. Just picked up his Trinity Force. And meanwhile, Faker on the other side kind of just getting by, you know?
Well, I mean, he's got a dash cannon, which
he does.
I'm happy to see because we've been seeing so much Rod Silas, and I just don't know if it's, especially with the game, not the game state more so, but the composition like this, you kind of just don't want to be going, aha, I hit level 15 now, and I'm going to be closer to 16. I think you really want to just try to hone in on every possible engage angle you can. Against a, you know, relatively quick-moving comp like the Corki, it's hard to lock down. I like Dash Cannon here, but yeah, it's not as impactful in terms of damage and immediate value as that Triforce will be. Obviously situational.
Mm-hmm. A little lull in the action. We had so much weird action. Oh. Very close.
Sometime bomb too short.
Yeah. Ziggs needs to hit the gym, I think. A little bit of pressure up here on the top side, big wave, but not really capitalized on.
Owner has ult, and they, I believe, actually did see him start up that blue buff, so they're kind of like, I don't really want to hit a turret. I'll let the minions do that, and we'll hang out. Like, Canyon's also shadowing up there, so if they went for it, if he disengaged there, maybe they could turret. Ruler is getting some value into this Xayah, but I feel like he hasn't really threatened him or really put him down in any way. As we have a bit of that skirmish I was talking about eventuating now.
Yeah, trying to get in on the Yorick, and that should be enough, but guess who's here? Canyon for the turn, and he is going to make the play happen. Keen extremely low, but continuing on the play. Owner wants a bit more, and he'll get killed instead. Canyon just takes him down, and Canyon immediately gets his revenge.
And that's the kind of play I was talking about. You know, Canyon's coming up there. And it's also one of those things Chronicler mentioned is, ooh, Guma.
Uh-oh. Yep, Featherstorm response.
Good answer.
Not a fun time into the Ziggs.
But it's kind of like what Chronicler was talking about earlier, where these teams know each other so well, but Genji just has such a great read on T1. They're like, I think Nocturne's looking for this. Let's sneak Canyon up there. We got the stacked wave on the top turret. And as ships pass in the night, TP escape from Keen. But like plays like that are so premedicated based on the fact that you know the tendency, right? And you know that Keen is like up here going, better do something about this with your global Nocturne because I'm gonna win the side lane and you don't want that. And then Canyon's just in the bush and boom, spring a trap.
Yeah. Genji taking the Infernal Drake in live. Looks like they should get it without much of a hitch.
mean, this is a very tense series here for Gen G. They came in as relative favorites, I would say. It was pretty close to the Preds, but this series has not been as one-sided as a lot of Gen G Predators thought it would be, even though they lost the last series to T1. It has been a real struggle, and this game was so on a knife's edge, but now Gen G are taking a real significant lead here. Stolen Nautilus ult, and delay the turret take.
Yeah, for just about a second, or as long as the Nautilus ult actually lasted. But they did not stop attacking the turret after that.
That's 2 turrets for Gen G here. Beats of strength in the bag.
Yeah,
old lead starting to balloon. T1 need to play through this Jax somehow, but that last 2v2 did not go their way. And that was where they were strongest, right? Their top and jungle was the lead they had. They no longer have that.
Yeah, it's definitely a bit of a sticking point for them. Definitely want to get Owner and Doran ahead, and that's going to be the satchel to take down mid turret. So you said 2, but it's actually 3 in pretty quick succession. Faker's like, maybe I can do... No, I can't. Chovy gets here. He's just gonna kind of run in here up against Doran. There is a little disengaged cone in the Ghoulie wall. And Keen says, I don't need that cone.
Yeah, with Doran nearby, I think he's very happy to continue to play here. And honestly, if they get the Nocturne ult out, it feels kind of like a win after getting 3 turrets. Chovy's chilling on the bottom lane. Keen's like, come at me. A big commitment there might be all Gen G need to get further advantages on the map. He's just going to back away, though. Because there's like... Gen G's kind of gotten... They're like gated right now in terms of what more they can get inside lanes. They're like, like all the turrets. And like, I guess we kind of back and chill and we'll wait for an objective. Dragons in 3?
Ah, yes. Chemtech Soul for my Ziggs. Yeah.
All you have to do now as Gen G is hold on to your lead and don't overextend in the side. And they should be able to maintain like 2,000 to 3,000 gold lead before that next objective fight. That, like you said, they're not that fussed about anyways. Just don't take any fights that are less than ideal. This is going to be an interesting call. They are going to just say, we can break the barrier. We're going to get another turret.
We can break that base. You can't break that base.
Well, they're trying. Ruler is here.
Yeah.
We're not in satchel range or anywhere close, though.
I mean, they can break it down bit by bit. And with the Ziggs and with this amount of a lead, I think that Gen G actually can slowly but surely break that base.
I mean, they can get some ults out here as well, potentially. There's the Nocturne ult first.
And a steal the Nautilus one as well. Not really going in here is Owner, just elects not to. Gonna push them away. Maybe they get a maiden on the back of this. No, not even that. Gen G clean with it. And they just say, oh, it wasn't looking good for a little bit. We got some value and we back away.
Yeah, we pushed and got half a turret and 2 ults. And we just walk away. And if T1 don't respond...
That's Legend Group, baby.
Yeah, but like if T1 don't respond, they lose the turret. And if they, T1 decides they're gonna, we'll just side lane instead, and we'll push that bottom turret and get some money, then you could even potentially lose more, right? So it prevents T1 from making a play in this lull state. And there's no inherent cost because it's a Ziggs comp. The speed at which Gen G can get that turret and then walk right up to the inhibitor turret. If Faker's like, nah, I'm gonna do my thing over on my side, they're like, nah, I think you're coming over here, because otherwise we win this race every time. And the value we're gonna get out of an inner is greater than what you could get on these outer turrets that are standing. T1 have no turrets at the moment. The top turret, the only one that's really close to being taken out. This is still a game that could be won by an overextension in sides by Gen G, but with how cleanly they've played the lead they have now, it just doesn't feel like they have any intention of ever letting it go. And we've seen what both of these teams can do when they have that macro lead. It was mentioned on the space after Game 1. Gen G more known for those types of controlled games we saw from T1 in Game 1. And not the same exact scenario, but the same kind of lead. And Gen G are just like, I've got a line of wards in your jungle, so I can see everything you do, so you might as well just farm under inners.
Yeah. Ioric, push you in. Corki, push you in. And I just play the entire map. The rest of the team just spread out, get vision, get control. Over what? Well, we look for picks. We try to bait out mistakes. We get a little bit of chip damage into this top turret. Looks like they should be able to get it with the Ziggs.
Yeah, because all you got to do is get into the satchel range, and then you drop that satchel, and now you just take Otacon.
And what angle does what angle does T1 have to approach this? Like Nocturne walking through with Nico, all of this vision. They can't get here fast enough. Who do you engage on? You got to get past Duro first. He's the bouncer. TP from Jax.
Yeah, and from Faker trying to get in as the Rift Herald summoned. They have vision now. T1 trying to push in. Duro very separated actually, kind of by himself on the left side. Gen G abandoning the play, and they'll lose their Nautilus for it as well. T1 starting this one up. Carry is taking the Rift Herald for a little drive. Not exactly sure. Keen finally does TP into this one. And it's Otacon flip for the ages, taking quite a while. Doran going in, they're just trying to zone them away. As the engage comes in from T1, they lose 2 though, and Owner about to follow. Guma desperate to do something, but instead, he just gets autoed down by the Ziggs. And Gen G, so much control of the play. They lose their Nautilus, they don't care. They still win it handily. And now Doran gonna spot. Okay, trying to get this one, but he's not going to get in range. And Jovi just picks up yet another kill.
Samsung Galaxy Flash right there. One of these T1 remembers, one of these T1 players remembers that World's Finals vividly. But watching this fight again, you know, like they pull the Nautilus away with the jungler. So for a second I was like, okay, well, they're gone. Maybe Gen G to stick the Otacon because there's no smite fight, but they back away and play it slow and look for the turn with the Vi. Guma tries to look for the ult feathers there, but does not actually get Ruler. And the fight's a wash.
All right, trying to make a play here onto the Corki. It looks like Jovi, with this flash, is going to use it to get away. Meanwhile, Duro is just kind of left out to dry once again. Tons of damage, though, coming out from Ruler. Meanwhile, Faker has a Vendetta against the red buff instead.
Yeah, this was a cool idea. And a cool dodge.
All right, trying to make this play. That's actually very good. Ruler, maybe a little bit overconfident here. He is going to be traded out. And that shutdown goes to the Xayah. Meanwhile, Owner is going to be zone 4, and Doran is just in the front line. Yeah, I think Gen G are handling this just fine.
Yeah, it looked a little scary for Keen there for a second.
So wonky, Wolf.
But at the end of the day, you know, Doran was like really trying to maximize his Counter-Strike value there, but was shut down. Shutdown gold given over a little bit here. But at this point, it's less about the gold to me than the map control. When you look at some of these champions, and you're like, oh, okay, Ruler has a 600 gold that he's got an Oblivion Orb. You know, that's not really what this is about. It's about, like, can T1 ever fight into this Ziggs Corki? The Corki's safe. The Ziggs relatively safe. You can see what happens when you engage onto this Corki. Like, how much space he can buy. And then you're kind of like, ooh, we lost a lot of health on this one. And if Gen G rotate over, you don't win this longer fight. And I think that was Faker just making the decision, if I go in there,
he probably just dies.
Yeah, so he decides to not make that choice. And that's my assumption, and that's my caster's blessing to him as to why he made that choice. But Ruler goes incredibly low, but there's just too much damage here in general for Gen G. And then this is where I got scared for Keen. I was like, Gen G looks like they're backing out, but nope, just going to turn on to Doran. And it's very simple. And they still had the Vi ult. That late Vi ult in these fights has just been kind of the cherry on top for Gen G so many of these times.
Yeah.
Ziggs is looking to demolish another turret.
Yeah, might as well. Don't even need the Baron. Just push a little bit as, a little flank angle coming on in. They're trying to get onto the Ziggs. Can they burst them down? Absolutely not. Not with the disengage cone. As Carrier going to go down. Faker as well is going to bite the dust. There's a big bomb over the top here. Doran taken out, and it looks like Gen G, they just have way too much momentum in this game.
Yeah, and Guma, can he get out here? Duro does not have flash.
Ult available.
Either. I think he's fine, but that's the 6th and final turret outside of the base of T1. Baron hasn't even spawned yet, and Keen is teleporting in to look for the inhibitor break. And there's just no one here, no one alive to stop the onslaught that is Gen G.
Yeah, just feels like Gen G, when they don't let T1 get like the Giga T1 draft, they're just the better team. I mean, at least tonight, you know, it was a little bit of a different case at the homestands.
Look at this for Faker too. Like, how much more perfect of a flank angle could you want? And then disengage going.
Wonderful.
And yeah.
Oh, nice dodge there from Keen.
maybe
he's so tanky. I mean, they're trying everything. Like they're pulling out some books that they haven't read in like 10 years. They're like, is this Gambit gonna work?
I mean, it's just like the previous game for T1 where you kind of have to resort to tricks at this point. You can't actually just play straight up. This is the difference. I mean, when you look at, these are the top 2 teams in Legend right now. Not in the standings. Hanwha still has a lead over T1 versus the previous series where we had our bottom 2 teams from Rise. And the difference is that in the top level of Legend in the LCK, if you get a small lead, it's a one-sided game like every time, right? We saw 3 incredibly one-sided games. Like, sure, there was a lead for Guma in game 2 on that Lucian, but I mean, that was a very, very early game lead. And then now Gen G with the lead they have here, it's just, you can't even approach a Baron. You can't do anything.
Yeah.
Jovi's 4K and he's 7 kills on this Corki that was flexed to mid. The blind Silas is not working for Faker.
Yeah, it was an interesting idea. You know, comp-wise, it kind of made sense, but immediately Gen G had the answer as they saw the damage on that Baron for just a little bit. And now we have the counter engage here from Keria, only going to find the front 2, and they're full health still as the big bomb right in the back line going to take them both down. And even the Xayah was in there as well. This game is over. Gen G just deciding when they want to end it.
Very, very fast game here. And when you consider the level of play these 2 teams have, you don't expect games to end 26.5 minutes, but that is what is going to happen. Another one-sided one, and Gen G in another full series. Not game 5, but in this case, game 3. This time will come out victorious and get revenge for that previous loss to T1.
Yeah, it was looking a little bit rough after game 1. That was very one-sided, but it wasn't meant to be. The series will be remembered, rather, as a Gen G victory. And as a very dominant one at that. You know, I feel like when we go back and we watch game 2, game 3, it was Gen G all the way. Just a little bit of a hitch at the beginning. Like I said before, I feel like if you don't give T1 the Giga draft, where they're like winning all the lanes and doing the T1 thing, like you're just totally fine. And Gen G returning back to form and proving they are the better team tonight. Wolf, trying to decide on your POM.
Well, when in doubt. Unfortunately for Canyon's game 3, I don't know if that
yeah, that's fair.
Is going to be allowed. Keen had a really good series. Like, it was kind of between Ruler, Chovy, and Keen, right? Like, Ruler having the phenomenal turnaround on the Yunara, having a great Ziggs game, and then, you know, Keen having that really, really strong Yorick performance in that final game. But just in general, across the series, looked really good. Had the Aurora game to control game 1. It was actually the Gwen, actually, he's played into the Aurora. It's been a long day, Valdez, 6 games. I think maybe Ruler, I think is going to get it. But I think Chovy's impact could not be overstated. And yeah. It's one of those Shinji games where they win and you're like, well, it's tough to choose because everyone had a role to play. That's what happens in our top teams a lot of the time.
Yeah, especially game 3, it was like, you choose Chovy because he got the counter pick, won the lane, and had the biggest lead. Like, the way that Gen G won as a team wasn't because Chovy was like solo carrying or anything, right? It's just, that makes it very difficult to choose. I mean, it's a very sexy day.
Canyon
Gen G
is so behind in the early game, but they gifted over a few fights, a few skirmishes T1 did.
And Canyon's playing the top lane as well.
Like, this moment here is where T1 lost control.
Can't make mistakes against any top team.
Yeah, like, you can't play like that. Then this fight, also just underestimating what Canyon is capable of. Now, Faker gets the cool trade back, so it ended up being okay, but
this one.
Moments like this, too, where you're just like, I think I know, but you don't. Just like when they got caught by the brush play from Duro, which turned the entire game around in game 2. Tricky plays like this can be what really end you at this level. This fight. I mean, this made it look somewhat hopeful for T1 at the outset. You're like, maybe, is it possible? Like, could it be? No, sadly not. As Guma feebly tries to catch the Vi there, or Ruler gets neither of them. Faker gets blast coned. And the game was definitely over before this. T1 had some really cool ideas about how to get back into it. Maybe if a few things go better their way, could have been them getting at least us to an even game, but it wasn't meant to be.
Wasn't meant to be. This is the final fight.
Some frantic calls.
So this is how you become the best team in the world. Everybody scream at the same time. It didn't quite work for DNF.
I mean, I think for every team, there's different layers of how you want a shot call, right? Duro is incredibly vocal. So is Ruler. I think Ruler has a right to be in this this circumstance.
Ruler's definitely always very vocal.
I don't think Canyon's very happy. I can't really hear what he's saying because his mic cut out a little bit.
Everybody else is smirking. He's probably just like talking about the jungle lead, and the team's like, yeah, whatever, dude. Like, he just crushed them. It doesn't matter. Typical jungler.
I am curious to see who gets Palm here.
We've had, in recent Gen G wins, a lot of when in doubt voters.
Yeah.
Right? Even when Chovy was like nowhere to be seen in the game, so I wouldn't be surprised if he just gets it.
I wasn't when in doubt, but I mean, with Yunara popping off, I mean, that seems to be kind of the narrative vote right now, is vote for the Yunara player.
Great Ziggs game as well. I think I probably would have gone for Ruler personally, but we'll see. I don't think it could really be anyone else between those two, like maybe Keen, as you were talking about, but it's just going to be Chovy. And when in doubt,
that Galio play in Game 2, I kind of forgot about. That did happen. And across the series, he was very consistent. Even his Annie got hard focused, right? Like he went 0-4 because he was constantly being pressured. They didn't have any control.
Not really the best Chovy champion either.
No. Well, he is now almost double Zeus in Palm points. Crazy.
Nobody can catch him, I think. I think statistically, maybe it's possible. It is possible.
It definitely is possible, but it's not likely.
There's enough series left where it is possible, but it's not going to happen.
I mean, Zeus has to get it every time, assuming Hana wins.
They would have to win every time.
Chovy never gets it again.
And they would have to, yeah.
Gen G have lost, it says right here, one time.
Yeah, and that was to T1 after like coming back from EWC, and it was
an incredible week.
The homestand, and
yeah, and they played Hanwha in the same week as well.
Yeah,
and then had to travel to a homestand. Yeah, I mean T1 had to travel too, but
it's hard. No excuses. You know, it's just Gen G were the better team today. T1 got them the last time, but then Gen G got their revenge. And the good news is that we get another one of these. I mentioned it before, but it's August 30th. It's a Saturday showdown, T1 versus Gen G. And it's a great one to finish off the regular season of this year's LCK with.
I think it's going to be a banger. I mean, this series didn't have the most fun games, but there was certainly a lot of strategical chess going back and forth, especially that Game 3 draft felt really fun to watch.
Yeah, absolutely did. We're just waiting for the POM interview to hear from Chovy.
Chovy's like, oh, come on, man, again?
Yeah. We're almost there, but yeah, it was a pretty fun day. It was a long day.
Yeah, I mean, like, it's what, 10:30 at night, just over 10:30. Yeah. You know, I've had longer. You know, we've definitely had nights where we at 1 a.m. here. We have pretty short breaks nowadays. We're trying to keep you guys at home locked in so you don't have to wait. So anyway, a good day of League of Legends though overall, Valdez. I think the first series more entertaining. Second series definitely higher level.
Absolutely. Well, guys, we are ready here. We are done for the cast. Let's throw it over to Deer for the translation.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Deer for the POM interview translation, joined by Chovy on the side of Gen G. Congratulations! You got your round 3 payback against T1 and hit your 3rd win in a row. And Chovy, you're now at 1,300 POM points. How do you feel? I got 1,300 POM points, but I feel like my teammates all did really well, so I'm just really satisfied about winning today. There's a really fun history between Gen G and T1, and 6 out of 7 matches went to a series. And it looks like you guys always end up having such intense matches. So why do you think that is? I think it's because Gen G and T1 are both very strong teams. I think that's probably why it ends up becoming a series. Is it exhausting at all? I feel like it's not exhausting, but I feel like whenever we lose, it's because we make mistakes, or maybe there's just something that was lacking. So I think we just have to keep on trying hard. After dropping Game 1, what did you guys talk about? For Game 1, think we had some mistakes in the laning phase, and we didn't really have control overall. I think in terms of drafts, we could have definitely cleaned up. So I think in games 2 and 3, we were able to do better. So in game 2, you guys blind picked Yunara. So was that just like a confidence call by Ruler? I feel like Ruler, when it comes to the champion pool, Ruler doesn't really have any weakness or flaws. He knows how to play every champion. And I think given that Yunara is a high value pick, we went with it. And let's take a look at the next replay of the Xin Zhao and Galio combo. And Galio taunts were impeccable, and when you were flashing into the blue, especially. So, walk us through this decision. I feel like we noticed that the enemy was trying to counterplay. But I was looking for a good taunt angle, so I was able to pull off a 3-man, one that, I was originally planning on doing. So I was just trying to be as patient as possible to pull that off. And in game 3, with the last pick being Ziggs, we were able to see you play Corki after a long time. Was this just a planned thing, or did you guys make the swap in the moment? We were contemplating on what to finish our comp off with. And I think, Ziggs was actually a last-minute pick. Because we were locking in Vi, we were actually considering the synergy between Vi and Ziggs and Corki. So I think that was what really gave us the edge in the very end in game 3. And in game 3, we got another milestone. Canyon is the second jungler to reach 4,500 assists. Would you like to congratulate him? Congratulations on your 4,500 assists, Canyon. I feel like he'll reach even up to 4,500 kills. I know you can do it. You'll get there very soon. And you guys are now back on the streak, and for the 4th consecutive win, you'll have to take KT Bolster down. Yeah, I feel like in terms of our performance, there are a lot of things that we can keep on improving, and we want to show you that we are also keep improving as well. And that's the end of the interview with Chovy, and back to the space. Thank you.
And it's that man again, Chovy, with another POM. It is 1,300 POM points for him and Genji. They battle back after a slobber knocking by T1 in game number 1. But in game 2, Genji put on the show. In game 3, closed it on out. Draft, definitely helpful here in game number 3, but it wasn't just draft. It was the play of the junglers here.
I was also kind of in love. It wasn't just Ox, it was both of us with the Ziggs pick. I think the Ziggs really warped a lot of the interactions between how those two comps normally face off against each other, because it put such pressure on T1 to always be the one going in, as Dagon is finding it hard not to break with my amazing hat.
You can barely see his face! Look, guys!
Just Ziggs and a Xayah. I feel like this matchup's so hard for the Xayah because you outrange constantly. You try and move in. You're moving through mines. You're moving through the bombs. Right? You're struggling. Every time, Ruler would just ult Guma. Guma has to ult in return or he gets poked out. It was so unfun. But the other big talking point was really the jungle matchup, because I feel like after the early game, I was ready to call it, honestly. I don't think I've seen that bad of a start for a jungle in a long time. We actually have a graphic to show a little bit of how bad it was. And then the bounce back, it was pretty tragic. Ona was so far ahead in the early game, had a massive advantage. And then we end up with Canyon getting 2-0-2 at 15 minutes, ending up with a massive goal lead at the 15-minute mark, considering how far behind he was in terms of CS. 7.5 minutes, 19 CS down, 520 gold down. To bounce back, especially against a Nocturne. If you fall behind against a Nocturne, this is a champion who's going to have his ult sooner, going to run the Rift. But it was a lot of skirmishes that really brought Canyon back into the game.
And it was also just his decision-making, which was funny because his early pathing decision-making was very suspect. We didn't really know what to make of it. But then particularly, I'm looking at that topside counter gank that he got against Owner. I think that, for me, was the play that ended up winning the game. Because once you fall behind with Nocturne into the comp that Gen G have, I think the game just becomes nigh unplayable. It's really felt weird, though, to vote for Canyon, which is why I think he didn't actually get it. Because in Game 1, he was a liability. He went 0-2 on Xin Zhao before, in my opinion, he started carrying. And then here in this game as well, fell very far behind, as Ox highlighted.
Yeah, let's take a look at the comments, as it is another Chovy POM. Still possible for the 2,000 palm points like we did want it, but this was the close one. Look at that, 5 votes going the way of Canyon. And then Jonah Strong with a based Keen vote.
Well, you know, it's pretty clear that the analysts have the big brains, you know, so Korean analysts, they know. They know. They're knowers. My solo queue jungler would definitely FF if they were that far behind, and Canyon didn't. He held strong, and I think that's telling because it's to me the pivotal moments in the winning games. Both of them came down to plays Canyon made. There was that Xin Zhao moment in the skirmish on the bot side, but also that play in the top side on the Vi. I feel like those were the big moments for me that turned the game in their favor, and Canyon was at the forefront of both of them.
It's also one of the things that Canyon has been most criticized for, has been his early impact, and I think that he has been kind of honing that level of play, because we know he can play like the Nidalees and the farming junglers and have impact mid to late game. But once Canyon woke up, I think as soon as he went 0-2 on Xin Zhao, and from that point on he was on, I think the series ended. From that point on, both these teams are so insanely good when they're ahead. Very different ways that they push the lead, but once they get the lead, they're not generally going to give it up. And I think that a lot of that comes from jungle.
Yeah, definitely. It has been a lot of jungle tempo-based. Wolf, a Chovy voter, saying, is he bored of the interviews yet? Well, you keep putting him on there. He keeps making those plays. You keep putting him on there, Wolf. You could have voted Canyon there. Didn't. All right, let's see who else we have here. We all have to kneel before this item.
I'm sure there's a reference we're not getting, so we're the dummies.
Maybe it's Sundered Sky, you know? Yeah. The item's pretty broken. I would kneel before it, you know, fair enough. It's a pretty good item.
All right. Arena all the time is like, Mao, just buy Sundered Sky. I'm like, I'm Sona. It's like, no, get it.
Bear devours the enemy to grow in size and strength. Prince, saying that he ate Owner. Boom. Let's see what else we had there. Chovy's flawless laning never fails to awe me. Yeah.
I feel like this is always a situation where you pick like a melee champion into Chovy in the middle. It's always so dangerous. And we've seen it before, like the Smolder this time, it was the Corki. He will just put the pain on, and we saw that today in that last game.
The Chovy Canyon axis is just crazy, right? The two of them being as good as they are. You said you stand at the top. This is referring to the Bleach, I think it's Eisen pose that Chovy has made repeatedly throughout this year.
It's good we have an anime actually.
Yeah. Goodness gracious.
And he really wants to keep going, which I think is really cool. And Gogo said, as Gogo's highlights, let's be real. In the LCK, Chovy stands alone.
He has been standing alone, and he does so yet again on the POM interview stage. 1,300 palm points for Gen G. As we take a look at the standings after this one, 22-1 for Gen G. They are on the top and still cruising along. T1, it was a great effort and had the mental edge. The 5-game winning streak, or however many it was, plus beating them last time over at Inspire Arena.
And look, Gen G, you know, this is big in terms of pride, in terms of really establishing themselves at the top, but I feel like their lead was pretty safe. This has done a lot for HLE in improving that buffer zone, because T1 was catching on them, and if T1 had won this series today, they would have been in the danger zone.
I do still maintain, especially with how shaky Hanwha looked, I think T1 right now is the second best team. The question for this season will become, can they actually overtake Hanwha? Because given that Hanwha most likely will keep winning against KT and Nongshim, because that cap also feels big, might come down to game score in the end, right? Even if T1 win their 2 series, or what if KT can find an upset?
Oh, the roller coaster has been under maintenance for a little bit, hasn't it? So, you know, what goes down must come up. We'll do the inverse of it.
I think KT play HLE this 3 times over the course of round 3 to 5. One of them, it's got to happen. It's KT, right? They've got to At some point, they've just got to do an upset.
And remember, the other match, you were here, Ox, the other match, BNK FearX against D+, that's the one that Wadid said. Whoever wins that is going to Worlds. We're not letting him let go of that statement because it was kind of crazy.
We need to clip that and just
keep
holding him accountable.
Guys, on an unrelated note, I won't be at the LCK tomorrow because nothing of note is happening. So I'm just not. I'm not gonna allow myself to be mentally devastated when DK inevitably lose. No, stop suit. No, yeah, actually,
hold on to
I need
this.
that. Thank you. That's nice of you, Dan. They'll be fine tomorrow, certainly. Guys, look at me that face.
Well, we'll have to find out tomorrow. It has been a great day of matches, a 6-gamer day here on Thursday. Great way to push off round number 4. Not done yet. Friday's matches are going to be great. On behalf of everyone here at the LCK, thank you so much for watching. We'll see you tomorrow for D+ versus BNK FearX.
결과에 따라서 플레이인 진출이 결정이 되잖아요.
그렇다면 그 안에서 서로를 잡아먹으면서 몸을 키워야죠.
테디도 복귀한 이후로 매판 너무 잘해주고 있어요. 은맥이 멈출 기세가 아니에요. 지대!
여기서 살아남기 위해 오늘도 열심히 싸우는 그 팀들이 있어요.
Doesn't kill me, makes me stronger.